हेलो एभ्रीबडी, फेरि पनि स्वागत छ PMPL सिजन 4 मा खेल्ने नेपाली टिम्सहरुसँग हाम्रो कुराकानी जारी नै रहेको छ। आज हुनेवाला छन् थोरै स्पेशल टिमका खेलाडीहरु। म कुरा गर्दैछु डेडागाइजको बारेमा, जो आफ्नो चौथो सिजन इन्ट्री चाहिँ लिँदैछ यो PMPL को कुरा गर्ने।
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई, म चाहिँ DEC बुसर हैन, अनि टिमको आइजी हो एन्ड देन ओनर।
नमस्ते, म चाहिँ रमेश गुरु। मेरो इन्डियन नेम चाहिँ डेडेज छ। म चाहिँ डेडेजबाट खेल्छु एज अ असल्टर।
डेडागाइजको बारेमा मैले इन्ट्रोमा पनि भने, चौथो चोटी PMPL खेल्दैछ। यसले एक्सपिरियन्स एन्ड कन्फिडेन्समा कस्तो हेल्प गर्छ?
तपाईको एक्सपिरियन्समा चाहिँ अब एकदमै हेल्प हुन्छ, किनभने हामीले चाहिँ तपाईको इन्डियन टिम्सहरुदेखि लिएर हैन अहिलेसम्म जति पनि नयाँ टिम्सहरु अथवा पुरानो टिम्सहरु छ सबैसँग खेलेको छौं। सो एक्सपिरियन्स वाइज चाहिँ एकदमै हेल्प हुन्छ। मेटाहरु यताउतामा
या अफ कोर्स न्यू फ्लेभर गेम टिमको लागि चाहिँ रहने भयो। बट यो सँगसँगै मेरो फलोअप क्वेसन एउटा तपाईको लागि यो रहने भयो, सबै PMPL खेले मध्येमा सिजन 2 को लीग विनर डेडागाइज रहेको थियो। बाहेक रेस्ट अफ द पर्फर्मेन्समा फ्यान्सहरु थोरै डिसअपोइन्टेड रहेको थियो। यो पालि के छ प्लान?
यो चोटी चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि तपाईको अब मेरो प्लेयरहरु चाहिँ सबै बाहिर थियो हैन। एकजना VPN जोडेर खेल्दै थियो, अर्को तपाईको अब 200-300 पिङमा खेलिरहेको थियो। अब यो चोटी चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि सबैजना अब नेपालमा आएको छौँ, बुट क्याम्प छ यो चोटी हैन। यो चोटी एकदम रमाइलो हुन्छ। एन्ड देन अफ कोर्स बाँकी त अब हेरौला रिजल्टमै हैन।
बट रेटेडको यो चाहिँ घर फर्किएका थिए भन्दा पनि हुन्छ एक हिसाबले। यस घर फर्किएका नेपाल अनि घर फर्किएका टिम फेरि डेडागाइज, यसमा के लाइक चेन्जेस रह्यो अथवा एक्सपिरियन्स कस्तो रहेको छ? इज लाइक फर्स्ट टाइम पुरै एकै ठाउँमा हुनुहुन्छ सबैजना?
एक्सपिरियन्स एकदम राम्रो छ। अहिले बुट क्याम्पमा छौँ अनि हामी चाहिँ सबैजना बुट क्याम्पमा गेम सबैमा फोकसमा चाहिँ गेममा मात्रै छ नि त। त्यसैले चाहिँ एकदमै राम्रो भइरहेछ। इन्भाइरोमेन्ट एकदम राम्रो भइरहेछ।
एउटा लाइक फेस्टिभल जस्तो नै, एउटा चाडपर्व जस्तो नै हुन गयो PMPL को बहानामा भनौँ। बट मेरो एउटा क्वेसन रेटेडको लागि नै सायद होला। लङ्गर फर्मेट रहेको छ, बिचमा सुपर विकेन्ड क्वालिफायर हुन्छ, सुपर विकेन्ड हुन्छ, फाइनल हुन्छ, बिचमा ट्रान्जिसन चाहिन्छ नि पक्कै होइन, कहीँ न कहीँ त्यसले इफेक्ट गर्छ एक्चुअल गेम प्लेमा टिमको?
लिगमा चाहिँ अभियसली हामी चाहिँ बिस्तारै खेल्छौँ अनि फाइनलमा चाहिँ हल्का गेम एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ। सबै गेम हामीले चाहिँ एक गेम पनि मिस गर्नुहुन्न, नराम्रो खेल्नुहुन्न, त्यो चाहिँ मेन्टालिटी राखेर खेल्छौँ।
अब डेडागाइजको रोस्टरको कुरा गर्नुपर्दा लङ्गर फर्मेटसँगै रिलेटेड हुने भयो। हामी प्लेइङ 4 सँग स्टिक गरेको देख्न पाउनेवाला छौँ या एक्सपेरिमेन्ट पनि एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ?
अफकोर्स तपाईँको अब एक्सपेरिमेन्ट पनि हुन्छ। एन्ड एक्सपेरिमेन्ट भन्दा पनि तपाईँको अब मसँग सब्स्टिट्युटमा अहिलेको लागि हुनुहुन्छ इल्युजन होइन। एन्ड ऊ चाहिँ मसँग सिजन 1 देखि नै अहिलेसम्म जति PMPL छ ऊ खेलेको छ। सो इज एक्सपिरियन्स। बट फ्यु कुराहरूले तपाईँको गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अलिकति सब्स्टिट्युटमा बस्नु पऱ्यो। बट आई मिन त्यस्तो एफेक्ट पर्दैन भनौँ न।
वान मोर थिङ, मेरो फ्र्यागवे एनसीमा टप प्लेयर्स मध्ये एक रहेको थिए। उनी आएको छन् डेडागाइजमा एन्ड देन उनको पर्फर्मेन्स एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ। कस्तो बुस्ट प्रोभाइड गर्छ त फ्र्यागवेको इन्क्लुजनले?
अफकोर्स अब फ्र्यागवे भनेको तपाईँको एकदम पहिला चाहिँ अब अन्डररेटेड नै भन्छु म होइन। यो चोटि चाहिँ उसको एडिसनले चाहिँ एकदम टिमलाई बुस्ट पनि गराएको छ। प्लस एकदमै बवाल प्लेयर एकदमै। एन्ड यो चोटि साइन गर्नेछ एकदमै।
यदि फ्र्यागवेको बारेमा मैले पर्सनल कुरा सोधेँ, इन लाइक गेम बाहेक फ्र्यागवेलाई चाहिँ कसरी डिस्क्राइब गर्नुहुन्छ? लाइक वाट काइन्ड अफ पर्सन?
फेन्टा गाई होइन, फेन्टा लभर। फेन्टा चाहिँ एकदम चाहिन्छ।
फेन्टा चाहिँ दिनमा तपाईँको अब
फ्यान्टास्टिक।
फन्टा एन्ड फ्यान्टास्टिक, ओके, फुल कम्बो। म जान चाहिँ एन्डतिर हामी फ्यान म्याचतिर जानेवाला छौँ। डेडागाइज स्टार्टिङबाट भएपछि PMC जित्दै भनौँ न, PMCमा राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स गर्दै भनौँ पुगेको थियो। सो द्याट्स वाइ फ्यान्सहरूको लागि के मेसेज एड गर्न चाहनुहुन्छ?
अब पहिलादेखि नै अहिलेसम्म सपोर्ट गर्नुभएको छ एकदमै, त्यसको लागि चाहिँ थ्याङ्क यू भन्न चाहन्छु होइन। एन्ड देन फेरि पनि जे सब हाम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स राम्रो हुँदाखेरि पनि नहुँदाखेरि पनि होइन स्टिक गर्नुहुनेलाई त झन् मनबाट एकदमै धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। अनि योचोटि चाहिँ निराश गराउने छैनौँ होइन। योचोटि चाहिँ अवश्य राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स पाउनुहुनेछ हाम्रो तर्फबाट।
रेटेडले केही लाइन एड गर्ने
म पनि त्यो हाम्रो अहिले चाहिँ हामी एकदम हार्डवर्क गरिरहेको छ हामीले चाहिँ बेस्ट दिन्छौँ सकेसम्म चाहिँ जित्ने नै छौँ हामी आशा छ
सो उनी थिए डेडाई गाइजबाट सिफू अनि रेटेड आफ्नो टिम्सको बारेमा एन्ड देन माइन्डसेटको बारेमा थोरै बताउँदै थिए गेममा के हुनेवाला छ त्यो त हामी हेर्नेवाला छौँ बट अहिलेको लागि स्टे ट्युन
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to the finals of PMPL South Asia Season 4. This is the finale. This is the day number 3, the day that all these teams have been waiting for. And of course, it's a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. #Book up your phone. I'm going to be your host, Prado. Joining us are going to be these two incredibly talented analysts. That's going to be Ocean Sharma and Ice for Johnny. Dudes, how are you guys feeling? How excited are you? We're going to get those champions today.
6 games, a few more hours left. And we'll get to the, who just is on top right now. I mean,
True.
On top, I don't know. We'll see about that.
On top is definitely on top based on the stats that we've got. But on the other front, there are going to be other teams as well.
Exactly. I mean, and talking about those teams, we saw how close the competition is. And as you said, I mean, the excitement is going to be there to find champions. But along with that, the top 6 teams that will be moving forward to the MENA and SA Championship as well. So who's going to make it to the list? We'll find out.
The stakes are getting higher. The stakes definitely are getting higher. Along with that, when it comes to PMPL, you do know that, of course, the prize pool is going to be up there in the cloud as well. $150,000 on the line for these teams. And of course, throughout the previous 3 weeks, we had those super weekends where teams have already accumulated a lot of money from those super weekends. But now it is about the bragging rights to be on the first position to get that $10,000 in the bank. Along with that, of course, we do also have the tournament MVP walking away with the $1,000 all to himself. And alongside all of this, as Varun did just mention, top 6 teams. Top 6 teams are going to be moving on forth. But alongside that, Ocean, I do want you to talk about that invited team as well, mate.
Yeah, I mean, winner of PMPL South Asia Championship, that's going to be there for sure. And if we're just talking about the other teams from PMC Africa, from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau, there's going to be 2 slots from that, and from Africa there's going to be 1 slot. And just as we were talking about, right, 6 teams from PMPL Arabia, 6 teams from PMPL South Asia, all are heading for MENA and SA Championship. Oh, this is going to be huge.
Oh yes, it is going to be. As we can clearly see, there are 15 teams right here divided amongst all of that. And of course, that one team that will compromise of that 16th team, well, that team has been invited. But along with that, as we move on forth, we do have the point distribution to talk about as well, as that kill department, that kill point always ends up giving you that 1 point. And that is something that I8 definitely has been working towards. But not only I8, I mean, all the other teams as well. They're looking pretty neat. Talk about teams. Well, here they are on our screens, Varun.
Exactly. I mean, starting things off, we have DRS Gaming, a team that has been eyeing the position of Deadeyes guys for quite a while now. Train to Kill as well. We saw an incredible run from this team during the league stages, but when we transitioned to the finals, there was a little bit of a slip up on day 1. Yesterday, we saw a really amazing recovery from them. Wizzes with Vibes and YB Esports. We know these teams. They like to vibe together, and right now, the vibe is definitely looking good.
Oh yes, the vibe is kicking. The vibe definitely is kicking for the side of this first group. But as we move on forth to the next set of teams, Ocean, take us through this.
this is where we can talk about Mongolian teams, and obviously I-8 as well just coming in. Yesterday's last game was so brilliant for them, but ZEUS, well, a recovery day for them yesterday, but is it enough? We'll get the answer today for sure. Stalwart, they have been doing really good. I mean, with the lads like Top, who is there in the contestation of MVP as well. We'll have to see if he gets to that spot, but Seal, well, Seal has been in its own ups and downs, so kind of a decent performance. Not the best, not the worst right now.
Absolutely, and along with that, as we move on fourth, we had the Ruthless aggressive Warriors bringing in some dominating plays yesterday. Along with this, we also do have Deadeyes guys to talk about, because the lead that they've been able to create, I mean, it is just looking so very difficult for the other teams to try and climb up upon towards that first position, but we shall see, because as was mentioned earlier, 6 matches. 6 matches is what these teams are going to get today, Warren.
Exactly. I mean, 6 games, and that is what is going to decide who will be walking away with the crown, with the throne, with a lot of cash in their pockets, in the banks. And it is going to be really exciting to witness how things are going to go about with the 6 matches. We do have A1 Esports, High Voltage, 7C, and R3D as well as part of the competition. A1 Esports showing putting up decent numbers on the board. On the other side, R3D is still a lot of more recovery that the team needs to showcase in the matches today, so that they can finish in a decent position.
Absolutely, and as we have already been a part of the previous 2 days in the final week itself, the storyboard has been lighting up. Yesterday was, of course, a wonderful turn of events for the side of ZEUS Esports, but today, along with ZEUS, we do have to talk about the teams that are trying to climb up. But Ocean, talk about those numbers, dudes. I mean, Deadeyes guys, the lead that they've been able to create, do you think it's possible for DRS to, even if they have those consistent plays, to be able to catch up to that point?
So, possibilities, yes, possibility is a word for a reason, right? So DE depends on how they play the last day, because in the previous tournaments as well, we've seen DE is kind of a team, no doubt. Now they have a good lead, but DE kind of just falters down on the last day. And at this moment, when they have such an incredible lead, they would not want to falter down. DRS, they like to catch up on the last day. We've seen these things happening when it was DRS versus ZEUS kind of a skirmish going on, but today, if we still talk about 9 to 16 is where there are 2-3 names which might as well just charm us, because ZEUS, Train to Kill, well, these teams are on a climb.
Exactly. I mean, as we did discuss this when we were talking about these teams during the roster reveals, I mean, ZEUS Esports, Train to Kill, impressive recovery from these 2 names in particular. But A1 Esports, the momentum that the lineup had built on day 1 got lost somewhere in the matches yesterday, so I do expect them to recover as well. Seal Esports, there's still quite a lot that we desire from this team in particular, based on what was shown to us in the league play day. So I expect a good performance from Seal Esports as well, and the same for High Voltage, 7C, and R3D. Let's see what these teams are going to bring, because again, last day, the final YOLO moment has arrived.
Oh yes, it certainly has, and I definitely do hope these teams have cogged up and greased up those cogs, rather, is what I wanted to say. But along with that, moving on fourth, we do know that when it comes to that $1,000 for the MVP, it is going to be that one dude who is just reigning in supreme on top, sir, right there with 32 kills. And again, when it comes down to the stats, Ocean, yesterday you were mentioning how big a climb will top 2A need to be able to catch up to that?
I mean, his major climb should be in the survival time for sure. Obviously, the damage stats are there. Kill department, it's just one thing, 20% weightage. So he can get a few more kills to just, even out the weightage percentage. But his survival time should be getting more and more better with each and every game today, which I'm pretty sure they would want to do it, because you remember last time when it was Top and his teammates, what they were doing is they were getting the big chunk of money for themselves, and obviously the MVP stats. So they love to get everything right for themselves. So today maybe as well, I feel like Stalwart might have it, but depends on how they play today's game. I mean, 6 games, that's all it takes now.
Exactly, 6 games is all they have. That is going to be the end of their journey. But before that journey ends, of course, they have the opportunity to capitalize those 6 games in their favor. And talk about capitalization, well, ZEUS Esports certainly did take in supreme yesterday, as they brought themselves from 14 points all the way up. So looking pretty good, but very close to them. 1 point shy is going to be Train to Kill as well, Varun.
Exactly, and the chase from these teams have been impressive. But yesterday, at the end of the last game, we were left asking ourselves the same question, all of us. What is going to happen today? And is it a little too late? Because we know, the goal right now is, along with finishing on the first, primarily, the goal is to finish in the top 6. And while ZEUS Esports and Train to Kill both of these teams have really high caliber. Let's not forget that the other teams are going to be fighting the battle as well, and their goal also remains the same. So it's definitely going to be a challenge. But ZEUS Esports, if they perform the same, both Train to Kill and ZEUS Esports, if they perform the way they did yesterday, I think they might just be able to slip their way in.
Probably, I mean, they might as well slip their way in, but you saw one thing, right, ZEUS? The players had more than 10,000 damage received on themselves. That's where the first day's equation just comes in.
Yes.
They were just carrying forward that same, I would say, bad momentum, as it was a bad momentum from the Super Weekend of the previous times. They were carrying that bad momentum, but as soon as it was like an eye-opener for them finally, and as soon as they opened up their eyes, well, we saw a glimpse of the old ZEUS, but we're still skeptical because they are not in top 6 yet.
Oh yes, that is true indeed. But today, of course, the hopes are going to be there. The fingers are definitely going to be crossed. And again, when it comes down to the graph that we can clearly see, the teams are definitely on the rise. They are definitely trying to improve their performance and get those points working for themselves. And that is exactly what is required, because the pressure is definitely something that is going to get to them. But not necessarily, because these are experienced teams, right? We know for a fact they are going to be thriving in this sort of a pressure.
That's and kind of a Potion, I was just going to point out, like, kind of a similar climb from both of them. Like the matches yesterday, we do see the lines pop up, but I hope that today the same rise happens. Otherwise, there's definitely going to be trouble. Even if they slip up in one match, it is going to cause a lot of chaos for them.
Oh,
that's
do you
the
talk
thing,
about
right? Every match counts.
Indeed, it definitely does, and that is so very true, because again, I mean, when it comes down to a team joining us from the Pakistani region, that's going to be I8, a team that has been looking so good in the previous 3 weeks in terms of that kill department, in terms of the aggression, but when it came down to the finals week, things have kind of been a bit of a hunky-dory affair for them. What do you guys think?
I mean, yeah, because just, look at this. The day 1 versus day 2 starts that we just talked about. No doubt they had a really good chicken dinner yesterday as well, and on the first day as well, right? This team has a good chunk of chicken dinners for themselves. That actually shows that they are trying to maintain the consistency. But as of now, it's not that big of a deal. But look at this. 1,000+ damage versus 800 damage. It shows that yesterday they were trying to play smartly around the circles with their rotations, and that kind of just changed a lot of things. But, well, I8, the way, Crypto just plays with his own independency, being a sport player as well, that is where the team just does really good. Blade is really good with his understanding of those throwables. We saw a glimpse of it yesterday as well. So, yeah, the lads are doing really good.
I mean, it is an incredible performance from I8, but still, yesterday they did get that chicken dinner. Apart from, despite that, I have to say, I mean, yesterday was kind of a shaky day for I8. Day 1 was really good. Day 1, they put up an impressive performance. We saw them on the standings as well, quite a decent performance at the end of it. But yesterday, before that last game came in, I8, they were struggling somewhere along the lines, as we did see in the average points for the day as well. Today, I hope, as Ocean mentioned this as well, they were trying to slow things down, trying to go for the placement points a little bit, but that is not their style. I8 is a team that just brings along with their presence death and destruction upon anyone who stands in their way, and that is what I love to see.
Imagine if in out of 3 Erangels, imagine if in 2 Erangels we see a military base circle. We know they dominate those kind of zones because they don't have to rotate a lot. Because you saw what happened. Look at the jump of the second last to last game, the points that they accumulated. Obviously, the circle was around very pure. They got so much points because they had a really good area. We saw that in their path as well as they were moving.
True.
So imagine if there's a military circle, the team is just gonna do really good. I would want to see at least 1 military circle today.
Yeah,
absolutely. Because again, I mean, that is the location where I8 drops down towards the military base, and that is something that has still not been able to contest from them, or rather against them from any other teams in the lobby. And that is, of course, going to be the hope that, of course, the circle, the PUBG gods, favor I8. But on the other front, when it comes to the PUBG gods, another thing to actually discuss with them is going to be the fact that, will DRS be able to catch up to Deadeyes guys? Because again, I mean, Deadeyes guys, the lead that they've been able to create, the matches have just been theirs. They are just writing it down as if it's their destiny to get that $10,000.
I mean, definitely. It was an impressive run from Deadeyes guys, and majority of the lead was built by their performance on day 1 itself. And we did have a conversation with Sifu sir yesterday as well, wherein he explained they took that 3rd super weekend that they missed as an opportunity to learn and work on their synergy, which is just looking really impressive. Yep.
Think about this, right? Yesterday, obviously, we had a conversation, but look at the difference in first 6 matches, day 1 versus day 2. because of yesterday's few bad games,
Yeah.
where how their performance actually dropped down. No, they're still at the first position because, a lot of chaos was happening in second, third, fourth, like all those positions. So they had that lead. But you saw the difference of points. First day, 17.3 point of an average for themselves. Second day, it just comes down to 10 point of an average for themselves. This actually shows if even if you're at the top of the leaderboards, if you're having a bad game, and if that happens today, some other team would want to get up on top. And it's like, still they have their comfort zone, and
Yeah.
they would not want to just remove this out for themselves, because if this comfort zone just leaves them, that would be a big blunder. Imagine 2 days chopping up and the third day just going down.
I mean, it's definitely going to be brutal, and I completely agree with you, because, I mean, even though they got a chicken dinner for themselves yesterday as well, it was that inconsistent performance in the next few matches that allowed DRS to close the difference. There is still like a 40-point difference. I believe it's going to be like 38 or 36-point difference between the teams, but still, DRS was able to close it that much, and that is something that needs to ring a danger bell in the eyes of Deadeyes guys at this point. They need to start going at it just like day one.
Look at this, the last 3 games for DE. That's what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
The difference is not much in their own performances. Obviously, there's a difference if you talk about their performance in DRS right now, because DRS they're just a bit onto the backward side if you just look at it. Surprisingly, when the first day started, right, DRS was at the top because of their first chicken dinner, but then DE started picking up the pace. Now they should not leave that pace for themselves, because even if it is slow and steady, they should be able to win the race.
They
That
ought
rhymes.
to. It's just working for them. It's definitely working for them. But along with that, what's going to be working for our viewers is going to be these wonderful giveaways that we've got set up for you lads. Now, for this giveaway to be yours, you have to first things first. Go on to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. That is going to be critical, because all the codes are going to be shared for this perfect looking skin. The White Rabbit Org skin is going to be on that page, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. So go ahead, as you can clearly see, every single day, and today being the final day, 100 of those skins codes are going to be shared in the chat itself. And PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, well, you do have to be on that page to be able to, of course, be a part of this perfect reward. Along with this, as you move on forth in the third game, or around the third game, we will also have Q&As in the chat itself, for which, once again, you are going to be rewarded if you get the correct answers. PMPL 2021 Fall Parachute, look at that beauty right there. But to be a part of that, once again, you do have to answer questions, but you ask, how can I answer those questions if the questions are not even in the chat? Dude, you have to be on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. That is going to be so very crucial. And once you are on that page, do not forget to subscribe and click that bell icon, because it's not only for the final week. The rewards are going to keep on continuing. As you can clearly see, celebration rewards are going to be coming out on the 24th of October. For that, of course, you still need to be part of that PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, where all of the notifications are going to be shared. And if you've already clicked that bell icon, you'll get to know first. And if you get to know first, well, you get your hands on that perfect looking reward. But what a play this is going to be. What a day this is going to be. Quite a lot of excitement. Let's get our day started off. It is time to move on to our schedule, where we will be looking at the next 6 games, the final 6 games that are going to be played right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4. And to start things off, it is going to be Erangel. So, Ocean, Warren, what are your anticipations from these regions on this first match?
DRS. They should try and just just close up on D. I want to see that happen from the first game, right? I want to see it happen from the first game.
I mean, so we have 6 matches remaining, and to get the maximum masala out of things, I would actually,
Johnny, top 3 for this game, my personal should be DRS, ZEUS, T2K. Top 3 positions.
Oh, yes, that would be good.
I would like to throw Raw in the mix as well.
Raw is doing good.
Yeah.
Raw is doing really good. But I wanna, I want these teams to just close in first. For T2K and for ZEUS, it should be closing in on top 6. For DRS, it should be closing in on DE. So I believe, because look at this, the kill the average kill point is similar for DE and DRS. Where DE is leading is the placement point marker now.
But Ocean, you know what the equation is gonna be like, right? For DRS to close in and for us to get the masala, DE needs to get taken out early, and that is going to be, well, it is going to be kind of weird. So if you're going for DRS, I'll go for DE.
So,
but on the other front, I mean, you talk about yesterday's, you did actually talk about this as well. You did point that out, that yesterday's final few games for DE, they were just not favoring them, right? I mean, there was just a fall down from the perfect Cloud9 approach that they were on upon. But now today, as the day starts off, it's a brand new day, it's a brand new start, and hopefully they'll be able to get on that bandwagon and keep on continuing in terms of those points. But now, enough banter from our side. Let's move on and have a look at the game thus implying. Let's move on to the Panda Bros, who are going to be Necro and Pain Fixes take you through this first game of the day.
Well, the first match for the evening, and this is the final day, ladies and gentlemen, and there is no tomorrow after this. There is not a second chance that you can get. This is where you have to do it or you go home. And this is the day where the nerves are shaking, you know, the hearts, they're beating faster, louder than ever. And this is the day where teams tend to make a lot of mistakes. This is the day where a lot of teams target a lot of different other teams. This is the day where a lot of teams that haven't really been performing in the first and the second day suddenly stage a comeback. But, you know, talking about staging comebacks, here we have DRS right on the tails and Necro. Do you think they can do this?
They definitely can do this. I mean, especially even the analyst desk talked about it. That how those final two games, right, for Deadeyes guys, it has been kind of shaky yesterday, and that has helped DRS quite a lot to at least kind of catch up with the lead onto that Deadeyes guys that have put themselves up on. But still, I mean, today's day is going to be so important. I'm pretty sure today's day is going to be filled up with a lot of surprises, and I am personally going to be eyeing out for ZEUS because now yesterday we do know how much or how well they've played and how well they've recovered as well. I do want to see what they have in the bag, man.
I mean, 100% yes. Along with ZEUS, a few other teams that I really want to look for, or rather I'm looking forward to in this particular map, because these things are going to start getting a little bit right for them. That's going to be Team I8, right? Yesterday they did end their evening with the chicken dinner, and they've got their spirits higher than ever. So, of course, the final day, we have seen I8 always being in these kind of situations where they have to, you know, play phenomenally well beyond their standards. And, you know, the last times we did see them playing under the banner of Stalwart. Well, they did try, right? But today is where they decide to change things, because if they do not, it's going to be the same storyline, right? They've been sort of stagnant around those mid-orders, and we do know this team has the potential to be on top. But, you know, Deadeyes, you know, I completely agree with the desk. With, you know, Deadeyes do carry that showcase tag along with them in the final day as they head along. But what we do have is an interesting first circle. I mean, you would have obviously wanted a military, but you know, this circle, this also, you know, just elates my mood up, because so many things do happen. And this is one of those circles in which teams like DRS do thrive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we do know in these kind of circles, DRS do like to take that rotation from above the Yasna Polnaya. But now I also do want to talk a little bit more about Deadeyes, guys. Now, as you mentioned, how they have kind of like that choker's tag going in on this organization. I mean, it's pretty understandable how they've been playing in the past. And consider the fact that yesterday, the momentum, if you talk about it, in those last two games, Deadeyes guys didn't really do that great. And if you talk about the momentum shift inside this day, I mean, Deadeyes guys better pick themselves up, man, because DRS, they're slowly and steadily closing up on the lead. And if they do let that happen, that means Deadeyes guys will be wiping a lot of sweat in the end of the day, because they do not really want that to happen, right? Each and every single team, they want to make sure they have their own comfortable spot, at least in the overall rankings, in the top 6. Now, ZEUS as well, they have moved up quite a lot. They're all the way up on the 10th position, including TDK. There's only 1 point difference fixes between TDK and ZEUS.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing, right? And both of them had pretty much sort of a similar style of play, I must say, yesterday, where, you know, they were just going for those positioning points, and if they did get kills, then thank you is what they said. But along with that, they did make quite a lot of mistakes as well. You know, sometimes they had too much on their plate, so the decisiveness was still missing from these two teams. But again, I would say on the brighter side of things, yesterday was a really good improvement, but they've got to do better than this. They've got to go bigger than this, you know, to make sure they make it to the top 6 at least by the end of the evening, which again is a possibility, right? Because the difference is not too much. Now the team sitting at the 6th spot is at 102 points. That's going to be Team Stalwart. Now, if you talk about teams like ZEUS and T2K, well, they're just 20 points shy, right? If they can get a chicken dinner, then they're right back in. But what I'm really concerned about is this, what I'm looking at my screen right now. Team Vibes.
they're playing with just 3 players, considering the fact that they're on the 3rd spot and they had one of the best evenings so far yesterday. Starting off with 3 players, that's not acceptable, right? That's a cardinal
Yeah.
sin.
I feel like I've seen Vibes exactly play with 3-man roster as well in the past. And I mean, they do quite well, but again, always having one more player in the roster is like kind of like the icing on the cake. But Vibes as well, I mean, they have played with just a 3-man roster in the past as well, so I'm pretty sure they have a decent amount of experience on how to like handle things with just 3 men in the squad. With that being said,
Okay.
as you mentioned,
Yeah.
it was just a little practice fixes, you know, it was just practicing
Yeah.
stuns. It was like, all right,
Just
how am I
warming up.
gonna it's like how am I gonna approach a compound? How am I gonna be throwing those stuns on the enemy lines? But yeah, now we were talking about ZEUS and stuff like that. And ZEUS, I mean, yesterday it did seem like they were being quite aggressive, right? I mean, compared to the other days, how they were playing. Yesterday, ZEUS was definitely, they had the pedal to the metal because they realized, right, it was a do or die moment. If we're not really going to be performing today, well, then it's pretty much, we would rather just surrender at that point.
You know, I don't think I would say they were aggressive yesterday because, you know, they were waiting very late up until the point they made a rotation. Yeah, now in the final circles, it's imperative that you've got to take a fight, right? There's no backing out. So they did take fights, but I have seen better days for Team ZEUS, right? If you're talking about ZEUS's aggression, we have seen more aggressive days. And everybody sort of would agree with me on this note because, yeah, there was a time they did not care about anything at all.
Yeah,
you know, they
season
spot a
3.
body. They just not just season 3, man. I mean, even previously, we've seen Godless in previous renditions. You talk about World League. We've seen this lad as well. He's explosive. He can play anywhere on the globe, right? But now we're seeing a completely different version of ZEUS. So we've seen them mature a little bit. I do not know if that's for the better because that hasn't really been delivering them.
Yeah.
But you know, the second day's resurgence from their side has certainly been good. It's a good start. But you know, it's not about ZEUS again. You know, I want to remind everybody watching over here because it's also about the fact that look at the Nepali teams, right? The top 5 teams that we have on the overall standings are Nepali. So clearly shows how this region has taken the driver's seat, right? Because in the previous renditions, it was Mongolians just coming in out of nowhere, thrashing everybody, and they used to come and take down all that sweet honey money, and they used to walk off. But the improvement is certainly visible as two Nepalis collide, as Legend will take a few shots at on top, and well, they make it out of harm's way.
Okay, Deadeyes guys looking good for now. It's fine. You just want to make sure that you're not really getting eliminated early off. Even if you are getting eliminated, just make sure you're getting enough points for yourself to at least secure that top place on the overall rankings. If you're not really going to be able to do so, then DRS is right behind your back. They're following the trails, and they're going to be catching up on the overall rankings. With that being said, I also do like how Seal made the rotation all the way up north. And I'm pretty sure sooner or later, DRS are as well just going to be following the same footsteps that Seal has taken. They're going to be making the same rotation happen. But one thing I'm really going to be eyeing out for this time, I mean, DRS usually do like to go to the compound where it's kind of like near the Wizard Tower next to Georgia Pool, but it's already acquired in this scenario. So I do want to see where are they going to be establishing themselves for now. With that being said, we also do have a comparison between Deadeyes guys and 20 Kill. I mean, 20 Kill is all the way down on 12th position. Consider the fact that how they played in the Super Weekends and how they played in the League days. TDK is definitely missing quite a lot in the Grand Finals, but I'm pretty sure, just like how ZEUS catched up, they also did. And Finals Day is really important for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and you know, when you're always chasing, it sort of gives you that boost, right? Rather than staying at the top and defending, which has been the problem with Deadeyes, right? Those 2 games of slip up, we did see them making some, you know, really bad decisions, right? Rather, really hasty decisions, because yesterday the 2 rotations that they did try to perform in both Miramar and Erangel just shot them right back at their own faces. So today something that is, well, they did again try to take the center, and they've sort of succeeded right now, but they're on the northern side of the map. And imagine if the circle shifts down south, that's where the trouble starts brewing for them, because you've got T2K again over there. Now, 7C and Deadeyes, well, they have a different story altogether. Look at them, in terms of kills, in terms of damage, it has been Deadeyes ruling absolutely everything. And they deserve it, right? The way On Top has been playing, that has been so phenomenal. But I really want to see as to how Team Vibes plays this one out, because we do see that circle shift coming again, and this sort of does not open up a lot of things about where the circle is going to shift next, because both the sides, the northern and the southern sides, are sort of equally distributed. I think it's the next circle shift that decides the fate of all these teams.
Still, I feel like southern side has a little bit of more amount of land covered inside the zone, and yeah, but I mean, usually I would actually say the circle is going to be shifting near Rozhawk, because we usually do know in these kind of circles do tend to shift out in the open, and that's the only most like open space out there. So the chances of it shifting a little bit more upwards is more, and that's why we also do see a lot of teams stacking up on the map feed. But with that being said, 7C now. 7C as well is one of those teams that this day has to be really important for them. If they are going to be able to perform, they want to make sure that they are performing really well. If they're not really going to be able to do so, then we do know what happens, Fixes, right? Just target other teams and try and ruin their games.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that's going to happen from 4th, 5th, and 6th game, because that is something that we've all thought of, right? And, well, Deadeyes, they've spotted out their nemesis, DRS. Now, this is a very interesting fight, and this obviously makes sense, right? If DRS can manage to pull off the surprise, if they can, wipe out Deadeyes, then the chase is going to be real, right? This is going to be possible again. Now, considering the fact that if both these teams have good games, then again, Deadeyes is going to be walking off with the lead. Now, Deadeyes, they know that they've always choked in the past. Today is the day where they can at least remove this curse that, well, holds them off. And they can do it. They can certainly do it. But it all just comes down to where does the circle shift next. Now, Team Vibes missing out on Jiggle. I really do not like it, man, because, this is one of those players that I would always want to be alive in those 1v1 situations. He's got numerous chicken dinners out of that. I mean, this player is absolutely really phenomenal in those 1v1 skirmishes, and him missing out, Vibes have to completely change their game plan, which they do not like. But what we are witnessing from them is not a lot of movements today in the evening, as there you have it, circle in front of us. So a southern shift, you say then?
No, I'm still going with a northern shift.
I want a northern shift.
Yeah, I'm still going with northern shift, because we have seen a lot of circles like this, and usually it pans out on the north side. But again, we never know. There's a first time for anything, right? Maybe the circle will shift downside on near the Pachinki area. It can be out in the open fields like those as well. But I am expecting the northern circle. Let's just see what exactly does happen in the future lines. But now we have Deadeyes, guys. There are quite a few teams in the close lines. We do know Vibes is one of those in the water cities. They do drop off there, and they still haven't left it. I mean, they really don't need it, right? They're pretty much in the center of the zone. Why would they want to leave it? Just stay there as long as they have the zone as well. So it's pretty understandable. And as I said, as we expected, it is going to be shifting on the north side. This is exactly what DRS anticipated as well. And that's a great position for them. But now all they need to watch out from is Seal, because they're making rotation all the way from north. And if Seal does make that happen, they're also going to be having a little bit more high ground over DRS. And that cannot be good for DRS.
They've always, Team Seal has always been infamous for pulling out that northern rotation, right? This is not the first time we're witnessing that. Now, DRS is certainly a team that acknowledges that fact. So they're going to be prepared for a lot of artillery strikes from up above. And the T2K and a lot of teams, rather, are also rotating. What's going to be interesting is that ZEUS' rotation, I think they might be in collision course with them, but we have some 7C A1 Esports battle just brewing up right beside us. Have it, Memo does get that finish over there. And now high voltage and a lot of trouble, but no, that's not happening, as Johnny and Uzum, both of them have been knocked out. Blade right out in the open and barely surviving with 30% HP, as 7C, they are just manhunting players of A1 Esports now.
Exactly, as you mentioned, hunting players down, and that's what they really need to do. That they have realized the final day, you might as well go out with a banger, and that's what they're exactly doing. High Voltage now, they're on a charge against I8. They have left a few players behind. They're like, all right, guys, we're really sorry we can't get you back up on your feet. Instead, we're going to make sure we're going to be securing a few more points with those positioning. So that's why Crypto and Blade take a lead from this compound. They're like, all right, guys, High Voltage, you guys can have this one. But unfortunately now, missing out on 2 players, that's a huge mishap as well for them. Now, I do want to see how I8 is going to be playing the rest of the game because they're already handicapped in a bad way.
Yeah.
And inside the first game, I mean, especially in the final day, you want to make sure you're having at least a good momentum up forward. But this is how 7C, yeah, this is how they took out one player of Avon Esports. Nineboy was the man, and then later on, another player was there in the clotheslines. He got ran over, unfortunately.
You know, but now I still have a feeling, right? It can go either ways. I still have a hunch that maybe the circle might shift down south because, well, that, ladies and gentlemen, has happened, and I'm pretty sure most of the viewers are not newcomers. They have seen the previous renditions, and we're privy to such sort of incidents occurring. And it's the final day, you know. And what is a final day without a lot of masalas being added, you know, just to spice up the final dish that is brewing up, as we see quite some traffic building around the western areas. You know, R3D, 7C, A1, Future Station, everybody just closing in from the west. Now, Clarity BABLU is one of those teams that does have the compound. They really need to hold it strong, as LA spots out the players of A1 Esports again, and Shoykot on really low HP. He falls down, but gets into fear.
Yeah, that's the thing, but I also had my eye on the map feed over there, and Clarity BABLU are right in the center after that next circle shift that came in through, and now they're going to be finding themselves in luck. But with that being said, Future Station, yeah, the fight has been happening over here. ZEUS as well locking their horns against Seal, my bad. Taking the rotation right next to them. Future Station does spot out R3D in the front lines, but the problem is Clutch Baba is pinned down behind this rock. He can't really move aside or move anywhere. R3D, they do have a high ground, and this is where they have gotten themselves a little bit of more advantage over Future Station 1952, but they also need to realize that they're outside the circle. So R3D will have to leave their spot sooner or later and try and make it inside the circle.
Oh, well, they certainly have to. And R3D, they have not really been having the finals that they dreamt of. But Seal, there you have it. Oh, almost missing out a Joker. But still, he somehow goes down as the trades are finally on. Raw versus Seal. The battle is on as Raw, they need to survive somehow. They've been doing really great in terms of positioning. And Wale, he's going to cook up that grenade from the stones that he has. And Bishon still alive as blah 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 just down onto him as Wale is taking quite some hefty amount of damage. As Sada does know where the final player is, and he indeed is also the final player surviving. Nate's being exchanged, and Sada somehow but still very low HP as Wale's nade does connect, and Seal, they've managed to wipe them out. What?
Sada ran into Wally's nade fixes there. He thought that the nade was actually inside his room, but unfortunately that nade crawled up right outside and he walked up straight in the nade. That's so unfortunate, but with that being said now, I8. Eyes locked on Wally. This is the third party coming in through from these lads. Only 2 players alive from I8. We did see in the past Johnny and his teammate got eliminated. So now it's all down to Crypto and Blade. Do you know these 2 players are pretty skilled individually? On the other side of the map, though, seems like 2DK as well has found themselves in a bit of pickle. With that being said, DRS and High Voltage now under contestation. These 2 teams are fighting it out for this compound. And DRS, both these teams, I mean, are lobbing a few nades this time, but it's going to be DRS who have a little bit of casualty on their side. AJ is the man who has been knocked out. Galzin has a lot of pressure on himself. He needs to defend and he needs to hold it down. Nima's there in the back lines as well. He has his eyes locked on the compound, making sure no one's going to be pushing inside, but that's great nade! And this Wadu did not really expect Nima to be out there, and Nima finds an opening frag onto High Voltage. High Voltage now will panic a little bit. With that being said, they're also getting the res back up onto that lad, but no, look at Ozzy. He got backstabbed from DRS Mafia Ninja. DRS have completely surrounded this compound with their beautifully positioning.
But look at Extreme from the backlines. He's also spotted out Nima, who's on pretty low HP. Does finally fall down to water though, and high voltage in those final days when it all matters are creating disappointments over here for the team of DRS as they've finally gone down. And there you have it, a sigh of relief. No, Mafia Ninja, however, is still alive. Now, we're in a 1v3 skirmish. The last thing you would want is to, be brave or be bold and make those movements, right? He's got to get those position points, and there you have it, the circle shift. Now, look at Deadeyes. They've been so patient, right? They haven't really moved an inch from Rozok. Now, this is the moment that they head in. And look at Crypto. He's inside the waters. Now, a lot of things are happening. And Clarity BABLU, in the final day, they are looking really promising. And T2K, they are also alive.
With that being said, DRS are only left with that one last man standing. Same thing goes with ZEUS as well. Seol is the only man alive inside the game. And we did know how important this game was for DRS specifically because they are trying to catch up against Deadeyes. Guys, they're still looking pretty good inside the game. They have 3 players alive. And they can make a lot of things happen. We do know what these players are capable of. They actually have all 4 players alive. But Wizzes Vibes are all the way in the center of the next zone, and they are going to be the Guardian Angels as well. Now, let's just hope that Wizzes Vibes are going to make sure that Deadeyes guys do not really cross over to the other side. If Deadeyes guys do make that happen, then it shouldn't really be that hard for Deadeyes guys to flush Wizzes Vibes out of that position. With that being said, now Vibes taking a few shots onto Stalwart Esports. Cry goes down. That's a great shot from that DP. He's looking to find another one. And Vibes, though, I gotta give some compliments to this team. The awareness that they have inside this circle is just absolutely insane.
100%. I mean, that Miramar chicken dinner, that still runs through my veins, and I still remember how good they really were. But we still have another fight happening around here as Future Station in really close vicinity against Clarity BABLU. Now look at T2K, they're not far behind, just waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike as the beautiful grenade comes in, and Khan 420, he falls down. Now, well, Clarity BABLU, they did spot out the one who's creating all the mischief. But at the same time, Zibian needs to cross over. He needs to get that res back up. Now, is this the moment where T2K goes striking in? Because that would be absolutely perfect, because this is one of those important compounds. Well, not anymore, but T2K, they could love some kills going in their favor.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, this is the day. I mean, yeah, first game of the final day. And you want to make sure each and every single game, you're getting a decent amount of points. And for that, you will also need to get a decent amount of kills for yourself. And that's what TDK is exactly looking for. I also do like that 2-2 split coming in from the side of TDK. That's going to be helping them quite a lot to at least eye out quite a lot of positions and get a lot of info on the teams that are surrounding them. Future Station 1952, Magnet, the last man alive, but he's being pinned down inside this little shack, and he's not really going to be staying alive for a longer time because Pika is the one who takes him out of the game. The zone's moving, the zone's shifting, and Clarity BABLU, they're panicking at the same time. Now, TDK, they're quite close to the zone. It shouldn't really be that big of a deal for TDK to get inside the zone. But again, they also do have a decent amount of ridge. But to get inside the zone, I feel like they will have to leave this ridge, and that's when things go south for them.
Oh, indeed, and I think that has started happening. In fact, look at Deadeyes, rated just being the final player alive. Now, Clarity BABLU, I mean, they're also going to make their movements, but Wally, he does not flinch. I think he's got quite a lot of first aids to work around with, and he's going to go for a healing battle over here as T2K. They are pulling off maybe a really possible good comeback as they still have all their 4 players alive. You know, have the highest forecast percentage over here as rated. Despite being just a one-man squad, he is hammering down the players of Team White. Now, 2 players already fallen down. Probi, just the last player being alive inside the waters. I believe Rated has spotted him out as well. The moment he steps out, he might just be in a whole world of trouble. However, he still does. Still manages to stay alive though, but Rated should have popped that energy drink just a second later. But now we've got Reaper spotting Probi now, and I think his days are numbered right now.
Oh my god, Praveen, those are 2 disgusting kills underwater. Oh man. With that being said, these are the final 6 teams alive. Clarity BABLU, They're getting bombarded down. Look at the players are down quite low, and yes, that one single nade takes them both down. And this is why we do know this team is what this team is capable of now. Clarity BABLU, they're looking to push on forward against Wizzes. They have realized they cannot really get out of this position without taking a fight, and Ball 424 is on the aggression. He's the only man alive from that squad, and just like that, Wizzes Vibes easily take him out of the game because Clarity BABLU did have a little bit of disadvantage inside this fight. They fall down. Wizzes Vibes now are the only one that have that insane rich for themselves. With that being said, trying to kill. Decent position inside the zone. They do have a little bit of cover for themselves with that shack. Well, High Voltage is right next to him. High Voltage, again, we have seen in the past, these two teams have been colliding, Deadeyes guys and High Voltage. And Deadeyes guys are only left with Rated Sir to work with. Now, he has a lot of burden on his shoulders because he wants to make sure that he's at least securing some decent amount of placement points. But Reaper bot for the back lines. He's taking a few shots onto High Voltage. He finds the opening. Ozzy's taken down. Vado is the only man alive now.
All right. I mean, we still have Extreme in contestation, though, about T2K. Just looked at them, Jane and Legend right in front of them. They're on pretty low HP. As Malik, he needs to watch his rare, as Rated might just close in any single moment. He does know that there's a soul breathing right beside him, but he does not know exactly where. He's going to try his luck. Will lob a few grenades, though. They do miss. But we know how clinical this team has been, especially with those grenades, the nade barrage, and finally Malik spots him down and Deadeyes go down. But mind you, Necro at the 4th spot with 3 kills. That's going to help them even further bolster up their positioning in the overall rankings. Now, considering the situation in front of our screens right now, we've got T2K going up against Wizzes with Vibes and High Voltage. Now, again, a Nepali trifecta affair is what we are having, as Wadu is not going to spare anyone. Does manage to get that one knock. However, he's right out in the open.
He's right out in the open, Jane. Moving it forward. He has lobbed in a few smokes to provide him that temporary cover, making sure that enemy lines is not really going to be having that much visual info onto him. But that's a great knock on Wadu. Legend now looking to find the second one, but he's also getting shot in the back lines by Reaper bot. Wizzes Vibes, they do have a lot of map control, but they're still not inside the zone. They will need to leave that ridge and move inside the zone. That's when they will be most exposed, and that's when they will be most vulnerable as well. Extreme still alive. He is being shrouded by the smoke, but only for a matter of seconds. As soon as the smoke fades away, Extreme will be exposed to by Wizzes Vibes, and that's when Extreme might just fall down because they're moving in slowly and steadily. They're moving quite close to Extreme. Now he's getting incinerated with Molotovs, and nades as well are flying right across him. And Malik now on a move. He's pushing right against Extreme. He finds one, looking to get the second one, but no, it's going to be the answer. Malik denies it.
He certainly does, but look at Rules. He's absolutely lost in the situation, as Legend knows exactly where he is. Any single moment, he's going to run him down, maybe with a vehicle. Trying to do that because Rules isolating him is going to be such an important factor if T2K need to win this one out. But Reaper bot, look at him, he's already knocked out, and T2K, they're trying to establish good grounds. But Rules, he can be the one making all the difference, because I believe the players of T2K are still oblivious about his positioning as he slowly creeps very close, and he does spot out one player, but still shows that to be disciplined, and he finally goes big, knocks out one of those players. You remain in front of him, buying enough time for the other players to also push in, but Reaper bot goes down, and Jane will be really quick and fast to finish him off, as Malik is trying to close in the gap, as Delta is on pretty low HP. Can he go down as well? Yes, he does, as Malik falls, and T2K stage another beautiful comeback with this beautiful chicken dinner.
Oh man, TDK, this was well deserved and well needed as well. We were talking about how TDK and ZEUS just had that 1 point difference, but now with that chicken dinner, TDK are going to be boosted up all the way to the overall rankings of #6 fixes, and now all they need to do is that they're having some consistent performance just to maintain that position on the overall rankings. But still, we can't really say anything, right? This is just the first game. They have gone to chicken dinner, that's good. But as I mentioned, hopefully a consistent performance will help them to get that position even in forward.
Yeah, 100%. And mad props to even Wizzes with Vibes for playing in such a brutal manner, right? They were absolutely guns blazing, and the same can be said for High Voltage, because they were the ones who pulled off the DRS. They pulled off that DRS disappointment, right? Had they not made that happen, then things could have been completely different altogether.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, things could have definitely been different. But with that being said, it's time to throw for a short little break, because on the other side, it's going to be the Analyst Desk breaking things down.
Welcome to the virtual awesomeness right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. A big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. But dudes, this is the final day. The final day right here at Season 4. And when the stakes couldn't have gotten any higher, T2K bring themselves a chicken dinner with a whopping wonderful performance. What do you guys say about that?
I mean, it was right in the nick of time as well, and this guy called it. I mean, it is going to be one name in this match, one big name in this match that is going to be joining the top 6, and T2K right on the 6th position right now. But I'm still going to be quite upset because we saw a lot of the big names taking an early exit. Deadeyes was that 4th position that they got. It is going to give them, some impact just because all the other ones took tumble quite early on in this match.
Absolutely. I mean, with the 3 kill along with that placement point, definitely going to be helping out DE in terms of their position. But as we, of course, move on to look at the MVP, we are going to be looking at Vibe Esports' Praveen with 6 kills. Talk about the efficiency right there.
Yeah, 6 kills, 686 damage. That is indeed efficiency. Look at his survival time, 21 minutes, like almost touching down 22-minute marker. 198 healing done. And now with a circle like this, I would say this circle kind of played against a lot of teams. Obviously, it did, right? You see a northern shift overall is going on. DE, just like you said, Johnny, they were trying to move in from the water lines as well. Previously, it was high voltage on the area around Rozok, trying to put pressure on a few lads here and there. So yeah, and Seal just going for their northern rotation. This was indeed like a circle that we have seen in the previous seasons of PMPL as well here and there. And in the start of this PMPL as well,
Exactly. I mean, but as you said, I mean, this final shift that we saw towards the towards the crossing point of the rivers was something that we've seen before. But I think that shift wasn't expected because a lot of the teams we saw them overshoot way towards the western side of the map, and then they had to fall back in line. Talking about ZEUS Esports and CD Esports over there, but looking at the list of top players, as we did say, T2K, that was an impressive performance. Wizzes Vibes as well, and this is just going to be that one thing I believe between that is going to be separating Wizzes Vibes. I think it's just going to be a couple of points between the teams that should be there.
True. I mean, as of now, after this game, it is like 24-23. Like, if we talk about this game's points, right? And both of them surprisingly have the same survival time. Same survival time. That's just amazing. Both of the teams have decent damage dealt for themselves. That's really good. And kill department, obviously T2K just coming down on 9 kills and Wizzes Vibes with 11 kills for themselves, respectively. That indeed is amazing. I mean, if we talk about it, yesterday we saw a really good jump in grenade kills when the day started. Today it was just a bit decent. However, utilities usage has increased. That shows the amount of smokes that these lads were carrying for themselves. And if we talk about smokes, right? At the start of the game, we saw one stun being used by a lad on himself only. I mean, Seals players, they did that.
I mean, we are getting to see a lot of interesting things in the matches that we're seeing in the finals. I mean, talk about vehicle runovers, back-to-back runovers. This tournament has been interesting, but as we do move forward, I have to say, although in those final few situations, I did love the performance from T2K, and not just in that final fight, but before that, even when Wizzes with Vibes, we saw them close in as well. And the players of High Voltage were actually closing in. I remember because Extreme, he was almost about to finish the last surviving player of Deadeyes, guys, but he had to disengage because his teammates were being engaged upon by Train to Kill. That was such a risky position, but still, the players did manage to survive, and they did manage to get themselves those 15 points.
True. But on the other side, look at this. DE, we were talking about their top 5 finish. Yeah, they have a decent finish for themselves. Vibes, 10 points for them. BABLU Clarity, well, it's a decent performance, but obviously we expect more from this team. But moving on forward, right? If DE is here doing really good, T2K is here doing really good for themselves, we still have to look forward to the teams like ZEUS. We were saying, where's the last day performance from them? Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, they are doing decent for themselves. I mean, they are in top 6 as of now, if I'm not wrong. Stalwart, if T2K is moving forward, there will be 1 or 2 names just coming out of top 6, and a lot's gonna change.
Wow. Unexpected. From the side of I8, definitely unexpected result right there on that 16th position. But again, as the day progresses on, we can anticipate a different sort of a strat being applied from the side of I8 and the side of course, ZEUS and Stalwart all together. But as we move on forth, so did the rotations in this map. So let's talk about that. Ocean, take us through when it comes down to the rotations made by this team.
We talk about T2K, right? The lads were trying really good, but the best part was Jane. We saw his damage stats as being one of the highest, but we did not see his impact overall when it comes down to the most skill department, right? T2K, they did like to drop down onto this area. So again, having a good area around 70 is really good. You see one lad just dropping down to shooting range as well. It's like, you get decent loot, you get a vehicle just around here or maybe here sometimes, and you can move towards your teammates if everyone wants to be together. But then, Johnny, the circle's favoring them as well, which again is a really good thing for them to move on.
Yeah, it was a really good thing for them to, as you said, to progress along with the zone.
Look at this,
up until this point, we were like, all right, this is definitely going to be quite interesting. But the teams were starting to cluster up towards the western part of the circle, towards the western half, and these shifts that kept happening towards the side of the river along the shorelines, I mean, definitely gave a lot of trouble to the team. Look at the players of T2K.
Yeah.
Like, they were still scrambling, like, well, where do we go?
Exactly. This is where they started, this is where they were, and then it's not like, most of the times, boys and girls, you'll see a rotation straight up into the circle. If we talk about, right, everyone would like to get inside the circle, but T2K, they are here, and then this is what they're doing. Exactly, this is what they're doing here and there, right? So that's just moving around the zone to actually find a really comfort spot. They never wanted to be just in the circle with their impact. They wanted to play around the circle.
Well, they're sightseeing. They're sightseeing for their opponents. They're sightseeing around the areas, and that's
given
for them.
Yeah, given this app more and more, I'm telling you, I can actually make really good artwork.
Definitely, it's definitely going to be.
The players are doing an interesting job right there with artwork.
Yeah, but that's what they were doing. So yeah,
exactly, and this was required from their side as well. Being out on the lookout rather for your opponents is going to be so very critical when you try and get into the zone or when you're around the edge of the zone. But as we move on forth, there were so many fights that took place throughout the entirety of the game. Let's of course combine those efforts through the Oppo F94 moments.
Exactly, and I mean, it was quite interesting the way this game started with the aggression. We saw I8 sort of get into a little bit of a scuffle against the players of High Voltage. A1 Esports taking a massive hit as they lost multiple players in those early stages. But as we move forward, I mean, those mid-rotation fights from 4th to 5th circle onwards became really interesting because as we were having a look at the rotations of I8 a few seconds ago and we saw them just roaming around towards the northwestern part of the circle, majority of the teams were doing the same thing, but as soon as they got out, they would get into those fights. Plus, crossing the river definitely became a really big challenge. ZEUS Esports had an interesting workaround for that. They just went super wide and tried coming in from the north, but even that sort of failed when the circle just moved towards the south and, well, again, quite close to the river.
And think about this as well, DRS, at one moment it looked like they were having a really comfortable fight for themselves, but then those bad decisions that were being taken down, the hasty ones, indeed, just took them down, took the 3 players down, and then it was just one lad surviving. And then this is where the game had its majority impact. You saw the Clarity BABLU, the nade against Clarity BABLU that was just being taken up, and then obviously the players, started trying to move forward. T2K, they were on the back lines as well. Wizzes with Wives trying to take down the players of Clarity BABLU. So this is where majority of the impact was being taken down, and it was needed as well.
Yeah, it was definitely required, and these are the final few fights of the game. This is the moment I was talking about, because at one point it almost felt like Jane was going to get taken out, but then all of a sudden we do see Wizzes Vibes chime and take out the players of high voltage, and then it was just left the final fight, the fight to settle the differences between Wizzes Vibes and Train to Kill for the final chicken dinner, which, as we do know, Train to Kill was the team that came out on top. And again, so this performance that we saw from this team is quite reminiscent of the way they were playing during the league stages, when we used to call them Take 2K. And well, they did in fact get a lot of money for themselves, but they have to carry this performance if they want to get themselves even into a much more comfortable position. Because right now they are on the 6th, but they need to get a safety cushion so that they move on to the next stage of the tournaments that are happening.
And that's where, you know, multiple games comes in, because they have 5 games remaining right now. They can have it for themselves. But let's talk about those teams that we were thinking of as well. They did not get any kills for themselves. ZEUS is there, DRS, Stalwart, all 3 names together. I8 as well. These names are there, but their impact was just missing. Well, because their impact was missing, T2K, now they are moving forward on to the race. If we talk about race of T2K and ZEUS.
Absolutely. They certainly, I mean, T2K certainly has capitalized upon that. And on the other front, when it comes to ZEUS and their momentum, well, it is off to a shady start. But we can definitely anticipate a different approach as they try and move on along, because, of course, the maps are going to be changing as well from one game to the next. With that, let's move on to the storyboard. As we were just discussing, the little bit of point that DE were able to get will definitely help them create that lead that much more. On the other front, from the side of DRS Gaming, it is looking like a very difficult job to try and get up on through that first position.
Exactly. And as I said, I mean, I thought Wizzes Vibes and Vibes were going to be close to each other, but they are closing in on DRS as well. So DRS, they need to buckle up as fast as possible,
Johnny,
because these two teams are coming for them. Yeah.
Imagine if Stalwart has a double-digit chicken dinner in the next game, they can be at the 2nd position as well.
Exactly.
That's just how it is right now.
We have been talking about this since yesterday. I mean, there is a lot of stress with these teams.
So I'm not gonna say it again anymore. Let's just leave it out, right? But that's just how close it is, and that's where DE's lead is kind of helping them, because everything that's happening is from 2nd to 8th right now, and obviously 9 to 16 as well. And DE is just they're just there. They don't care right now.
So here's the thing, right? DE, even though this, I mean, from our perspective, because we've seen this team perform better in the past. From our perspective, this was like a really decent game. But for DE, this was okay. This was all right. This is something that can get them the first position. If they get like 10 to 11 points in every single game, the difference is going to keep them afloat. And with 5 matches to go, unless someone gets back-to-back chicken dinners, DE, they don't have to worry about anything.
Definitely.
For DE, definitely, but for DRS is a different conversation altogether, with just 1 point difference between them and, of course, as you were mentioning, Wizzes with Vibes as well as Vibes.
Defending champions, DRS.
Defending champions, DRS, kind of struggling a little bit, but we shall see again. I mean, we've got 5 games remaining for the day. Let's move on to the schedule and have a look at where we're going to be jumping on to next. Well, it's going to be the deserty map of Miramar. So again, I ask you the same question. What is going to be your prediction, Ocean and Varun?
I'm feeling 2 weird names in this one. One is Stalwart and second is R3D. I don't know why. I just have R3D.
I like this. I like this, man. I mean, my gambling habits are getting to him as well. But yeah, I agree with him. I mean, I'm feeling Stalwart and R3D, but I have a habit of popping off every now and then as well. So maybe in this game we're going to see them pop off quite nicely and get themselves into the top 6 somehow.
Well, again, I mean, you talk about those points, as we just looked at that storyboard, the points is so very close that one good game, as was mentioned by both of you, can have a very drastic effect on that storyboard. And that is something that all these teams want to be able to capitalize upon. On the other front, on the second page of the leaderboard is where things are a little shaky, but that shakiness, maybe as the day progresses on, is going to be dwindling down, and they will be getting their feet set up strong and, of course, move on and get the momentum working in their favor. I'm talking about, well, a lot of these teams, as is going to be the case for, well, ZEUS Esports, as is going to be the case for R3D, as you mentioned, but we shall see what exactly is this game going to be bringing to the table. With that, let's move on along. Let's get this game started off. It is time to introduce, once again, the Panda Bros. It's going to be none other than Pain Fixes and Necro.
Well, finally, the mad scientist does have developed a few bad habits. He's getting into gambling, and for all of you guys out there, do not. it ruins you, right? It rips you apart from all your finances. You get into a really dark phase of your life, and we would never recommend to do that. But either ways, he's gone for a rather interesting choice over here, Necro, believing in R3D, a team that has been completely silent throughout the finals. We haven't really seen any big games out of them, but he believes that this could be a possible turnaround of events. And well, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, they're all the way in the bottom. At this point, even they have realized that no matter how hard they try, it's pretty much next to impossible to make it on top 6. So, I mean, I'm expecting YOLO game from R3D. I'm expecting them to play this out just like as a pro scrim or something. They're just going to be going ahead and just trying to get as much as kills as possible, or at least try and give it their best. It's kind of like to hold up their pride, right? That, okay, they're also one of those best teams out there in their region. So it's just kind of like to hold their pride down. R3D, I would say, nah, but I will actually go with DRS in this one. I don't really know why. I just feel like this might just be a DRS game.
All right, a lot of decisions being made by the hunch, even from the desk, and also by my fellow Panda. But here we have finally, in the final day, production decides to show the splash of colors over on our screens. All those players all riling themselves to just get inside the battlegrounds to prove their mettle for, well, one final time again inside of the map of Miramar that we have. And the flight path trajectory quite interesting. El Azahar to Valdemar, and it's pretty standard, right? I'm not really shaken aback. And well, talking about how things are meddling around the overall rankings, right? We've got Deadeyes at 175 points. Now, that's quite a sizable amount of lead that they have developed. Now, DRS, they did have their chances, right? Yesterday, they should have fought off, right? Those 2 games that Deadeyes did mess up, they could not, close in the gap, which they possibly could have. Now, they also did miss out on one chicken dinner. You remember that game, right? The game of Miramar. They threw it and gifted it away to Team Vibes. Now, that might start haunting them around. And considering the fact that, Deadeyes, all they have to do is just hold on, right? 2 more games. If they are successful in doing that, voila. But, all right. El Azahar does not have ZEUS anymore. It's again 7C back, and will be back for redemption.
Some Season 3 flashbacks fixes right over here. I do remember the same kind of thing in the past as well. It has happened, but in the past instead it was ZEUS actually who made sure that 7C are going to be taking a lead from this place. So maybe this time as well it will be happening, but let's just see. Till now, these 2 teams are just getting ready, loading themselves up with the loot that they want. And I also do like a little bit of separation that is coming through. Now, this can also pan out good, but this can also pan out bad, depending on how ZEUS is looking forward to play this one out. If Zell's position goes away and if he gets taken down, there's no way that the other players of ZEUS are going to be able to get the res back onto him. But instead, on the other side of 7C, it's a 3-1 split coming in through from their side. They have realized that most of the players of ZEUS are on the side that is in the front of them. So they might as well just play together and try and hold them off bay.
They're already rock bottom, right? So might as well try their hands on Team ZEUS. They're 7C taking down ZEUS. Now that's news that I would be talking about in tomorrow's morning papers, as y'all does exactly know where Memo is headed at. But what's really concerning for him is Fair's position, right? If he steps up and shoots, Fair is right over there. As 7C, their movements have been spotted out. Now, ZEUS can figure out a countermeasure for that. And, well, I see. He's just waiting, right? He's just waiting for the perfect moment to occur. And Fair, considering that HP decrease that we did see, I believe he's already been spotted out. And yes, IC's the one behind it. As well, Shawl also knows exactly how to respond to the situation. All ZEUS need is the numbers on their teammates, as Shawl has decided to just back off a little bit and reset themselves inside the fight.
Till now, it's just a complete stalemate. Both these teams just want to make sure they have the kind of workable amount of info when they finally do realize to fight against each other. But for now, they are going to be staying silent, at least up till when they have the info that, how they're going to be working around, when they get a little bit of grip on 7C. But yeah, talking about getting a grip, this is exactly what I was talking about. Find the opening now. ZEUS, they're also having a little bit of confidence boost with that knock. I'm pretty sure that's going to be giving them a lot of confidence inside this fight, because now they know 7C is down to just a 3-man squad, and ZEUS, they have all 4 of their players alive. That means now all they need to get is a little bit of more info on where the rest of the players have positioned themselves.
Yeah, I mean, look at Team ZEUS, right? Of course, they did get that opening frag. Now, ABLU right out in the open, and Mr. Smokey has spotted him out. Will take a few taps with his M16. Does manage to find the knock, though. Azure will come in time for providing that essential cover fire, as 2 other players on 70 are just pushing at him. Now, this is going to be really very straining for him, as Smokey, he exactly knows where Zyol is. Still has that M16 to work out with. He's got that grenade cooked up, and Zyol is in such a bad position right now, but Icy comes in clutch, as he will find that knock onto its memo, as Arlay's distraction has been created by Team ZEUS. As Arlay, he's got to go up against Icy over here, and well, Icy, he wants to go in for the chase. He knows that there's someone up above, and does straight out with his up, but no! Arlay responds in fashion with his Uzi, and there you can see ZEUS finally starting to bleed, and Godless, he's got to step in and he's got to do something quick.
He's definitely got to do something quick. Ale is down to such low HP. He is going to be backing out from that fight, trying to heal himself back up, but the res over there is also from the side of 7C. Now, ZEUS, we do realize how important this game is for ZEUS, or in general, this day is for ZEUS. Each and every single game counts. Each and every single point counts. And ZEUS, if they're already going to be starting to bleed inside this game, that means ZEUS, the chances of them getting into top 6 are pretty less. And just like that, another player falls down. This leaves ZEUS in just a 2-man squad. And now, suddenly, the tables have been flipped. The tables have been turned. 7C now, they have a man advantage inside this fight. With ZEUS left with only 2 players alive, it's going to be Icy and Godless. These 2 players are pretty capable of pulling out some insane clutches, but this kind of a situation, they're not really looking comfortable with the positions that they have found themselves in. Mr. Smokey now, he has gotten a lot of attention onto himself. He doesn't really have a lot of covered work around with the ball. He gets pinned down behind that little barricade. Al makes a push inside the house. He gets taken down. Now Icy is looking to take the final man down as well, and it's going to be Memo. He's looking to deal some damage onto ZEUS while falling down. He has his nade pulled out, but Icy, with that push onto him, is going to be taking Memo down.
Yeah, I mean, ZEUS somehow this do manage to survive, but, well, this is one heavy fight that they did not anticipate would go down like this. Considering they've lost down on 2 men, this is definitely not a good start for them, but 4 points secured. Well, that is a consolation, but a lot of bad decisions being made by ZEUS again. And, you know, going in for fights without any utilities, without any first aids, well, that had ought to happen. And 7C did manage to punish because, well, let's be honest, they did not have much to lose over there, right? They're at that 15th spot. They know that their chances to qualify is pretty slim. So might as well go in and go up against the great gods. And this is where things started to really change. But this engagement, you know, Amp going up against Uzi and Uzi coming out on top, he knew exactly he did not have to pre-fire with that weapon. All he had to do was just wait for the right opportunistic moment. And then we did see, of course, 7C messing it up a little bit, you know, trying to mock Icy. But Icy obviously being the one better on those triggers. And he did manage to take those players down. And 7C, well, they've been wiped out. But ZEUS, it did come at a cost. And, well, you know, heading inside the game with just 8 minutes going past by and having 2 players, that's not how you are going to be winning games for sure. But this zone is pretty standard, right? Around Hacienda del Patron, we've got Wizzes with White, we've got Stalwart, we've got Deadeyes almost lurking around the central areas. But DRS, they're playing from the edges.
Yep, ZEUS have gotten themselves 4 points, but on a cost of 2 men down. And that's not really worth it, in my opinion. With that being said, now visit Vibes, right next to Vibes again. Found themselves into a close proximities over here, but Seal opening fire on the R3D. One man gets caught off guard out in the open. It's going to be Hassan. The kill will be confirmed on him now. Wally is trying to blow up the vehicle. He is going to be able to do that successfully, but the deal is still quite safe, at least up till now. That being said, finally the push comes in forward. Joker is left. He's trying his best to stay alive in that situation, but he also gets taken down. Seal are doing such a great job challenging this fight. That 2-2 split is working in their favor, and now R3D are just left with the two-man squad. They are in a 2-on-4 situation, and it's just left with a Deal and Anubis. Now, these two players are pretty good players in R3D, but still, I mean, they don't really have that good amount of cover. At the same time, the position that they have isn't really looking that great. So R3D, they're pretty uncomfortable inside this fight. And if Seal keeps on pushing against them, I feel like that might just be it for R3D.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, right now, they've got their backs against the wall. They know, well, the end is really near. As the nade, it's Peacock. Hi, but Aaron says, well, I mean, I'm just going to go in for the finish, but somehow Adil does manage to get a knock onto Wizzes as he's rushing in. He wants that position, he wants that kill point at least, but from the backlines has already been spotted out and will want to patch himself with the first aid, but comes Wally as he's going to spot him out, and there's going to be no problem in finishing him off as Seal just surround them, and R3D, they just get hammered down over here as, well, Seal. I mean, that's how you take a fight, right? Be really confident, but look at Jiggle. Finally, he's back with the roster, but T2K, they're just surrounding them. He realizes he's got enemies nearby and comes back into safe haven.
Exactly. Seal's tactical approach inside that fight helped them to come out on top in that fight without taking any casualties on their side. That was a beautiful approach from their side. But now over here, we do have TDK. They do realize that the compound they're eyeing out for is already being taken by Vibes. That means they will need to find themselves a new one. Or maybe they can just try and stay over here for a while. But the problem is with this position that they have for themselves, it's way too exposed, and they might just get backstabbed anytime soon as the circle starts closing in. Clarity BABLU, they had quite a decent of the previous game, or at least the first game of Erangel. But again, this is where we ask ourselves, are they going to be able to do so throughout the day? The consistency is what really matters. And Clarity BABLU, somewhere down the line in the grand finals, they're missing that. And take a look at that. Wow, that's a good stunt.
I mean, that's a good escape, I must say. But yeah, 100% agree with you. We've been missing that edge ever since, you know, Khan 420 joined that roster. I really felt that, you know, this roster was destined for bigger things, but Legend just catching Jiggle off right out in the open, and the miseries of Team Vibes continue. Jiggle was not there in the first game, and Jiggle is not there in this game.
Well, the three-man roster continues. Unfortunately, I don't really know what was going through Jiggle's mind. He was all the way out in the open fields, and I don't know why he wasn't really with the team. Yeah, I do understand that's how he likes to play, but in this certain scenario, playing with the team, considering the fact that you have a good position inside the circle, that was probably the best thing he could do. A1 Esports, they just have made their entry inside the zones, and they have locked their horns against Future Station 1952. One man has been taken down on the side of Future Station, but don't worry, he will be back up on his feet in no time. But A1 Esports, I also do like what they're trying to do here. They're trying to surround Future Station 1952. But the circle shift as well is moving right on top of TDK. This means this game as well, we can expect TDK to have a good performance. But now Future Station, they have also caught one player from A1 Esports, which is going to be 9boy. He has been taken down, but Sinister is going to be getting the res back up onto 9boy, and in no time, 9boy is going to be back up on his feet. And Future Station doing quite a good job, making sure A1 Esports is not really being the one to dominate them. Instead, Future Station are the one dominating this fight now.
Yeah, just going up against the Bangladeshi brothers. Sinister will, of course, try and lob a grenade. And as another grenade gets responded back at him, as Entry, he's going to not stop at all. As C1 is going to be the man to push it on, as Entry has been spotted out. Sinister makes no mistake in taking him down, as he's also spotted out C1, as he just goes charging right at him. But no, the response is, of course, there, and the numbers for A1 Esports definitely do help them in getting these two important knocks. And, of course, Sinister is going to get back up alive. But look at Magnet. I believe he's making a run for his life. He's abandoning his teammates because there's no chance on earth he's gonna want to form a different angle. But right now, this is the fight that we've all been waiting for. Deadeyes against DRS.
Oh, and this is what they were also looking for in the overall rankings. These two teams are so close, but still Deadeyes guys do have a decent amount of lead for themselves. But now this fight is going to be the deciding one. If DRS do take him down, they have found themselves 2 knockouts on the Deadeyes guys. And Deadeyes guys, that was quite a bad push, I would say, from their side. Considering the fact that DRS did have themselves a little bit of wrench to work around, but instead Deadeyes guys were just so aggressive in that fight that 2 players have already been taken down. It's all down to Shifu Sir now to hold this entire board down, but I don't feel like it's going to be possible because Nemo's charging in forward. He's going to be shutting down the final man at Deadeyes guys, and he's also falling down. With that being said, Deadeyes guys now eliminated on 14th position. This is where DRS needs to capitalize fixes. If they win this game, that means they're also going to be closing out the lead by quite a lot.
You know, this is what I really want the desk to break down. Why on earth did Deadeyes push, try to, kind of get into such a fight, get into such a situation? Because that was absolutely not necessary, right? They were never in a position to fight. They did not even have a single knock. And they were on the lower grounds. Look at DRS. They clean sweep them, right? They did not even have a single casualty over there, and this is a game where they can possibly pull off a comeback. You know, if they win this game by a good margin, maybe get 25 plus points, then yes, we are looking at DRS possibly closing in the gap again. The one that Deadeyes did build up. They were never in contestation as the circle certainly shifts away down towards the eastern side. Well, ZEUS, they have a good position, but they do not have the numbers. Now, T2K, we know how good this team has been in the league stages in the map of Miramar. You know, their arch nemesis, Stalwart. They initially did get battered down, but they have responded back in fashion. And again, starting the day with a beautiful chicken, they look stronger than ever.
They definitely do look pretty stronger. And TDK, they've always found themselves between those zone lines. And even inside this game, they're not in a bad position. They definitely do have a decent position. But to get even a better one, they will have to go through Wibbes and Avon Esports. And we might just see a fight breaking down between Wibbes and Avon Esports anytime soon. But for now, we have Wizzes and Wibbes taking a few shots onto high voltage. No connections found up till now. But yeah, as I was talking about these two teams, finally the fight's breaking down. Wibbes do realize if they want to get inside a good position, they will need to take down Avon Esports, which are holding off a compound inside the zone, which is quite good. But Assassin now, he is the only man to the clotheslines. If he gets taken out, this is not going to be good for Wibbes because their whole push depends on Assassin, and he nades himself. No, that's not a good nade from his side. He's down to such low HP. His HP bar is not even visible at this point. And finally, Assassin falls down. That one single nade from Assassin, accidentally, it just bounced back inside his own house. It just bounced back from that window frame. That's such an unfortunate stuff for Wibbes because their entire push depended on Assassin. But that's a good nade from Wibbes as well. Praveen going to be finding Shaika that might just neutralize things for a bit.
Yeah, 100%. And A1 Esports, they're again going to start feeling the heat. As Praveen, he's going to cook one more. And this is where, you know, the difference in numbers is starting to haunt Team Wibbes. You know, losing out on Assassin, losing out on Jiggle, the 2 best players in your team. Now, it's all down to Killer and Praveen. I mean, they're no less, though. But A1 Esports, well, lately they've been performing quite well. You know, they've started off really big, going after Future Station. They did manage to take down 2 of their players. And now, against Team Wibbes in a really good contestation, which can possibly get even hotter because we've got Future Station, we've got High Voltage. Everyone sort of trying to engulf this area, right? Now, one of those teams is definitely gonna, third leg inside this fight, and that is where things are gonna start looking dicey because Praveen, I mean, he's of course lobbing those grenades, lobbing those Molotovs, but he needs to understand what is he getting out of that. He's neither being able to flush out the players or he's not getting any sort of objective-oriented advantage for himself. Now, that is really going to be detrimental for him because all he's going to do is lose out on his valuable utilities, which he could use in the late game, as we see some beautiful crackling bolt action shots. And Stalwart, they're continuing the spray.
Yeah, Stalwart just continuing to light things up. This is what we'd like to see from a squad like that, but yeah, Vibes' push, as I mentioned, was completely dependent on the Assassin, and that one single mistake, it cost them that entire position, and now they're in such an uncomfortable spot inside the zone. With that being said, now Raw as well on a move. They're quite on the edge lines, and finally seems like AJ has realized that's why he is facing right on Raw. Raw, though, they're looking good for now. They are looking good for now. They can definitely recover from the way they're looking right now. They can try and patch themselves back up. But talking about Stalwart Esports, it seems like top 2A is going to be the man to find the opening frag on the Clarity BABLU. Zibian falls down, and now it's just all down to the IGL. It's going to be Wolf in the clotheslines. He's trying his best to fight back. He takes 2 players almost down, but no, it's not going to be enough while the backup arrives. And even Wolves is going to get shut down. And just like that, Stalwart Esports successfully take out Clarity BABLU out the game. The previous game was good, but this time the consistency did not move over.
Yeah, and Team Clarity BABLU again. Well, this has been a disappointing finals for them. They've been trying, but not really getting the success. And, you know, this was one of those conversations that was left out, right? Ever since Khan 420 come in, but I believe we've got to pause it a little bit longer, because Raw, now they're in close contestation against C2K, having that high ground, but being brutally hammered down by the players from the left. I believe that's going to be Team DRS. That's going to be causing all those ruckus around SJ. He's going to lob that grenade. Vishal is bleeding. Finally, has met his makers over there as Jane. Now he's going to contest for the higher ground. Sada taking cover behind the cars.
Oh,
but there you have it. Jane again being shot from elsewhere. And I'm really starting to wonder, which team is that? Yes, it's DRS.
Yeah, it is. DRS taking a few shots, but now they're also fighting against ZEUS. And DRS have already gone 2 men down. But with that being said, Wizzes Vibes pushing on the Vibes. As I mentioned, Vibes just had such a bad positioning. They couldn't really get control of those compounds. That's why now they were left out in the open. And take a look at Raw. Sada is down to such low HP. But in the nick of time, he's going to be patching himself up back. And now this is where the fight continues. Stalwart Esports now pushing against Wizzes Vibes. Malik is the one who has been taken down. 2 players down from Stalwart Esports. 3rd player being knocked out, and that's a good nade from Action. It finds the final man alive as well. And just like that, that's going to be it with Wizzes Vibes. They also get eliminated. So many eliminations happening at the same time over here. But DRS now just left with a 2-man squad, including ZEUS. This is a 2-on-2 situation. And ZEUS, they have managed to take 2 players out of DRS. DRS are looking to contest this compound, but they're still not really able to do so. ZEUS are successfully able to defending it.
Yeah, I mean, for now, 100%. But DRS, look at them. They're in such a bad spot. They need to find some cover for themselves. Now, ZEUS considering that early skirmish against 7C. And, well, that is something that we did see in those previous renditions in which ZEUS had no trouble taking them down. But now the numbers have been limited, right? Playing as a 2-man squad, we've got I8 creating so much trouble from up above. Now, they've got so much vision, right? They know that 2 teams are going to fight amongst each other. We're going to capitalize on that. Easy peasy. And Crypto, he's just waiting for the right moment to shine. He's already managed to knock down a few players of DRS. Now, AJ finally deciding to push in, especially at IC. But somehow, he's going to dodge those stuns, I believe, that really did come at him, because I did not see that explosion happening in front of me, as IC and Godless will find themselves back inside the compounds, as a few Molotovs are also being lobbed over. Now, DRS, they've got to play this very carefully, because they know that even if they are visible just for a little bit, they're going to get punished from up above, and that is I8 creating all that pressure.
Oh man, I8s are just raining down death and destruction onto those teams, including ZEUS. They're just pinned down inside this compound. They cannot move out anywhere, actually. DRS, all they have is this little compound wall to work around with, and they're also taking a lot of damage from the zone. But ZEUS have realized this is their go call. They need to move in. If they're not really going to be able to do so, this zone's going to be chunking out quite a lot of damage. IC falls down. It's all down to Godless now. And Train to Kill as well, joining the fray. They're like, all right, we're also here to collect some freebies. They might as well be able to do so. Godless now finally opting out for that heal battle. He has realized there's no way in hell he's going to be able to make it out of this position. So now he's going to be going for that heal battle for as long as possible. All the teams, including TDK and I8, they're finally realized that, okay, it's their time to move inside the zone, and that's what they're exactly going to be doing. A1 Esports still with a prime position inside the zone. They have been able to hold it successfully up till now, but let's just see in the future as teams are closing in slowly and steadily on that compound. I feel like it's going to get harder and harder.
Oh, it definitely is. As Cutlass, he's just going to resort to a healing battle over there. As Blade, he's on really low HP. Crypto, he's going to revive his comrade. And Johnny, once he gets back up, we're going to see him back in action. But now R8, they also have to take a good position inside the zone. And T2K standing in front of them, they are looking so hot. As Suyo, is he complacent about Wadu? Because Wadu seems to have not even moved a muscle over there inside the little compound. As finally Godless falls down to the zone, and Team ZEUS, of course, they get eliminated. But again, this game certainly looks to be like T2K's the way they've been playing. But A1 Esports, they've been doing a rather decent job at holding this position off. But you know, you're talking about teams that have looking absolutely hot. Stalwart is definitely one of them, but Sanhok does manage to find that opening frag.
Sanhok punishing Stalwart Esports for that overconfident. They were peeking over the ridge. He finds that opening. Finds that crucial opening, actually. They really needed that. But Sanhok from the backlines now is getting punished by Waruji. He's also being spotted out inside that little shack. Crypto is the one taking a few shots onto him. Wadu prones down in the nick of time now. Crypto, he does realize they also need to move in forward. That's why lobbing in a few smokes to just make sure. But no, that was not actually a smoke. It was a nade onto Sundays. That's quite a far distance, Fixes. And he still manages to connect it onto Sundays. And TDK now, out of nowhere, they're into shambles.
Oh, they certainly are. As I8, you know, the way the first game started for them, they're finally looking to recover themselves as high voltage. All right, Wadu, he had to do that, right? He had to make the world a lot more messier for T2K because they almost did feel that this chicken dinner was theirs. But now, Stalwart back with the numbers, all 4 players alive with 8 kills. Already will find the better out of Wadu and will put him down 6 feet under. As I8, they're starting to close in, but no, it's Stalwart rather going in for the push on T2K. Well, they've lost on 2 occasions against T2K in the map of Miramar. This is where they look to redeem themselves, as I8 still having that high ground advantage can definitely want to change the course of things as the map progresses, because it's looking like a really weird fight, right? We've got 4 teams. Everyone is just absolutely going at everyone, and A1 Esports right in the middle inside the compound, they're just hiding. Guys, you fight it out amongst each other.
They don't even need it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't even need to do anything, right? All they need to do is just hold it down, and that's what they've been able to do successfully up till now. But again, the main issue inside the game is that Stalwart Esports have all their players alive. If this keeps on going on, there's a massive chance that Stalwart Esports might seal the chicken dinner as well. Sinister! Oh, his pixel was a little exposed. Stalwart Esports top almost capitalize onto it, but take a look at this now. Trying to kill, taking a few shots on their front lines. They have managed to deal a decent amount of damage onto IA. Crypto is the man. Taking a few shots now onto TDK. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Johnny and Crypto versus Sundation Jane.
Oh, is he gonna do this?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. It's possible. I don't even think so. It's
Is he gonna
possible.
reflect?
Yeah, he is. No, it was not. It was just a little bit of the pen. Unfortunately, just got stuck by the tree there.
Yeah, indeed it was. And imagine, you know, the stun grenade coming up and Crypto just throwing his pan away, and well, they meeting each other, the pan reflecting that stun back at the players. Anything is possible. And T2K, well, they've managed to make it to the top 4 again, and with decent number of kills, I must say. But this game certainly looks like Stalwarts if they play all their cards right, because Johnny, he is definitely showing intentions to go in for that push, but has been spotted out by Stalwart, and his push has been stopped over here as A1 Esports. They finally decided to move, and Crypto has managed to get one, but instantly gets traded off by Shoikoth, who will make no mistakes in finishing him off. Now, considering the smoke has already broken down, he can pull off that revive on his teammate, but no, Stalwart says that we are going to charge in at you and going to finish you and wipe out your existence. But there it is, Stalwart Esports finally pulling out a chicken dinner, a much needed one.
I'm pretty sure with that chicken dinner, there's going to be a lot of movements being made on the overall rankings from their side. On out hashtag 4 fixes, oh my god, that's a huge leap from their side. With that being said, 13 kills chicken dinner as well from their side. So Stalwart Esports did have a banger of a game for themselves. In the end circle, as I mentioned, they had all 4 of their players alive. If this keeps them going on, they have the highest chance of taking that chicken dinner. And they also played that final moment to perfection, right? They let A1 Esports and I fight it out, and then later on they realized, okay, this is now our go call. We go in, we third party, and they take out A1 Esports.
Yeah, of course, and that really turned out very well for them, right? And it was their awareness of the map. They knew how the situation was, all they had to do and capitalize, and finally they have broken into the top 4, and they're going to start even further bolstering up their numbers as the things have started to get really interesting and exciting as finally 4 games remain, Necro.
Yep, final 4 games remain. But with that being said, now it's our time to take a short little break, but don't go anywhere. The analyst desk is right on the board.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the finals week, today being the final day where the champions are certainly going to be declared. Just got done with the second game, and it was finally a Mongolian domination being showcased from Stalwart Esports. What do you guys have to say about that?
I mean, the first game I said T2K, a big name, should be in top 6. Well, that was second game. Well, I went onto the Johnny's lines and gambled a bit, and well, Stalwart, they have it for themselves. Exactly my point.
Exactly.
Whosoever wrote, best analyst on that screen a few weeks ago, he was right.
Or maybe being the prediction master or the spoil master indeed would have been a better way to bring it up. But nevertheless, moving on to the MVP. Varman.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. I mean, oh yes, but...
Decide.
MVP, if we're talking about the tournament MVP, I love it.
True.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about, Ocean was talking about top working on his survival time, on his damage. Has done both in this game. The 1000 damage is definitely going to help him out, and I believe this match is going to boost up his average survival time as well. And talk about this, Ocean, it came out on Miramar, the map that on average lasts the longest as well.
And we saw Pika as well using a few bolt actions here and there, just taking a few players down from Wizzes. I remember that. But right now, look at this. His damage is higher. Just needs to go for the survival time, as he needs to. Alright, if DE just ends first, right? And if he survives like 10 more seconds, he will be at the top position.
Well, for that, of course, they still have 4 more games remaining. It is definitely doable. It is possible.
Well, but talking about the top players in the previous game, right? Action. I mean, if it's top, action has to be there as well. That's how the synergy works.
Yeah.
Crypto's there with 5 kills, 700 damage right now. Waru 4 kills, 607 IC. Alright, ZEUS coming up slowly and steadily. I mean, it's just about that first fight that just happened, but I would still say there were a few bad decisions made by ZEUS in that fight as well. Still they came out on top of 7C, so no complaints. But
Yeah,
still.
I think after a certain point, it was just about them getting a little too overwhelmed with pressure that was coming upon them, and they couldn't handle it. But yeah, as you said, I mean, they were able to secure a lot of points from this game. And talk about i8 Esports doing really well in this match.
Yes.
I mean, so we do have both of us picking these teams, and it is a similar situation, because I always like to compare i8 with the Mongolian teams. They have the same level of aggression, and it's always a similar case. They have a bad game, and then they instantly pop off. So now this is going to make things a lot more interesting as far as the storyboard is considered, but we're going to, it is a while before we see that. And as far as the stats are considered, I mean, wonderful performance being put up by both these teams on in this game in particular.
Definitely, I mean, really wonderful performance. If you look at the way, Stalwart has played this game, it shows that they were in a lot of fights, but they picked fights really smartly. Wherever they just, knew that they could just, try and win those fights for themselves. That was just really good, and they got 28 points. Again,
Yeah.
brilliant.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on to the match summary, we'll have a look at the utilities advantage as well as the damage, and in all that, well, top to A. He is definitely converting all these stats for himself, getting closer and closer to that first MVP for the $1,000.
Exactly, $1,000 to become the tournament MVP, and definitely, I mean, Stalwart Esports, they're going to have their eyes, I mean, Top in particular, he's going to have his eyes set on becoming the tournament MVP, and I think Stalwart Esports right now, they're going to be eyeing the second position really badly, so it's going to get really interesting, but yeah, 6 kills, 312 meters distance traveled, which is, well, if you think about it, on Miramar, it is not that much, but still quite a wonderful performance from this team, and how they controlled that final fight was really fun to watch.
I mean, if we talk about the match ranking right now, 13 kills coming up, 15 placement points by these lads. Again, just putting them in a really good spot, and we saw that they were at the 4th position. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the day they come down to the 2nd position, because if I remember it, if I just understand correctly, I feel like there's not a lot of difference on 2nd, 3rd, 4th position. It's just 1 or 2 points.
Indeed.
I feel so. It's just 1 or 2 points difference between 2nd, 3rd, 4th position. I would love to see that though.
On the other front, Deadeyes guys. What? That
Last
fight-
day, we talked about it. Last day,
Yeah.
always it happens. It
I mean,
happens always. And the rush, that should not have happened ever.
I mean, see,
Exactly.
we wanted masala, right? We wanted masala.
Hey, that's one way to
Hey,
give.
all right,
give
we
things.
wanted masala. We never wanted tadka. There's a difference, right, overall. There's a difference on it.
But in all of it, of course, that is the only thing working for them is the lead that they've been able to create. And for now, of course, that will be definitely keeping them on the top position. But if they continue this sort of an abysmal performance, well, things are going to get trickier and trickier for their $10,000 approach on the other front. Let's move on along with Ocean into the heat map that was showcased from the teams in this game.
Yeah, if we talk about the heat map, right, it just actually signifies where the fights were happening overall and how did those fights just, will be remembered with a lot of teams. Look at this. Right now, the players are just coming down. You see the flight path. I mean, obviously, you don't see the flight path, but this is kind of the way it was. It's a straight line, I can tell you. But now, players were dropping down. You saw a few teams just dropping down to the areas of El Azhar. You see a lot of chunk just getting there. And then a lot of teams just bifurcating around. But then, if you talk about the way the fight started, that's where a lot of difference was being made. Look at this. A few teams just dropping outside the circle. They had to get in. But El Azhar, that's where the first skirmish just started happening. And that's where you'll find it, right? The players eliminating the other players and then moving forward as well. You see a few skirmishes happening as well. And as soon as the circle starts popping up, look at the cluster that's just, coming up together slowly and steadily. And, well, if you see a red circle and if it's just, slowly and steadily fading out, that means the player's health was being taken down. And now, this is the circle, Johnny. We will see that happen a lot.
Oh, it's getting hot in there. I mean, a lot of teams, a lot of individuals, and all of a sudden, as Ocean mentioned, we're going to see the heat shrink. It's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller as the players were getting picked off.
It definitely is. Just if you look at it. But after this, when we'll see the final, a few players just trying to survive and trying to take up the fights, that's where we'll see just a few players here and there. But on the sidelines, we were just having a glimpse of the overall ranking as well. And 134, 132, 131. Oof, that's
So close. So close. I mean, talk about being on the line, and again, just 1 point shy, and you lose out on a lot of money as well. So again, that is something that these teams definitely going to be keeping in the back of their mind as they fight on to get that money for themselves on the other front. As we move on forth, let's go on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments where, well, there were so many moments to bring up actually.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and talk about how we were discussing, I mean, 7C Esports as well. I mean, a lot of expectations were there from this team when they came into this tournament. But now, things are looking really interesting. I mean, this was an intense fight. And as Ocean mentioned, I mean, earlier on in the game, we did see the action in El Azhar. But ZEUS Esports, now, this is a performance that was desperately required from this team. But still, the next level consistent performance is something that we want to see in the upcoming matches.
Definitely, but then in the upcoming few moments we'll see a lot of failed rushes as well. This has been a thing of Miramar, right? We have seen a lot of teams failing down that they would not have wanted, and we have seen a lot of teams just trying to just suppress their opponents. This is kind of a beauty of Miramar overall. Look at this. The players is trying to spot everyone taking down, but this is where you would never anticipate a rush like this. You should at least knock a few players if you want to rush in the open. Again, there are high grounds and low grounds, but the communication, it's like I'm going in, I'm moving forward, I need support, I need backup. Well, where is it? No answers for it.
Yeah, I mean, there were no answers, and as we were talking about it, I mean, that was the fight that all of us were super excited to watch. We had fun watching it, but we were disappointed at the same time because, I mean, you are leading the charge. We want you to take a massive lead, and it is the team that you're fighting against that is chasing you. It was really, I mean, DRS is the only one, were the ones that were the happiest from that fight.
True. They definitely were. But now, moving forward, we obviously would be seeing just a few teams remaining slowly and steadily. And in that, I would say, obviously, Stalwart, they were being punished, right? They were being pressurized, but still they had such a good coordination among themselves. Like, think about this one, right? This was such a brilliant understanding. And, well, still so many Ramons going on.
I mean, this is you called it a few months ago, right? This is going to be a thing that's going to be quite common in the upcoming tournaments as well. I mean, and it's not even an attempt to actually go for the finish, just an attempt to bait the shots. But hey, if you see someone lying out in the open, you're definitely going to want to drive over them. It's an urge you can't resist. But that is the moment I was talking about. ZEUS Esports stuck on the low ground. It was a really uncomfortable position for them. And I8, they were doing so well pressing the advantage that they had.
Yeah, it's not just the advantage, right? They were in the heads of their opponents for a while.
Yeah.
You could just literally feel the opponents just, faltering down amongst themselves and maybe just not taking the I8 fight, but taking some other fight. In a lot of fights, we saw that happening. But, well, Stalwart at the end, they emerged victorious.
Absolutely. I mean, Mongolian team certainly getting that chicken dinner that we had been anticipating for their side. On the other front, as we move on to the damage graph, this is where you do not want to see these kind of names. I mean, you've got Wizzes there with 0 kills. You've got Stalwart Esports, Deadeyes guys, R3D, just a raw again. I mean, yeah, it's been an interesting 3-day affair right here in the finals for Season 4.
I mean, it has been an interesting affair, but now things are looking quite more interesting because now with this performance, Stalwart Esports, I8, as we did talk about them, they're going to bring themselves up in the standings. And as Ocean said after the last game, in fact, if a team makes it into the top 6, who is getting kicked out? That is something that's going to make things a lot more interesting. And it is going to bring up a lot of pressure inside of this match. Plus, if you're talking about the performance in this game in particular, all those 4 kill teams, I mean, rotation fights are something you need to figure out how to get out of in Miramar. You can start them, you can pick off a few individuals, but then you have given away your positions. Getting to your next open spot or getting to your next cover spot, it is going to be a challenge.
It most certainly will be. On the other front, talking about the challenges, well, the challenge is getting pretty trickier on the storyboard because, as you both mentioned, the points are so very close, so very close. 1 or 2 point difference there you see. And on the other front, I mean, Deadeyes guys, they have their own saga going on.
Yeah, but T2K, one bad game kicks them out of the 6th position as well. I8 is capitalizing there. I mean, this is just getting so good. And if Stalwart keeps on playing like this, I'm telling you, by the end of the day, the 2nd position will be for them. And then history will repeat in one way or the other. That 1st position is by a Nepali team and 2nd by a Mongolian team, just the same as happened in the previous season. I don't know, the previous time the points were really close. This time there might be a difference, but DE, well, they've had 2 bad games right now, right from the start of the day, and we have seen only 2 games.
True. Yesterday's 2 final games were also not for DE. Today, start off the bat, again, not really favoring them, but maybe they'll be able to pick up their pace. As we move on to the next page, this is where a lot of shenanigans are taking place. ZEUS Esports trying their level best, but it seems like a hard affair for them to move on into that top 6.
I mean, it is definitely going to be a challenge because, I mean, 130 marker is where we see the team of Stalwart Esports, and they're quite close to the players of DRS, but ZEUS Esports stuck at 89 points. Then again, it comes down to those YOLO moments. Can't make a single mistake going forward.
Exactly.
4 matches remaining, you can't mess up. Margin for error, it's literally 0 at this point.
Definitely is. On that front, let's move on forth and get our schedule on the screens where 2 games are done. As we move on forth, it is going to be time to jump into Sanhok. Now, on Sanhok, what are your anticipations? What are your predictions going to be for what team do you think could maybe lead the charge in this one? Could we see a comeback?
I'm not gonna pick one specific name, but in my mind, what I feel is some team is gonna have their third chicken dinner in this.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that is going to be an
see
interesting
a third one. Yeah.
I mean, I would love to see that, but then again, the masala that's going on in the top 6 is getting more and more interesting. So, again, in this game, I want to see Stalwart do really well. I want to see if someone can cut the
they
difference
will.
between them and DE. Also, if Stalwart does really well, that means DRS, a team that has been, I mean, we talked about DE not having a good day. DRS is not doing any better than them. And they're still sitting on the second position, but the difference against them is also being cut down. So if they get pushed down to the third, maybe that's going to be a wake-up call for the team, and they're going to push even harder.
Absolutely, that is going to be the case. That we will have to see if DRS is going to be able to pick up those fans and get them moving along with the aggressive stance that we have seen that team perform again and again. But again, we shall have to see, because it's all speculation coming in from the desk, because now it is going to be all based on what these players do when they jump on into the battleground. And on the other front, I mean, I do kind of feel like R3D should also maybe on this map bring up their play, or should be able to bring up their play. What do you think?
I mean, now it's time. It's not about bringing up a play, right? Because they are leaving. They are far behind the competition at this moment with their play, with their points. They might experiment a bit here and there, but hey, again, just like talking about experiments. The previous game we saw a contestation of ZEUS against 7C. This time we know A1 Esports and ZEUS. That might happen. So again, I have that thing in my mind as well. Which team comes out on top, or maybe both of the teams land at Paradise and they part ways. No one takes up a fight. ZEUS, I know we know that this team loves to take up a fight. But what happened in the previous game? No, they won the fight, but it still was not easy for them. So maybe for a survival instinct, they might not want to have a fight for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, we did have that conversation for the side of ZEUS Esports, because again, I mean, you did point this out as well. When it comes down to Paradise Resort, A1 Esports as well as ZEUS Esports love to go down there, but ZEUS definitely did change their drop location as was showcased from them in the previous Sanhok that was played. So maybe this time around they might just bring in that sort of a curveball. Is it going to be required? Is it going to be essential? We shall have to see. On the other ball game altogether, Stalwart, when it came down to the map chance itself, well, that team was looking pretty phenomenal. So we could very well see that rising, shining star coming in from Stalwart Esports' side. And as you so perfectly are predicting, they might find themselves on that second position of the overall standing.
I mean, maybe that's what we want to see. But this guy over here, the prediction master, has said that someone is going to get that third chicken dinner. I just want him to make it clear exactly who is talking about, because there are a couple of teams over there. And
hey, let's not give everything right at the moment, right? Then what's the point of the match in its entirety? Why 25 minutes?
We're going to watch how it happens.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. On the other front, though, when it comes to the viewers, we do need to tell you one special thing that's going to be taking place in the third game, or rather after the third game. That's going to be the show match. The show match that is going to be showcased today. And again, I mean, dudes, we've spoken about this. This is going to be an exhilarating one where those two teams are going to be dropping on Vikendi.
Exactly.
That's going to be after a long time.
Chilly.
That's a cold one. I mean, that literally is a cold one. It's gonna be a chilling experience for all of us.
Yeah.
What more can I make of this?
Well, again, I mean, I'm definitely excited.
Let's see.
Yes.
Let's see if the teams just ski their way through victory.
See if they can ski their way, but we is definitely keen on the desk, that's what I would say. But on the other front, again, talking about the play that is going to be made on Vikendi, that is going to be after the third game. On the other front, viewers, I do also want to tell you that the rewards are also set up. So for those rewards, where we do have the AUG skin as well as the parachute, the PMPL 2021 parachute, for that you need to be participating, of course, on the chat section itself altogether. But with that, it is time to move on into the map of Sanhok. Let's move on to our Panda Bros. We're going to be really happy because it's the greeny, lovely place of Sanhok.
You know, we might be sweating right now because, of course, we're going to be heading inside the rainforest, but right after that, Necro, I'm really happy. Vikendi and the show match at that. Wow. But, you know, right now, a lot of things have changed, considering we're heading into Sanhok and the way the table is turning for a lot of teams. You know, you've got teams going inside the top 6, you've got teams going outside, and Sanhok is a map, you know, a map that is completely unexpected. Anything can possibly happen. Well, Ocean did make his prediction that a team is going to get a third, but what do you think?
I mean, He didn't really exactly say it, right? What's going to happen? I mean, he still kind of like kept that little bit of mystery going in forward. Maybe he was not sure himself. What do you think, so?
I mean, yes, he's been trying to pull this off, right?
Yeah.
We've got, those
even his
tricksters out in the market.
previous kind of failed, dude. Even his previous R3D, he went with R3D, kind of failed out. They got taken down as well, so.
You know, that was two ways out, right? He did say R3D, and he did also mention Stalwart. So, you know, he's either way wants quite
game.
a chunk of money there. I'm telling you, you know, he's developing this habit of gambling lately, and well, he's earning quite a lot of bucks, and he's gonna get a lot of things out of it. But now here we have all these players nervous, excited, feeling themselves, because yes, in the map of Sanhok, you've got to start. You know, you've got to start things in a really good manner. Now, one thing, of course, did happen was ZEUS getting back to their old drops, right? Yesterday, they did not contest it against A1 Esports. Now, today is something similar, I must say, or do you think ZEUS wants to take the fight head on?
I would say ZEUS would actually want to take the fight head on. I mean, yeah, I do understand, just like how Dante did that 1v4 against ZEUS, or 1v3 against ZEUS, that might just drop kind of like the confidence a little bit inside Paradise Resort, but I would still say, I mean, ZEUS does have that little bit of mental edge over A1 Esports, so they might as well go and try to get there. But what we're seeing right now, that's not really the case. It seems like they're slowly and steadily traversing around the quarry area. That's also pretty understandable. They want to play safe. As we have mentioned, in the first two games, I mean, their performance hasn't really been as expected, Fixes.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly hasn't, right? And I think the ship has definitely sunk. And
nice circle.
Whoa, nice.
We have seen this exact one a lot of times.
You know, this is the best circle, right, for Sanhok, because you've got all the three lands over here. You've got that majority of the entirety, rather, of the Western Island, and well, Deadeyes. I mean, this is going to be one of those crucial games for them. Like I said, you know, 3 games, you need to hold on to the lead that you have. Now, if they sort of can secure at least 10 points, I think their first position is pretty much secured, right? But we do have a lot of competition, even for the second spots, you know, with Wizzes, with Vibes, with Stalwart, with Vibe, with I8, even with Raw and T2K. They all want to have their hands at that. Now considering, now this is what we did predict as well, right? ZEUS not taking a fight, and that has happened. A1 Esports safely, happily dropping off at Paradise Resort, and I still remember Dante, you know, that clutch he pulled against ZEUS. That was
Please
so
don't talk about
devastating. And
Please.
even even this sort of continues on, right? Even in the last game of Miramar, we've seen ZEUS and 7C going up against each other, but it was a completely different tale altogether. I mean, ZEUS were the ones aggressing. They used to clap 7C, not even kidding over there. They used to do that, but now things have changed, right? 7C did, of course, put up quite a good fight over there, and almost did wipe out ZEUS if they had not made those little bit of hasty mistakes, if they had not gone beyond themselves in that little fight. You know, they sort of got overwhelmed. They could have done better. But this shows that, you know, ZEUS has fallen down, right? This time, of course, they might come back stronger some other day. But for now, for this tournament, this is one of those bad tournaments that they've had, right? And I'm pretty sure they might recover. But teams that are having really good tournaments, one of them I must talk about is Wizzes with Vibes. The way they have stepped in, the way they have been playing, wow.
Exactly, man. Sitting on 3rd position, Wizzes Vibes looking absolutely great. At this point, I would even say untouchable. I mean, the way or how consistent they have been throughout the day. At this point, I can put my faith on them and say that, okay, they're going to be consistent throughout the day as well, and they're probably going to be sitting on that 3rd position, maybe even climb up slowly and steadily, because DRS, as even the analyst Des mentioned, they're also having quite a lot of rough days, including Deadeyes guys, so they might as well contest or take over DRS position, because there's only like 2-point different fixes, and Wizzes Wise can definitely make that happen. But getting our conversations back to ZEUS, right? I mean, it's like back in the day, right? Still in Season 3, I remember the fights that they used to take, they didn't really used to get that much amount of casualties onto themselves. Now, in Season 4, it seems like each and every single fight they take, they get a lot of casualties on their side. And it's like they cannot make any flawless executions.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, of course. We've had quite a lot going around that now. Let's focus on Deadeyes because they started to move really early, right? Well, holding on to those junction points where where all the rivers meet, those little areas. Deadeyes have to play this to perfection, right? They have to pull Sanhok off because, of course, I mean, this is the last Sanhok of this tournament that we're gonna witness because later on we've got one more Miramar and two more Erangels to go around with. So Erangel has been their safe suit. They're good to go. They've built up quite a decent amount of lead. But what they did in the last game was absolutely brutal. But Stalwart, all right, someone's definitely. I did see those red markers at the bottom.
Yeah, he was punching his teammate.
Yeah, so that's bad, right? Stalwart, after having that chick, yeah, that's not anger, that's excitement that he's trying to, suppress. Like, give me some kills, give me some players to shoot because they're looking really hot after getting the chicken in, and this is typical Stalwart, right? Once they start steamrolling, they did not stop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we do know that chicken dinner also gives you a lot of confidence, and that's what these players love, baby. But with that being said, we have Crypto's player card in front of our screens, and total kills of 22 throughout these grand finals, and total damage dealt is going to be 43-49. And then we also have another. This is going to be Uzum, huh? I mean, Uzum has been one of those kind of instrumental keys inside the team over here. He plays a support role for the team, and he's doing quite a great job, supporting his team throughout any kind of fights. Even yesterday, we did see that fight. I think so. He was against 7C, where Uzum formed a great flank angle from the back lines and completely dismantled 7C on the map of Miramar. With that being said, hold on to my words over here. Is that Raw now going against Vibes? Jiggle taken down, Killer down to low HP. Same thing goes with Joker as well. He's down low. He needs to take each and every single step cautiously. He's going to be patching himself back up. And Jiggle, that's a huge casualty. You do not want a man like Jiggle to go down because he's the one who approaches the fights first. But this time, he ran up straight into a wall.
He certainly did. And, Team Vibes did want to carry off an early rotation. Now they're caught in a really precarious position. Now Team Raw again has been one of those teams that has absolutely just not surprised me, but everybody watching this tournament, right? Especially during the finals. As Legend, says hello to Joker with that beautiful knock and makes no mistake in killing him off. And T2K off to a really good start. Now they did that. Now they did the same thing in Miramar. Of course, they did try to survive for a lot longer, but. High voltages want to just turn their dreams into nightmares, just taking two of their players down, and could have been a T2K game had he not interfered. But now, considering how the circle is, teams are starting to close in. Now, this is where we can also anticipate Seal going up against R3D, but Raw trying to build up the pressure on Vibes. They're taking a few shots though, but nothing really connecting.
Fixes, throughout these grand finals, I've been missing one team. Can you make a guess?
You've been missing one team as in playing? You're talking
yeah,
about
like
PN
in the
Crew?
top 16. Like, yeah, exactly. Well, there you go. You guessed it. PN Crew. I've been missing them, man. I don't know why. Just the kind of like content they were providing, man, in those end days, especially like how they were always behind TDK. They were just not letting them go. They were just not letting them breathe peacefully. It was kind of funny.
It was funny, but come on, you've got to be in those shoes, right? Imagine a team always down there to haunt you, and it's not a PN Crew to blame, right? T2K were the ones who started it. I'm not complaining for that. And they responded. They had to hold their grounds, and right now, Wally, of course, did spot out R3D's players, but Probeen and Jiggle will make no mistakes in blowing out their own comrades over there. I mean, of course, Wizzes with Vibes. Whom am I kidding? But, Wizzes with Vibes, and Vibes being in really close contestation as Hassan. Well, he's got that MP49 though. Baron, he is coming in for a push, and
well,
someone did say it right? Someone did say it right. The pen is mightier than the sword.
Indeed it is. We found it out today now. But now Vibes over here have got themselves a compound. Looks pretty good. They have at least for now they can call it their home. But I really feel like Fixes over here. The circle's going to be shifting on the top left island, and I mean, we have seen these kind of circles, and that's what exactly has been the outing most of the times. But here we go. This is how a player of Wizzes Wives went down.
All right.
It was Ruthless over there. And Raw, they have found themselves, again, out in the open, but it's fine. It doesn't really seem like there is anyone in the nearby vicinity, so they are pretty safe for now.
Oh, they certainly are. And, blah, blah, blah. He was on that scooter. And every single time I see a player, I do not know. My blood starts getting incinerated. I have really bad memories with that vehicle, particularly every time I played Sanhok. And,
So you hate it.
I of course I do. I have shown my dissent over it. A lot of times. I do not know why this vehicle still exists, because buggy, that's one of those standard vehicles that I really like. Running pickup truck. Yeah, could do a little bit better with the speed, but again, now this is really interesting, right? You've got a decent circle shift. You still do not know where the circle is gonna head out to, because where Stalwart are, or is it going to go to where Team BABLU is, or maybe towards where Team Deadeyes are. So it's so confusing. And DRS amongst everybody, this time not taking the water route though. They're going to try to get inside the circle. Now with I8 being right beside them. Now this is where things start to get tricky, but I'm pretty sure no one's going for this airdrop. The growths are, nah.
Yeah, it's not worth
Not
it.
happening. Yeah.
It's just not worth it, man. Like, especially like out in the open in water. I don't really feel like it's kind of worth it to go there and grab that Groza. But now, I8 again. DRS is right behind this. Behind them. Mind this. So they need to be aware of their surroundings. It does seem like for now they're quite aware. They're doing their job as they're scouting the areas out. They're making sure at least any other team is not really approaching their position. But take a look at the circle. Each and every single team is kind of slowly and steadily starting to gather over in that center lines. Vibes as well moving near Painan. Looking quite good for now. None of the teams are taking any kind of fights. And this is quite a slow game of Sanhok fixes. Like, none of us anticipated it. As teams have realized, right, this is the third game of the day. This is really important. Try and play this one out as safe as possible, because you do not want to go out with no points for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to look a little bit dicey, but now, I mean, look at so many teams. Seal subtly, for a moment, I really thought they're going to take down R3D and their misery and get inside the circles, because, of course, I mean, you've got a lot of free points out there. R3D have not really been replicating the sort of performance that they did in the third Super Weekend. For a moment, I really thought this is one of those teams to actually watch out for, but I think pressure, the word, certainly seems real for them. Now, T2K, they've been really late on their rotations. Now, this is not something that they would want to do, especially in a map like Sanhok, right? Because look at the peripheries. Every single area is covered, unless and until you enter in from the quarry. But then again, that's going to be a really long rotation, as Pika, well, he certainly has spotted out top, but shots definitely were taken down, but nothing did connect. But this is going to be so devastating for Clarity BABLU, because now their position has been compromised. Stalwart, any single moment, can decide to take them down, and they've got that aerial advantage for themselves.
Yep. They do have that advantage. Clarity BABLU looking to chip some damage away from top, but not really able to find any successful connections up till now. And look at this. No, Blade is straight up walking in ZEUS' compound, and ZEUS as well. They're maintaining that pin drop silence. And oh no, I feel so bad for Blade. ZEUS are just so evil, man. They were just proning inside the house. They realized that the prey is approaching. And that's when they just straight up, they were like, all right, dude, this is our time to stay quiet. And they were like, they did not move a single muscle until he just straight up walked in that compound. I don't understand. Take a look at the distance as well that Blade was maintaining from his team.
Ay, what days have come, ZEUS. This is definitely not how they used to play, right? But if push comes to shove, when you know that you've got to get inside the top 6, you've got to do things which, are beyond your ethics. But yeah, you've got to do it, as long as you're sticking to the rules. And well, I mean, All right, take it, because we've seen a drastic change in Zeus. But talk about drastic changes. This is where it all comes down, to the circle taking a certain shift. Wizzes with Vibes having a really good position. We've got Vibes. They are certainly gonna try entering in from the certain side. They are also already inside the circle, but I think if they can take that certain area just behind Wizzes with Vibes, that would be really good for them.
Definitely will be
Look at
really
this.
good. And well, here
This
we go.
moment, he was shocked.
So
Surprised.
sad, dude. Sometimes you got to drop your standards down, Fixes. And that's what ZEUS is doing. I mean, that was a free kill for them, but again, as you mentioned, this is not the ZEUS we knew, man. They have realized that they want to make it till top 6. The first 2 games haven't really been that good. And at this point in time, they will need to do whatever that is possible to get those points secured for themselves. And they're doing it. I mean, in the end, finally, one thing that they have realized is try and collect those points and try and play things out a little bit more safe. Even if you are going down, go down with those placement points being secured in your hands. But with that zone shifting away from them, that is a little problem, because now they will also have to leave that compound and move inside the zone. Talking about things going south over here, Vibes now pushing against 7C. Actually, 7C were the one who came in Vibes' territory, and Vibes are not going to let 7C get away with that easily. Ailey being taken down by Killer's nade. That's a huge opening being found as well. That's going to be opening up so many opportunities and so many pathways to try and pin 7C down.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the fight has definitely.
Did you see that
broken down.
nade?
Yeah,
That was.
They're just. What they're trying to do, they're just trying to delay, right? The moment Team Vibes comes in, the nade would have been popped off. But Ale, he's still bleeding as Vibes, they're looking angry as they're going to be continuing with the push. As Praveen, he's going to take quite a lot of shots over there, but still getting no success whatsoever. Assassin stepping out of the house. As Fair, he's going to lob one more grenade, and he takes his own teammates' life as Jin just dashes in. But there you have Memo trying some different stuff with that MP49. But Jiggle is there to trade it off as Fair and Mrs. Smoky Meat are final best surviving, as Jiggle will get one more. And there you have it, 7C, they are annihilated. And Killer is the one who clutches it out. And it went down to the wire, which seemed to have been a pretty one-sided fight.
It got pretty close. I gotta say. In the end, it did look like for like a moment that maybe 7C might just wipe out Vibes there. But Killer in the end coming in clutch and coming in huge for these side Vibes. And that's all that really mattered. As long as you're the one surviving, that's all that matters. But now ZEUS, they also need to move inside the zone. As I mentioned, the circle has shifted away from them. They will need to leave this compound. And TDK are the one trying to hold them off at bay. Legend is there out in the open on the hilltops. He might take a few shots onto himself. But ZEUS, they have found themselves a little bit of vehicle over there. They can try and utilize it for a quick rotation inside the zone. They're opting out for a late rotation. I respect that kind of a decision over there, because going for early rotation, that means you are probably going to be getting a lot of fights. So ZEUS delaying their rotation for a bit and going for that late rotation is pretty understandable. Nade lobbed in from the side of Scry onto RX Jax. That's going to be finding a huge knock. And just like that, Stalwart Esports, they did realize that there was a threat, but just in no time, the threat has been neutralized.
Yeah.
He's so far away.
And Jax never really thought in his wildest of dreams that, Nade would come from up above and being the Tarzan in the jungles. That was Scry. But look at the zone shift. And if you could have the map feed in front of us production, and there you have it. Future Station holding on to the centers. Now we've got I8 around Painan. Right beside them are Team Vibes. Wizzes with Vibes, they've also got a really good route. But this is where, things are going to get so much more troublesome for ZEUS, right? How on earth are they going to enter in? Like you said, it might be a good decision, but I personally feel that's really horrendous for them, because Stalwart watching you out from the edges, they're gonna gatekeep you, and that's the last team you would want, to holding down the door. And ZEUS, it's gonna be such a tough affair for them. But how do they manage to get out of that? They've got vehicles. They're gonna go all the way down south. They're gonna want to take that fight against I8, but we've got a different fight brewing as Raw is going up against High Voltage.
Raw now. Quite close, and Joker was so unaware, but finally in the nick of time realized, but this nade might just be cooked to perfection. But not really on the mark. That's why I didn't really find that knockout, but well. Guess what's the mark? It's going to be Bishal's nade onto Extreme. Extreme falls down. That's a huge knockout right there. High Voltage are not really going to be looking good after that one. This is where a kill will be confirmed as well by Joker. Yes, the kill being confirmed now. This leaves High Voltage in just a 2-man squad, if I'm not wrong. Ozzy's there in the close lines, trying to get the res back up on a fallen teammate. He will be able to do so successfully, as Raw are not really aggressing onto them. They're just holding their ground down, which is quite understandable. They do want to make sure they're trying to get this situation, or at least execute this situation as flawlessly as possible. This is why High Voltage as well realized that going against Raw isn't really the cleverest decision that they're going to be making over here. So they also fall back in that situation. Now Deadeyes guys is still alive. That means the overall rankings, the fight between the top 6 is still quite interesting.
Oh, it certainly has been. And, you know, it's going to get more spicier than ever. Now, ZEUS joining the fray. Vibes, they're the ones who are going to be guarding the zone, because they've also got to get inside the circle. Now, I'm pretty sure they're aware that, well, they're closing in on them. But is ZEUS aware about Vibes' existence? And yes, Ably has been spotted out, but Killer still showing that trigger discipline. Rupee holding on as Zoro finally falls down, and so does Godless as the gods of thunder. Well, they're in a whole world of trouble.
Fix, I don't understand. 2 players moved from behind the bridge, and then the rest 2 move right in the front? That's kind of a questionable move right there from the side of ZEUS. I mean, 2 players took a good rotation through that Pinhead City, but then the rest 2 are just too exposed, and Vibes now capitalizing onto it, but still 2 players falling short, and the 3rd player almost goes down, but no, it's going to be the answer. Jiggle coming into clutch in that situation, but now looking to third party this entire situation, and Wall, we do know what Johnny's capable of, always in the front lines, taking those fights hard for I8, but here we go, High Voltage engaging another fight. Seal are quite hurt, Wally goes down, Baron low, but it's fine. Seal, they only have 1 casualty on their name, but it's not also casualty, it's just a little knockout. They will probably get the res up back onto Wally, but they also need to move inside the circle. The circle shifted away quite far.
Yeah, 100%. You know, then again, you know, coming down to what really happened with ZEUS, I believe they were oblivious about Team Vibes' presence over there. Now, considering how the zone has shifted, it's got so much more exciting for Deadeyes, because they've been spotted out. Now, they're the ones that have to get inside the circle. It's going to be so difficult, but still, they're putting up quite a fight, getting a few kills here and there, as Shifu has still been knocked out. He needs the rest, though, but it's not going to be possible, as Rated Sir has also fallen off. Now, Deadeyes, this is trouble for them, as Pika is going to enjoy himself inside his vehicle, inside the waters. Does not care.
I mean,
was finally stepped out. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, as long as BABLU is staying alive in the game, we do know BABLU is kind of a team that really likes to secure those placement points no matter what. But still, as we were talking about having some casualties on their name, now Baron and Delta, or actually Baron's the only man alive from their side. Visit Vibes as well. They're slowly and steadily crumbling down. Delta is there in the clotheslines. They still have 2 players alive, but the zone's chunking away quite a lot of damage. Baron does realize that Delta is in the front lines, but hold on, what we're seeing over here, Raw eliminating Deadeyes guys in 11th position. Blah, 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 couldn't really patch himself up in the nick of time, and that's why he goes down as well. It's going to be Raw taking an exit in 10th position.
Oh, well, you know, that's definitely going to hurt them, right? Raw, they've been trying so bad, and now as situations are, DRS, well, they have the numbers. And yes is the answer, as this could possibly be the game where they can pull off a biggie. But right now, they've got I8 right in front of them. Now, they've got to make an interesting decision. They have got to get inside the circle. But look at Ozim's position. It's going to be so instrumental. As AJ, he knows. He's heard that vehicle running through. The smoke's popping up. He knows that he's got a slight idea as to where I8 are. Now, Ozim, he's going to lob this grenade. This is going to be so crucial as it goes out. Does it connect? Does though, but Nima, well, he takes a few splinters, but that's just about it. He can live with it. Gets one more right at his face, but still manages to survive as he responds with one. And the players of I8 now seem to be in a little bit of trouble because they've got the low ground, of course. But look at Pika! All right.
Well,
He's infamous. He's infamous, Necro, for pulling off those healing battles, right? He's been doing that for the past 2 days. And I'm not going to be surprised if he does it today as well.
yeah, I mean, you might as well, right? It really depends how many for. Okay, he does have a decent amount, but I still
It's
feel
not
like it's
enough.
really not enough. Yeah, it's still not enough for a healing battle. He should make it inside the zone. Maybe he's just trying to buy a little bit of more time off because he does know Clarity Bubble is right in the front lines. If he exposes himself, it means pretty much it's a GG for him. But yeah, Future Station still the kings of the zone. The zone is just shifting onto them over and over again. And these kind of moments just realize it just kind of reminds me of a team called LOG1. If you remember Fixes back in the day in PMCO, there was a team called LOG1. And this was the same exact thing. The zone just always kept on shifting onto them. And now this is the same thing happening with Future Station 1952. The zone is just following them. They're just being the zone magnet. But at this point, we also have another fight panning out. And this is what exactly I said. He was trying to buy off a few more minutes, and he did so. But the nade from Future Station catches Pika, and that's going to be it for Stalwart as well.
Yeah, that certainly will be. And, well, the similarity between Future Station and Log 1, both are bound to games. And there you have it, DRS. They're going to try to fight for their lives, but Magnet says not today, at least not in this game, as they've already racked up 7 kills. And yeah, they pretty much have won. But I8, this has been such an important game, right? Now, Sanhok is definitely not their, the strongest suit. And Future Station, they're just going to enjoy the moment, right? We did have this discussion, right? The chicken dinners that come out in today's evening are definitely going to be coming from the off teams. Now, I really want to see where does Future Station stand over here after this chicken dinner, because it's not going to be their first, right? But at the same moment, we're not going to see a third. So that's a different story. But Future Station, they're just waiting. They're just waiting for Johnny to run out of his first aids just before they can perform the victory dance, or are they going to do it right now?
They might as well do it right now because there's like no threat nearby. Johnny, there's no way he's going to be able to come out of his cover and then find a clear line of sight on the Future Station. But still, Future Station are looking to get those kills. Like, they want his kill points, and that's why they're moving out in the open. They're pretty hungry, man. It's pretty understandable. Look at Clutch Baba. And Johnny has fun Clutch Baba as well. He might just go for the final blow on the Future Station. Yup, he is doing that. Clutch Baba is low. He's quite vulnerable. And he will find him. Yes, he does go down. But it's fine. Future Station, they take the final man of I8 down as well. Malik, again, from Wizzes Vibes. Somehow, things are looking really bad for them. But still, they get third position just because of Malik's, man. All props given to Malik.
You know, Ocean is going to be so happy with Future Station getting the third. Now, on the overall ranking, now they've got themselves so close at the 7th position, right? They're ranked 7th right now. And all they have to do is just climb one more rank with, well, 3 more games to go. Anything can happen. And, well, you know, Sanhok does favor the ones who have the blessings of the circle, right? And Future Station, of course, played it to perfection. They did not overextend themselves even for a bit. Of a lot of teams, however, we did witness that, you know, they were going for really, really late rotations, which sort of did bite them in the back towards the very end. But overall, a really good game of Sanhok, the way it was supposed to be played, and the best team did manage to win over there. And, well, now it's time for some chilly weather, I believe, Necro.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Future Station being blessed by the zone, that's a good chicken dinner on their side as well. But yeah, I'm waiting to see Ocean's reaction. So yeah, without wasting any time, let's push to a little break. On the other side is going to be the analyst desk.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run.
Welcome to the virtual studio of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the finals week, the final day right here. And 3 games are already done. But what a play being showcased right there from Future Station. Getting that chicken dinner in style. And what do you know? That third chicken dinner that Ocean kind of spoiled has...
Yeah.
It just happened. It just happened.
Yeah, the man dodges questions like a boss, but makes predictions like a boss as well. And I'll give him that.
Definitely. Ocean, no word from you, mate.
I mean, mic drop. That's what I did. That's all. Nothing coming in. But look at Baron with his healing numbers. 766 healing done. That's really good coming down from Baron. 22 minutes of survival time. I get it, right? If you're surviving not a lot till the final circle, that will kind of just come down to your healing factor as well. Maybe you have a few first aids here and there, just trying to make up a few point jump in the placement department. 628 damage. And 4 kills by this lad. That's good.
I think that's wonderful considering the fact that his team almost got entirely destroyed by the players of Wizzes Vibes. And it was
I'm happy seeing Seal here.
Exactly. It was him and Delta, so the moment that was there was him and Delta, Baron and Delta. They were both trying to crawl their way inside the circle. All of a sudden, Baron just decided, hey, I see a few kills. Can I get them? Let's see. Just starts shooting. Picks up a few extra points for his team, which do, in fact, matter quite a lot at this point.
Yeah, definitely. But, coming down from the sidelines of Vibes, well, they did decent for themselves.
Yeah.
Jiggle and Killer just, coming down here with 4 kills and 5 kills. Killer, not a lot of damage, though, but still it's decent. It gets it right. Maybe Jiggle or someone might have been having a few assists here and there. That's why Killer has those damage stats for himself. Magnet, Future Station, and 420. All right, BABLU Clarity coming in here is also a good sight.
True. That was required as well from the side of Clarity, of course, and that was something that was missing from them. But on the other front, this game, I mean, Future Station, they rocked it through and through on the other front.
Okay.
Well, 1 kill.
1 kill and 0 knock means they either finished the last player from one of the teams or they might have stolen a kill that was already knocked out. It means that, but given the fact it shows 161 damage dealt, I get it. They might have had a few shots here and there on someone who might have been outside the zone. And then, well, last person, they just took him down, something like that. Because this is perhaps the lowest damage dealt. Yeah, this definitely is weird.
I mean, but still, I feel quite happy with Delta then. I mean, since he did manage to run away from Baron first and make sure his team was there in the second. But yes, most heals, 2070.
Johnny, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
We've seen the highest number reaching down to 2,900 as well in this tournament itself, but 2,078 again. This might just be the second highest or third highest most heals done stat right now, as we're just looking forward to it. And well, and now I get it, right? Obviously, he was a lot outside the circle as well. You saw him just here and there, and his teammates were being taken down early as well. Most utilities is in a single digit now. That's a new one as well. That's a low one. That's
And I mean, combined together from the side of I8, we did see a lot of utilities because the three players in that list were from the same team. But talking about I8, quite a wonderful performance from them. Although I have to say, during those closing moments, I mean, 3 minutes before the game actually ended, it looked like DRS, they had the best position and they would walk away with the chicken dinner. But then again, I mean, Future Station just holding the center for so long, making sure the control was always with them and securing those 23 points. It is a really nice game coming in from this team.
It definitely was. I8 coming up here with obviously 5 kills for themselves, 10 placement points. Then DRS is there as well. So DRS is climbing up.
Yeah.
It's not a huge jump given the fact their opponents, even if they don't have a lot of points, they are still maintaining that lead for themselves. But DRS's climb, it surely makes DRS fans a bit hopeful for their performance by the end of the day, if that happens. But moving forward, 9-16 is where I guess we'll be talking about those teams that obviously are at the top or maybe just fizzling out here and there. Because Stalwart, they have 9 points for themselves, but DE 3 points. That's now they are moving on the road, but they are experiencing a few bumps here and there. But meanwhile, DRS is road, but it looks like it's still clean, it's still good so far.
I mean, it looks like a highway. In fact, I mean they are really moving up the pace and closing the distance against DE.
Absolutely, for the side of DE though, I mean, since yesterday we've been seeing them kind of just faltering down again and again, but again, that lead that they've been able to create is working in their favor, but for how long? Because again, there are 3 games still remaining, and in those 3 games, anything can happen. But before we talk about upcoming games, let's go through the zone analysis. Ocean, Just take us through this.
I mean, I love the zone analysis part in this, especially in a map like Sanhok, because right now, Johnny,
Yeah.
future station, it's here.
Yep.
The circle kind of ends here. Just think about it, right? The way the lads have started. So this is where it gets really tricky, but again, it gets really not exactly funny for us to see sometimes, but it just gets challenging for a lot of teams because look at this, the zone's forming absolutely steadily. Even the hard shifts are something that's just taking the lads to the downward side, and now this is where we'll have that one ZEUS I8. What was it? Knock who was there? One kill just taken down by ZEUS's players. This is a really good area for ZEUS. Had the circle shifted here, I mean, the story would have been entirely different. But look at this Epis. They had such a slow rotation right in the first few zones, but then, oh, Johnny, they popped up.
Exactly. I mean, all of a sudden, I mean, they realized where the circle is going to be. And look at that. That is a magic trick, right? I mean, the furthest away from the circle and all of a sudden sitting in the center. And the next one as well. It was an incredible rotation from this team. How they managed to survive with a really good number of players. Still holding strong, and also, I mean, talk about like the grace of the PUBG gods that majority of the teams were playing the edge the entire time, and all of them were just fighting each other. Future Station were having pretty much a fun solo party.
Yeah, and DRS, their rotation was really good. I mean, they never faced any team here. But look at this skirmish, the one that I've circled, right? ZEUS was there, I8 was there, Wizzes was there. I8 just coming up with a really good third party. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing the clips of this in the open moments as well. But this was just so good coming down from these lads because you see those red blinking markers on that side. That shows the fights that were being taken down. But the circle and Future Station, oh well, they enjoyed it.
Yeah. At this point, this is the moment I was talking about, not this one, before this one, where I thought DRS actually were going to walk away with a win in this game.
Exactly.
But closing in definitely did become a challenge. It did become a challenge for them because it is going to be I8 and the players of Future Station that you're going to have to deal with. And it's never going to be easy against these teams. But still, a really good effort from DRS. And this is going to make the standings really, really fun now.
Most certainly, the storyboard is definitely lighting up from the side of DRS, whereas for DE, well, they are just steadily making progress from one point to the next, from one game to the other, and that certainly is definitely not going to be favoring them if they keep up that sort of a storyline.
I mean, that's just,
I was just going to say, I mean, we have a few more matches to go, and I mean, I want to know from Ocean, what do you think is going to be a safe bet for DE? Like, all right, this is our threshold, we get this many points and we are safe.
Even if they mess up the next game, that's where the safe bet comes in. I mean, for them, safe bet, it's not just their game, right? Their gameplay right now, even if they don't understand, it's being affected by second, third, fourth position because they are slowly and steadily climbing up and they are not having a good day. So if in the next game, either of the teams at second, third, fourth position, which I'm telling you, it's going to happen, are going to get a chicken dinner, and then if DE does not perform good, well, coming up to the second last game, they'll have to do something. Maybe go for a game just for placement points or something. And next game in Erangel, we know Rozok is their area. We'll have to see where the circle forms up.
Absolutely, but before we again move on to the next game, we are going to first go through this one as there were so many fights that took place. Well, even though there were late fights, there were fights, and it is going to be Oppo F19 Pro moments time.
Exactly. I mean, full-on team fights did happen quite later in the match, but earlier on it is Sanhok. You are always going to see those individuals fall down. And this time, I believe it was Train to Kill and ZEUS having the most fun, along with Stalwart Esports having the most fun in this game, picking off those solo individuals.
True that, but again, this one was really good coming down by Wizzes players as they were just slowly and slowly trying to enter in. And well, I gotta give it to Jiggle and Killer. The way these lads entered in, they were just switching up their weapons. Look at this Killer again, switching up his weapon, jumping up. His HP was low, but at the right nick of time. And now this time he spots the last player as well. He was the last one surviving with low HP. And well, this was what, the Spider-Man movement?
Yep, I mean, Scry just getting off top of those houses, and the lad from A1 Esports, absolutely no idea where the nade came from. I believe he knew there was an opponent nearby, but he had no idea that Scry was watching him like a god from the top, from up above. And this again, so much pressure on this team, ZEUS Esports. I mean, there's Vibes, there's the lads from I8, and I8, we know they're not going to miss an opportunity to secure those kills for themselves.
This was actually indeed a really good third party coming in from I8's lads, as they knew it, right? All the fights are happening right around them. And well, as 420 Boy was taking up this fight, there was one more player from BABLU just in the water lines, just trying to stay calm, stay chill. But, well, DRS did it really good. And after this, you know, you'll see Wizzes with Vibes' Malik as well, just on the back lines. I guess it was him who was healing up away from entirety of the fights.
Yeah, I mean, he was quite far away, and again, it was because of Seal Esports that Wizzes Vibes couldn't make it to the final few circles. Malik was left behind to do the heal battle, just constantly put on those first aid, and even that was like a big gamble, because in situations like these, we usually see teams slow the aggression down, but this time Future Station, they were like, alright guys, now we start shooting.
And they did so perfectly in time with all the 4 players that they had. With that, as we move on to the damage graph, we shall once again see those names that we do not want to be participating in this sort of fights for themselves on the other front. I mean, talk about Raw, the fights that they were part of, 1200 plus damage, but only 4 kills.
Not just Raw, talk about Vibes, right? That team has 1345 and 9 kills, but eliminating on, what, 14th position. I wish I could have said it in a good tone that Stalwart just hit jackpot because of those 777 damage for themselves, but obviously they would have, had they been in top 3, it would have been a different story for them. Seal as well. So it's not, this game is not exactly the top 3 high fragging, high damage game, but the damage stats are even distributed, and this is actually a good sign overall.
It definitely is. But talking about signs, let's have a look at the storyboard and have a look at what sort of a sign is that going to be leading us to, as we've got 3 games done. 3 more games remain for the finale right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4, where Deadeyes guys are, of course, maintaining that lead, but for how long?
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be really interesting now, because it is a 29-point difference between DRS and Deadeyes guys, and I completely agree with Ocean. Next match might just decide the fate of how much pressure, not fate exactly, but it will decide how much pressure Deadeyes guys will be feeling going into the last 2 matches. But Stalwart Esports and I8, no matter what happens, if these teams, as long as slowly and steadily they keep bringing on those points, just like in this game as well. I mean, they do not have enough kills, but the placement point skills combined something did come their way. So if that keeps on happening, they're going to keep moving forward. But it is looking really intense, because Raw 122, I8 on 135, Vibes 136, 140. Anything can change with a single game. It's still very close.
Yeah, top 6. I mean, that's where we have to just draw up the line as well. By the end of the day. But moving up forward, ZEUS again. Only one good day. This is what I was talking about yesterday, right? I cannot still believe that they are stepping up on the what is it? The pedal to the metal kind of a thing. I don't believe that's happening, because now with 3 games remaining, I don't know if it's a lot to ask, but we'll see. And T2K as well, they are back on 9th position, the way they started up their day, like 9th, 10th position. That's where they started up their day.
True. I mean, the pressure certainly is getting to the heads of a few of these teams that we do see or find on the second page of the leaderboard. But boy, oh boy, it is a classy finale that we are a part of right now. But along with all of that, as was discussed earlier, now is the time where we will jump in with that show match. And for that show match, we have a guest appearance coming in, which is going to be in the name of Talha Taib, who is a Pakistani weightlifter. Dude got a young dude, a 22-year-old dude who got the 2016 Commonwealth Youth Weightlifting Championship gold medal for Pakistan region, and he picked up 258 kgs. I mean, that, honestly, combined Panda Bros is still not enough, and the dude, he's just 22 years old, and what a massive undertaking he was able to get for the side of Pakistan in that weightlifting championship. With that, he is going to be part of one of these teams, which is going to be the show match. Let's move on to our casters. The Panda Bros are right there to take us through this game.
Wow. And I really thought we were not supposed to shame people over here, Lakshay, but thankfully we do have our suits up, right? We're not gonna feel cold really, but of course we're gonna head inside Vikendi, and yes, it's gonna be Pakistan going up against the Nepalis. We've got quite an interesting stacked up roster over there. It's gonna be a 4v4 skirmish. On one side, of course, we have the big man himself, the weightlifter, the celeb. We're talking about Talha Taib. And, you know, the questions do arise. And, well, I mean, Lakshay did point it out. Can he lift us both combined, Necron?
Yeah, I mean, he can, dude. He can. I mean, what I just heard, that was absolutely insane.
How light are you?
How
light are you?
that? Okay, let's not. I'm not gonna answer that because it's been a long time. I haven't really weighed myself. I'm pretty sure I must be above 100.
Well, I mean, I'm nearby. I'm not ashamed of it. You need to embrace your bodies, right? And you know, with so much chicken dinner, my entire business working around a lot of chicken dinners, you've gotta stay fit and fat a certain amount of times. But yeah, we've got Tala Talib on one side, of course. From the Nepali department, we do have Bishaw with us, and after a long time, we do head inside the frozen tundras, and it's a 4v4. I do hope that these players, you know, land up somewhere, you know, in a common space, right? Maybe Villa, maybe Goroka. Those two areas is where I would absolutely love.
Yeah, definitely. Or even Castle, dude. It can be a good place as well, you know.
Far.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, landing together is probably the best thing they can do. It can be like early skirmish as well. And we like those early fights. Come on, let's be honest. And it's a 4-on-4. I mean, kind of a game over here. Vikendi being the map, massive change in the play pace as well. And I mean, come on, let's be honest, right? We have been watching Miramar. We have been watching Erangel as well for a long time. And Vikendi, this kind of brings a little bit of smile on our faces as well.
You know what? This is really getting, you know, stoked up for me, at least, because considering the fact that you've got Johnny and Crypto playing alongside, of course, Anonymous, who's quite a popular streamer in Pakistan, for those of you from different regions. If you did not know him, he is. And of course, with Ala Talib. Now, they did collide against each other. Now, DRS, Mafia Ninja is in front of Crypto. Now, we've got the two juggernauts from their region going up against each other, and Crypto already has a grenade in his hands. Now, this is not really Vikendi fashion, but yeah, I like it.
Yeah, me too. I as well like it. Let's find out who's better in this situation. Is Mafia Ninja better than Crypto, or is Crypto better than Mafia Ninja? It's kind of like a one-on-one situation as well. I would definitely like to see it. Over here, in these kind of one-on-one situation, it really does come down to the aim duel. And also at the same time, how well are you able to reposition yourself, and how are you able to catch your opponent off guard? They have found themselves kind of just right next to each other, but again, Mafia Ninja is taking quite a silent approach. It's Crypto Velavera. Yeah, he is cooking up the nade, and I feel like he is going to be lobbing it right next to Mafia Ninja. He does, and that's going to be putting Mafia Ninja down quite low, and oh no, he goes down. Well, guess what? Who's better over here?
Yep, and the cavalry does arrive, right? Look at the synergy amongst the players, and everyone sort of did you know, can contribute. And Crypto says,
"Oh my
"Hi,
God,
Mafia Ninja, how are you feeling? Would you enjoy a bit of a stun grenade?" And well, right off the bat, you know, team the Nepalis, they have certainly taken a back foot. But again, we do know that they can pull off a comeback. But with Mafia Ninja out of equation, it's going to be so tough for Nima.
Yeah.
Well, he did have his birthday yesterday, and I'm sure the boys did party hard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was his birthday, you know.
And I think this is why they died.
Well, maybe, yeah. I mean, Mafia Ninja, we do know he is the IGL as well. Now, the torch has been passed on forward to Nima. And let's see how well he's able to do. He has spotted the players in front of him. Is he gonna be taking a few shots now? We do see Crypto approaching the combat in his front lines, and this is where Shomagar as well has spotted them out. But he's down quite low, but they're doing a great job keeping them off at bay. B-Show now. He is patching himself up. SK49 is right in the clotheslines. He's looking to contest this fight down, but I also do like how well they're staying, like they're just staying, like sticking to each other, and that's what is really helping them inside this fight. And take a look at this now, Team 1. I mean, looks like they're doing quite a great job inside this.
Oh, they indeed are. I mean, getting one more knock, and this is a big one, right? SK49.
Yeah.
You cannot disregard this play. He's been one of those players we've been really closely attached to, because, you know, during my initial casting careers, I remember to have casted him so much. And he's one of those OGs of the Nepali gaming community. But I believe Tala Talib has been eliminated over there. But still, I8 having the numbers strong. Now, this is where Crypto and Johnny have to do the heavy lifting, right?
Yeah.
They've got 2 players to deal with. And, well, Maga, he's right in front of him. And Johnny knows exactly where he's hiding. And, well, he's going to make a run for his life. And there you have no difficulties taking him down. And it was almost a clean sweep for the Pakistanis and Crypto. Well, he seems to be really happy. He's laughing. I understand why. He's got Muffin Ninja at least. A lot of you people might be thinking, yeah, it's an exhibition match, nothing on the line, just having fun. But no, that's personal. I'm telling you, it's personal.
It definitely is personal. I mean, come on. It was a one-on-one stalemate situation between Mafia Ninja and Crypto. And just that beautiful nade from his side took Mafia Ninja down quite low. Yeah, I do understand there's nothing really on the line. And these are just kind of like the show matches, These are here to just have fun. These are here to for the players to kind of chill out. But without wasting any time fixes, these players are ready for another one. They're like, all right, we're not really going to be settling it down just with the first one. The Nepalis saying, no, we want another one. We want a rematch. So they're going again against these Pakistani players. And let's see now this time who comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, now look at the boys, right? The Nepalis, they've gone serious now. They mean business. And, I mean, if they had any shirts, they would have folded up their sleeves because that's exactly what they would want to do. Because otherwise, the smiles on the Pakistanis, that's going to stay, right? And, well, Johnny and Crypto, they're, of course, enjoying their time. And Anonymous does know what he's got to do. But I must say, he's the best dressed out of the lot, right? You've got to give it to him.
Definitely got to give it to him. But now, you can also take a look at SK49. That man seems serious, dude. He's not even laughing at this point. He's just, like, completely focused inside his phone.
Yeah, of course, has to be, right? Considering the fact that he was I do not know if he still plays competitive, but he did have his competitive career going on for quite a long time. Now, of course, you would expect that expect that to happen, right? Now, Pakistan going up against Nepal, we know that things tend to get really feisty. But now, this time, is it going to be Villa again? Because at least one thing for sure, that these teams did not wander off elsewhere. Because imagine having to cast a game of Vikendi and go on for like 33 minutes, just 2 teams in front of you. But thank you to both the teams playing in front of us right now. They did drop right beside each other. Now again, with Vikendi back into the map pool pretty soon. How do you feel about this map?
Man, I like it, It's kind of like, it's really pleasing for my eyes to at least, like, see something unique, right? We've been casting Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel for a really long time now, and it's good to see a little bit of kind of, like, change over here, It does feel quite pleasant. It does feel quite chilly, as you mentioned in the past. But now, again, these two teams, they're going head-to-head against each other again to find out which one is actually the better one. Now, the first one has went to the Pakistanis, but now Nepalis are looking to get the revenge fixes.
Oh, they certainly are. They want to equalize the numbers. And, well, that's what the Nepali fans would want. But you know what the Pakistani wants? They want a 2-0. They get really competitive about it. And, well, as things are, dropping off on that main villa compound, we've got the Nepali teams, SK49 and Nima looting together. We've got Bisha Maga just being away from the pack, right? And it's something that you're not supposed to do, especially when you're 1-0 down, right? You got to stick together, stick with your friends. And, of course, rely heavily on the 3 players with you. They're the ones who are going to be carrying the burden over here, right? But, I've really been missing Vikendi. And I've been one of those persons who have said it out loud, I've been really vocal about it. And the reason why we get to see those crispy headshots inside this map, we do have, well, the Zima, one of my favorite vehicles. It's small, it's tiny, it's ludicrously fast, right? And at the same time, G36C and MP5K being those exclusive weapons. could be a change of taste, because somewhere down the line, let's be honest, Sanhok has been heavily going down, or rather bending towards the healing meta. So with
Yeah.
Vikendi back in the map pool, I'm gonna be in for some excitement, as we've got snow bikes also inside this map.
Exactly. I mean, it's definitely, as I mentioned, it's like a little bit of a breath of fresh air again, Some new things also coming in forward. G360, but I still kind of prefer the M4 over that G360. But again, I mean, as you mentioned, it's something like new. You might as well just try it out. And Crypto is the one wielding it right now in his hands. But yeah, again, I mean, I personally do want to know.
Man.
Yeah, Fix is like, imagine, right? These two teams, they are inside a plane. I do want to know what kind of talkings they're having when they're on that plane bypass. But hold on, Nima getting caught off guard out in the open. Crypto capitalizing onto it. And, well, the Nepalis are already bleeding. Fixes. This is not good.
Yeah, the Pakistani Terminator does it again. And this
Oh,
time,
no.
Crypto, he's taking quite some beating, but manages to come into safety. But this time, of course, with Nima, we do have Bishwamagar going in for the res, but SK49 is going to provide some very good cover fire from behind, and has managed to take down Anonymous. Now, this is going to get really interesting, but yeah, like we anticipated, the revives are going to come in handy, as Nima and Bishwamagar, they're going to rotate around the left-hand side, as SK49 still holds the fort.
I mean, he's doing a good job of, like, distracting all the Pakistani players right onto himself. Like, he's doing so much damage that he's keeping them engaged while his teammates are trying to find a flank angle. And they have done so successfully. This is where the repositioning from their side is looking really good, as long as they are being uncompromised. As soon as they get spotted out, that's where things might just not look good. But again, Crypto now, he has his eyes onto him. But still, I mean, they are dealing a decent amount of damage onto each other. They are able to burn through their meds. But no knocks being found. One was being found, but it was nothing really to worry about. And take a look at that. That's an open shot, and no, Bisho missed it.
Yeah, he was supposed to stay hidden, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Because, now the Pakistanis are aware of his location. Any single moment, at the moment, Bishwamagar just show his head. Now, we've come down to a stalemate, right? Nothing really happening. Everyone's checking their angles, but just as we said, Nima strikes, and Johnny, well, he's wiped out. Now, things are looking really dicey, but the retaliation fire is, of course, there from Crypto, and a lot of trades happening here and there. And Nima having been knocked out, well, and even SK49. Now, things start getting so difficult for Mafia Ninja, because you've got to expect Bishwamagar to be trying to pull off a revive, but no. Mafia Ninja's position, that has been compromised as well, as we do see the Pakistanis finally making the move, and there you have it. Crypto having no difficulties, and Anonymous is here to secure all the kills.
Oh, he's just going to be just wrapping up those kills now, all those points. He's definitely feeling himself, but that knock on to Nima by Talib Talib, he's probably just like, at this point, hold my weights, Nima, and Nima couldn't really do it, so he just went down, he got knocked out. SK49 as well has been knocked out by Crypto. We do see the Pakistani teams now rushing out in the open. It's pretty understandable. They have a lot of confidence, and Bisho is the only man alive for the Nepali side. Is he going to be able to clutch this out, Fixes? If he does, this is going to be huge.
Oh, this certainly is, but of course, Bishwamagar has to show his best. Yeah, he's got to give the res, right? That's the best possible thing, the only chance you can win it and not make it 2-0, but Anonymous, he's going to do so much spotting as they're setting ducks for him, but whoa, he whipped his shots, but still, Crypto does get another beautiful knock. Crypto being the star of the show.
I feel like SK49 can make a lot of things happen, right? I mean, we have seen him. He's quite accurate with those sprays. Gotta give him some props, man. He's doing a good job. And look at this, Anonymous. He's that's good in the nade all the way through. And he has the DBS. He has the DBS wall in his hands. I do want to see what can he make happen with this one. As soon as he moves in the clotheslines, Anonymous try and take him out. Did lob in the nade. Is looking to find the kill on the SK49, but SK49 as well doing a good job repositioning himself after that knock, so he's going to be staying alive for a while now.
Oh, he certainly is, but
Oh,
anonymous.
not
Oh,
anymore.
There you go.
There we go.
A grenade to end things, and it's 2-0.
2-0.
Yeah, he's happy. But they still are worried a little bit, right? Because they still have
Wow.
3 more matches to play, and they need to ensure that they book their slots, of course, for the MENA and SC championships. But right now, oh, SK49, he's not happy. He's like, all right, I tried, but really good hair color. I mean, I would love to know the shades, but yeah, overall, a really good matchup. And yeah, how did you feel about it, Necrodo?
I mean, it was definitely a good thing, right? I mean, all the time, the competitive scenario and stuff like that. But it seems like the analyst desk is waiting fixes, so it's time for me to pass on the torch to the analyst desk.
All right, well, thank you so much, Panda Bros. That was a good game. That definitely was an interesting gaming showcase. And after a long time jumping into Weekendy, that certainly is reminiscent of so many incredible moments that were showcased earlier. But now it is time to bring in Tala Taleb right here in the show itself. We're going to have an interview with him live right now and ask him what is he feeling like and how is he doing when it comes down to hello, Tala Taleb. Hope you're doing great. Welcome to the show. And first things first, I want to ask you, how was your feeling and experience playing with I8's players right there?
मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई कि जैसे इतने पबजी स्पोर्ट्स के जो लेजेंड्स थे उनके साथ मैंने प्ले किया और जैसे मेरी फील्ड के अंदर ओलंपिक्स जैसी गेम्स में या एशिया लेवल पे जो मैं compete करता हूँ तो पबजी मोबाइल ने एक बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया है कि जिसके अंदर ई स्पोर्ट्स को भी प्रमोट कर रहे हैं.
Absolutely, which is very important as well. And again, a huge kudos to you when it comes down to what you have been able to achieve. जो आपने अपने मुल्क के लिए किया है with 258 kg आपने उठाया for that gold medal. Incredible performance. लेकिन उसी के साथ my next question आपके लिए ये रहेगा कि वेकेंडी पे खेलने के लिए आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा? आपको वेकेंडी मैप सबसे ज्यादा पसंद है कि आपको कोई और दूसरा मैप ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल लगता है? All right. As he is going to respond, we are going to eagerly wait and see what map is he going to be liking. Because again, I mean, I am absolutely waiting for Weekendy to jump back into the arena. Along with that, Tala Taleb is here once again. So, Tala Taleb, मैं ये पूछ रहा था आपसे कि आपको Weekendy पे खेलने का experience कैसा रहा? Okay, there seems to be a little bit of a connection problem right there. That is absolutely fine. But once again, it was incredible to get him to be a part of the esports arena right here in this virtual battleground, right? I mean, again, kudos to him for participating, of course. And again, with that, thanks to Talataib for all the contribution that he's been able to do for his country. And with that, the show must continue on, of course. We are looking at 3 more games remaining for the day. So let's move on along. Let's have a look at the schedule where 3 games are done, 3 more remain, and we shall see with that what are we going to expect from the Pakistani region? Because this definitely should give them a little bit of a boost, maybe. Ocean?
Yeah. I mean, that is what we were going to be expecting, but to be very honest, I'm still struck with the nostalgia of that white map that we just witnessed. It was so wonderful when it used to be there.
Remember when we used to have those weird circles?
Yeah, exactly. And talking about weird circle, I would love a weird circle on Erangel. So me and Ocean were having a discussion before the day started how much we would love and what we would give to see a military circle today.
Yeah, probably.
I hope it's this game.
Probably, but then, in my mind, again, the conversation that lies ahead is teams at 2nd, 3rd, 4th position. I mean, let's time in the 5th position as well. How are they going to play? Because for DE, it's either DE, they maintain that lead, or else other teams are going to come in for sure. So maybe let's see what happens.
And I think it's not just that. It's not just fight for the crown for the other teams, for the teams like T2K that are sitting just on the outside the top 8. For them, it's all going to be about qualifying and getting themselves inside the top 6. So the fight is going to keep on going, and it's going to get more and more intense as we move forward with our day.
Well, it definitely is intensifying from one game to the next, but on the other front, when it comes to that storyboard, the points are so very close. I mean, yes, DE has been able to create that lead, but apart from that 1st position, as you move on to that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way down to 6th position, well, yes, they are very, very close. One good game, and we can definitely see a topple over. But again, with that, we go back to that same thing that Ocean did talk about. Which team will be falling down from that sixth, or rather the top six itself, which is going to be a critical affair because it is going to be, well, a very, very important opportunity for them because it's the money that's on the line, and along with that, the opportunity to move on to MENASA Championship. And for that, the top six are going to qualify with that. Let's move on along. Let's get the game started off. It is going to be Blay right now to take us through this game.
Well, thank you for that, Blotter. And, well, he made it. He actually made it in the nick of time. Thankfully, everything is going to be fine. I'm blurry as hell, XP. You're looking anime as usual, but I'm excited. I am honored that we are here once more to cast what will be our final sequence of maps here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4 Finals. 3 games remain, 6 slots available, and right now, anyone, XP, can take it.
Anyone can take it, and I'm just in front of the mirror right now, Blade, making sure my hair are facing the right way.
It looks amazing,
and I made it! It was just phenomenal. But again, it is going to be the final 3 games, as once again, we are going to be flying over the plains of Erangel. We are going to be starting all the way on the right over Quarry, flying over the ruins, and, well, we're going to end our journey as far as the flight path is concerned at Stalwart. Now, man, there have been a lot of ups and downs in the game so far, Blay. I mean, you and I, of course, were watching quite intently, and boy, oh boy, have we seen some ups. We've seen some amazing, amazing clutches, and a couple of teams winning their third chicken dinner. So again, it is going to be exciting, and I love the fact it all comes down to these next 3 games. Who's going to make it to the next stage?
We don't know. Right now, as it stands, we got Deadeyes Guys, DRS, Wizzes with Vibes, Stalwart Esports, Vibe, and I8 who are in the top 6. Deadeyes Guys obviously having a pretty substantial lead of 31 points over the second place team, which can, listen, it can still easily dissipate, right? If they kind of remain quiet and DRS, couple of chicken dinners back to back, they could easily claim that first position. However, actually, what's very exciting for me is that 4th, 5th, 6th, then 7th, 8th, and 9th position. Now, you look at Future Station trailing by 10 points, Raw trailing by 13 points, T2K about 17 points. That's nothing. Anything can happen. And looking at the play zone, it's nothing, the circle's nothing too drastic. It is going to be kind of on top of the flight path as well. So I'm assuming nothing too crazy early on, unless Seal Esport decide to contest Yasnaya against DRS. But as we've seen in the past, they might just be going for a safer route, perhaps towards Lipovka, or maybe towards Mansion, or maybe even the prison.
It could be possible, but right now, as we are going to have the matches underway, well, we have a couple of close-ups of our players as they are going to be driving past now. Stalwart Esports, they've had a good day so far as well, but it looks like Scry did take a little bit of damage as they were traveling, and looks like we have first blood breaking out, Blay, as one of the members from Wizzes with Vibes, Malik, has been taken down early by High Voltage. Now, this again is a little bit of a statement by High Voltage. They are amping up the aggression, something that we were expecting, especially in the last few games.
85 points. They need about 50 points, approximately 50 points to guarantee, not even guarantee, but like at a minimum to ensure they stand a chance of getting that top 6 position. Now, 50 points in 3 games is very much within the realms of possibility, XP. Very doable, but they need to pop out early here. And again, that is also based off the fact, the assumption that a 4th, 5th, that the teams above them don't accrue too many points, right? So, and if you look at the way the format is and the way it pans out, if you are a team getting a chicken dinner top 3 placing, you're also the team who gets a lot of points, meaning you're going to be starving your opposition of those highly coveted kill points and as well as placement points. So there is a chance, there is a real chance, but if there was ever a time for teams like High Voltage, Seal, ZEUS Esports, or even BABLU for that matter to wake up, now is the time. You're not going to get a second chance after this. 3 maps is still a very, very few number of opportunities remaining for these teams.
I mean, you know, winning against everything when all the odds are stacked against you. That's what fairy tales are, right? And it could be possible for a couple of these teams to have that fairy tale ending to the PMPL Season 4. Again, it is all possible. It all depends on what's going to happen over the next few minutes. Now, you did kind of mention that teams are already kind of, you know, just skirmishing with one another. We did kind of talk about High Voltage, how, you know, they are showing a little, those little signs of aggression which of course is going to make way for some amazing PUBG Mobile action for all our viewers. But right now, a few things are going to be catching my eye. Stalwart Esports play. Now, they were kind of caught out of rotation early on, but they've kind of opted for, still sticking around the periphery and making sure they have a good footing in the next circle. Now, it is going to be quite the opposite for the team the other team, in fact, that lands at the military base. I8 are going to take their sweet time, but do you think finally, in the last couple of games, are we going to see some epic bridge blocks? Because I think that's the only thing that's been missing so far.
Yeah, we've seen some bridge action towards the eastern front, right? Whenever we see teams heading on down south in a military island circle, we've seen Stalwart Esports riding on top of the bridge and making life miserable for a lot of teams. But yes, I agree with you. We haven't really seen much on the western front. And if this entire tournament, if the finals ends with a bridge circle XP, I mean, I really couldn't ask for more.
Absolutely, it is going to be something. In fact, last season, I do believe the Western Bridge was a lot more active, especially with 1952 and A1 Esports, always dropping close by and giving all the teams that go down south a little run for their money. But right now, although we've had one casualty in this game, everyone else is still going to be content, looting to their heart's content, in the places that they've dropped. And if I have a look at the map, there are a few teams out of the circle right now, but again, navigating into the next zone isn't really going to be that much of an issue because, all the teams that are inside the circle near the edge, for example, let's talk about High Voltage to the north, or even Deadeyes guys who are, in fact, making a little uncharacteristic move early on. If you have a look, it does kind of seem like they are trying to make it to the center of the circle. Now, I think these boys are ready because, you did kind of mention if you do get those position points, right, even if you don't go for kills early on, sooner or later the kills are going to be basically falling in your laps, because if you do survive to the very end, you are going to have to kill a few teams here and there.
Yeah, for sure. But then again, Deadeyes guys, I guess they are afforded the luxury of going for risky rotations, right? Like,
I mean, that lead.
Especially, 31 points lead over DRS, tippity top of the mountain, and with a very good chance right now of winning the entire thing. You're allowed to go for these fights because they've shown, XP, they have shown that even when the going gets tough and things look very rough for them, they're able to hold their own and deliver in, firing off on all four cylinders. So they are one team, but not only have the buffer to work with at 31 points, but they also have the temperament, the aggression, and the skill set to back it up as well. So yeah, for sure. I feel like, ironically, for a change, the team who's going to be the most disruptive might be the team at the very top.
It could be because, if the past teaches us anything, that is the case. That was the case, in fact, in the last season, where we did see, this one team that we did say we weren't really going to talk about. But of course, yesterday was a good day for them. Now, ZEUS Esports, man, if they were anything like we've seen them in the past, amping up the aggression, just going for every single fight that they see, which is what other teams are doing now because, it's not a surprise anymore. And every other team is actually kind of well suited for that aggression now because, everyone's done their homework play. Everybody is good at defense as well as offense. So, I love the fact that there's a lot of versatility in all the squads, and we can pretty much do it all. I mean, every single team on your screens right now, you have good days, you have bad days. Boy, can they do everything, as right now, Deadeyes guys are going to make sure they are going to be towards the northeast of the Gutka Plains, holding down their fort. Of course, the opposition shall come from Pochinki, if at all, unless they have to move out to greener pastures. But as of right now, everyone is still going to be pretty safe, tucked away in a corner of the map. But action is going to break out soon enough, and I do believe Stalwart Esports play just might go up against the SEALs from Mongolia.
Oh, as you say, they hear a couple of shots ringing out in the distance. XP, I'm kind of sad. That we won't be able to cast again for a while after this. So we're probably going to meet for season 5, which obviously is going to be taking place next year. It's always a highlight for me, right? Every few months, get the call. We're like, hey, you want to cast at XP? Got season 3, season 4, season 2 coming up. I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, let's go. And this is our last day for, I guess, for a while.
Remember the conversation we had on day 1 of season 4? It's like, hey, it kind of feels like we just picking up last season.
Yeah,
that's how it felt like.
And time flies. I mean, it's been exactly. This is the exactly a month. This is the 4th week, the end of the 4th week since we started casting season 4. So it's all coming to an end, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be coming to an explosive end. Mark my words, as we do see the zone Shrinking further, that bridge is still very much in the action. So I8, if I'm just gonna guess what they're gonna do over here, XP. They will obviously be crossing the bridge, but they're just gonna be playing the edge. Maybe spreading out towards either the cliffs or towards Ferry Pier. Maybe an option.
It could be an option. All that hill between, just beyond the gas station would be where they want to go, and that compound next to it. Because the thing with Ferry Pier is, yes, they'll have plenty of space, plenty of cover. But if the circle shifts away, they're going to have to fight their way in. Especially, that hill right next to the quarry is really popular, as it does look like on top has been spotted by 6ix9ine Boy, and A1 Esports are taking the fight to the enemy. As elsewhere, right next to the quarry, an AUG is going to gently fall from the heavens above.
Gently, but once it hits the ground, it's gonna go clunk. As we see DE, okay, that was entry just unloading onto Deadeyes guys, and I do believe that was a knock, and one of them was also a kill. Scratch that, 2 kills already, and as you pointed out, XP, they were going for a very dangerous rotation. Because of that, they have unfortunately suffered a couple of casualties pretty early on in the game. So 3 players out already, as the teams are starting to congregate together, bodies will fall, blood will flow. And Deadeyes guys, they are being hunted down here. It's A1 and Future Station, 2 separate teams who unloaded on the current Kings of the Hill.
I like the control that the current Kings of the Hill actually have. Because this particular mountain is more of a flat top, they are spread out thin, but they are making sure they cover their angles. Have a look at this replay. 6ix9ine Boy reacts in an instant and is the first to take one of the Deadeyes guys' boys off their vehicle, as does Entry. Because again, Deadeyes guys, they realize, hey, wait a second, something's happening. Forget that. 7 Cs right now are going to be unleashing on A1 Esports' position. But Sinister is the man with some sinister plans up his sleeve, as he has got 2 of the members down. Now Shoykot is going to push in. Another grenade goes in, and that is going to be devastating. A 7C is now going to be just one man standing, and that man needs to have no fear because, well, he's the last one for his team.
I think they have an idea where he is as well. Now, what can he do? He's going to be lobbing in a couple of nades, hoping to find someone. But yeah, Jax knows exactly where he is with a nade. It bounces off the wall, XP, unfortunately, and he's going to try and make a run for it. It's on a bike, and Sinister, he hears that bike, and he's going to try and take a few shots, but I do believe he's pulled off an escape here, XP. So 7C, Fear will keep his team still in contention here in the in map number 16, game number 16 of the finals. But A1 Esports, that's 4K already. 3 kills here for 7C. They got the 1 kill on the Deadeyes guys earlier on, so 4 kills. And let me take a very quick gander, because everything is about context, right? XP, it's all about where you're standing right now. And A1 Esports are right now in the 10th position on 108 points. Right? And now they got 4 kills. It's 112 already. They're slowly inching forward a kill at a time, but they still have a lot of work to do.
And I gotta say one thing, the fact that they reacted so quick the moment A1 Esports was under fire. You remember just moments ago, we kind of saw them on the hill. We were just talking about how they have that good control on that flat top, but in a blink of an eye, man, they literally regrouped, and 7Cs was caught off guard, especially as soon as their vehicle kind of hit the wall. That is when Sinister unleashed hell upon them, making sure, he gives his teammates enough time to reinforce their position. So overall, I think it was just brilliant teamwork on display. Now, again, they are going to have a central position in this new circle, which is going to be comfortable, because all they have to do now is make sure they fend off those hungry wolves and all those hyenas that are going to be heading their way shortly. And having a look at that cavalcade basically migrating on the western half of our screens, it is going to be pretty chaotic really soon, as of course another airdrop is going to be in front of your eyes, and this time it has the MG3, a weapon which we have kind of seen being used up close in personal play and dishing out a lot of damage at a high rate of fire.
Oh yeah, we saw a couple of kills coming in at the during one of the chicken dinners, if memory serves me right, a couple of days back as well. So definitely going to be keeping an eye out on that gun. I love the sound it makes. There are a few guns in this game which I really enjoy the sound, and most of them are the drop weapons, like the AWM, obviously being one, the M24. The Mark 18 as well. Yeah, that's why they're special weapons. They have that really nice sound, as Sanhok is going to try and make a run for it. Silhouetted against the horizon, but a little bit of cover from the bushes, and they are going to be going beyond the horizon. Clutch Bob, just a couple of shots, not quite able to find its mark, but they might be able to find RAW, who are currently the next door neighbors. But considering they are in the circle right now, they're on the side, at the edge of the circle, there's no immediate rush for either of these two teams to take a fight. However, Vibes have the crosshairs trained on one particular team, and that is Stalwart Esports.
Now, this fight, of course, is going to be on the opposite end of the circle. We're going to be shifting east as Scry is going to be in the vehicle. Of course, Praveen is going to let him go because he doesn't really have a lot of time to basically lay the shots down. And looks like he has been spotted as from afar. A few suppressive bullets are going to make sure that he is not going to peek and do any harm. Now, T2K, you did say they did drive over the horizon, but looks like they've kind of run straight into R3D. Now, Jane is in a bit of a predicament because he does have the low ground. Now, if he does try and flank the enemy, that is something that can be caught out pretty much by surprise, as ZEUS Esports are going to be migrating to the circle as well. Question is GI Jane going to unleash some hell? I think that's a smart decision to not give their position away. Now, T2K have a little bit of an issue.
How are they going
They
to
have a team behind them. High Voltage is coming behind them. R3D has the hill. There you have it. R3D Anubis is going to open up. They're going to go around Jane's position and hit the hill. Hit R3D from behind.
Oh, fights breaking on multiple fronts though. XP is High Voltage as well are coming under fire. They're all in the blue right now, and TTK need to decide what are they going to do. Are they going to stick around, battle against High Voltage? Do they push into the blue? Do they go up against R3D? So many decisions to be made. Jane, oh, that's a bandage.
Just has one first aid.
And yeah, and he's a knockdown as well. Extreme finding the knock onto T2K and XP. T2K, they just capitulated here. Cloud in the meantime getting spotted out by Maxi from R3D. He's not able to quite get an angle on him. That little hillock providing some cover, but look at how low the members of T2K are. Seo's able to at least patch himself up, but I do fear T2K's days, it's numbered. That hourglass XP, the sands are trickling away, and Suyog, well, I fear the sands, there's not much remaining on the upper portion of that hourglass.
Well, the sands of time are definitely running low for him. A little shout out. You definitely should know that song. But anyway, it is going to be tricky for Siyog. Of course, he's not just going to be battling the elements. He's going to be battling the blue. He's going to be battling Aussie possibly. But Aussie is going to make his escape. He does take a few shots as he does drive off in that McLaren. But now Siyog has been left all to his lonesome with just two. Well, make that one first aid kit. Elsewhere, Hassan OP is going to be unleashing hell as he takes down Sinister and Shoykot, but he's taken down from behind now. R3D is pushing in the retaliation.
The bodies.
The cavalry has coming in. He's like, who do I shoot? He's confused as who to shoot, but 6ix9ine boy from afar makes it just a little bit easier.
Well, I see a lot of red. There's so many people knocked down, and I'm not able to ascertain who the other member is. An Extreme, okay, it's gonna come charging him. Look at him like a speed demon, but he just charges straight in, takes so much damage. But I do believe he's been found by a deal. Extreme is a lunatic. XP, I'm not even sure what he's up to. As bodies, they've been bleeding out for quite a while. Extreme, he just went full MotoGP straight to his death. That's how deal finds him.
I don't blame him. If I was on a bike, all I want to do is just go vroom, and that's what he did right past the enemy. He saw some smoke. He thought, hey, wait a second, this looks interesting. He gets out, and well, he gets put in the ground. But look at this. I8 Blade from the distance play is going to steal that kill and get that kill point for his team. So although R3D had that opportunity, they did knock down Extreme from his bike. Looks like they didn't complete the kill, and well, they are going to be sulking about that 1 point sooner or later. Elsewhere, it does look like BABLU is going to go up against RAW as two members from Cloudy BABLU are going to be down on the knees. But Johnny over here does spot ZEUS in the distance as ZEUS is throwing a tremendous amount of smoke grenades trying to cover their movement towards I8. Now, I8 are a little spread out. I do like that they have more angles, but if they don't get the first drop on ZEUS, it could be problematic for them as Godless is making his way forward through the smoke.
I see kind of low in health here. This is a very important fight, as you pointed out, XP, but we will get back to that, because right now, BABLU are feeling the pinch as RAW are hurling nades, but it's back and forth. A couple of knocks already. RAW are down, and...
Ooh, what?
What?
Wow!
Did they just kill each other?
That is how you go out, Blade.
Okay, everyone went over the back. We'll get back to it later on. I need to see, because I saw vibes as well in my kill feed, but I feel like they
killed each other.
That was mutually assured destruction, XP. That was mad. That's what happened. Is ZEUS are also just getting destroyed here. Blade pushing up, and IC has a lot of work to do, but he can find nothing, and Blade is going to slice through ZEUS Esports, and just one player getting knocked down. What a squad wipe. What a clinical wipe coming out from I8.
What a clinical wipe indeed. I
Seal.
did kind of say that, they had surrounded the enemy, but now Seal does hear the commotion and they're like, hey, we want to play with the remnants of whatever's left over here as grenades are going to be lobbed in without discrimination. They are just going to try and do as much damage before they push up on foot. Now, I did kind of see that Baron, if he had been a bit to his right as he was earlier, they could have kind of surrounded the enemy, but they have spotted high voltage in the distance. Their attention is going to switch just a little bit as Baron is going to see put a few shots down range. In fact, a few of them do collect. But it's going to be... It is Baron who, in fact, does get that knock on Cloud. So now they have two options. They know, Blay, that someone is stuck in that little shack. And if they push that location, they might just get a couple of kills.
And they need to move out of there because the zone is definitely not on them, right? So they need to make a move. And look at I8's position, XP. They can leave a player who's straggling behind and they can easily take pot shots at the two high voltage players inside of that little shack. A deal... Lone man standing for his team. So is 9boy, 6ix9ine for the side of A1 Esports. Deadeyes guys are going to be coming in from the left-hand side. So many teams with just 1 or 2 members still standing. It's kind of rough. And I'm not too sure why Wizzes are still out in the blue. They are still taking a roundabout path. Like at this juncture, you'd expect them to just make a beeline straight for the zone, XP. But here we go. Maybe it's heard me. Delta is going to be unfortunately bleeding out into the open. And it's going to be a bit of a mad race. ZEUS, okay, not too sure about that nade. XP, he could actually find the boat. Oh no, the buggy's gonna save them. And now Cloud and Aussie have a lot of work to do. And look at the amount of vehicles in the background. Stalwart, Wizzes, they're all zooming past. Stop's gonna go in the circle, grouping up with his teammates as Aussie is on fire. Cloud's out in the open. ZEUS lying prone. This is absolute pandemonium.
Props to high voltage overhead. They knew that there was going to be a barrage of grenades heading their way, which is going to still find its way as Aussie is going to be taken down. It's going to be Galzen from the distance, lobbed a massive Kobe, but ZEUS is going to take advantage, and he throws a grenade off his own, and is going to make sure they're put on the ground. Wait a second, that is completely false, because Galzen did throw a backup grenade from behind. DRS play are spread out so thin, and this is what can hurt them now. AJ is going to be taken down, but Galzen is going to be right next for some much-needed respite. ZEUS, in the meanwhile, is still going to be the last man standing for his team right in the thick and thin of all the action, of course, at the periphery of the circle. Now, Stalwart Esports, you did kind of say, they were driving by, they looked confused, but they took a little bit of an advantage of all that commotion, and they did have a good position. However, they really can't get up as now DRS AJ once again from distance with M249 is going to be knocked down by Killer, who completely does the 180 and is now going to be focusing on I8, but unfortunately he's going to be brought down to his knees.
Galzen is a madman. The guy, such a nice try, such a nice attempt. Finally, he will be knocked down, but Mafia Ninja's right next to him, so a smoke. And the rest can definitely come on in, but he needs to crawl away from the vehicle, because that vehicle, if it goes up in flames, it's gonna take down on both of them, so they need to be wary of that particular fact. Stalwart Esports aren't exactly in a great position either. Pika needs to be rezzed, which Action will do so after having deployed a few smoke, but if you look at a minimap, XP, almost everyone is outside of the circle. They need to move on in, as DRS will finally fall before the res took place, and that is going to be 9 teams in contention, 22 points, and bear in mind, I8 are on 11 points, the 6th place team right now, XP. They're looking to solidify the positioning in the top 6 and qualify for the MENA finals later on.
Forget firing on all cylinders. They've got aftermarket burners on them right now, the way they're literally biting through the enemy. Now, Wives have a little bit of an opportunity over here to slink into the circle unnoticed if they just hug the wall and start heading towards the north, which I think Killer is going to start that little migration soon enough, because Wally is going to give whatever he has in Stalwart Esports' direction. Of course, his grenades are just a little bit too long, but this could be devastating for Zeke. The grenade bounced right next to him. That shrapnel could be devastating, as he, of course, is going to be put 6 feet under, and now the DP28 is going to unleash. Top goes down, Action goes down, which means Pika P is going to be the last man standing for Stalwart Esports. But the question is, for how long? Because
they're out.
Or later, they're out. A stray bullet is going to find a smug, and there you have it. Stalwart Esports are going to be bidding us adieu in this game. 7 teams live, 15 people. This is going to be problematic, as Seal are going to bite the dust as well.
Yeah, this is just brutal, isn't it? Seal, one man standing, XP, barely alive. Killer, he's bleeding out, he's hemorrhaging out in the open, but I do believe he's got a little bit of cover for the time being, so he's still alive and kicking. And IA, they're looking to add more to their body count. 12 killed, 4 alive. They have the zone as well. This is nuts.
I need to add one point quickly. In the last 10 seconds, Wives just got 5 kills.
Okay, all right. That's going to catapult them up. All righty, Vibes. Bear in mind, Vibes and I8 are 136 points and 135 points heading into this game. That's how close they are. As Deadeyes guys, not a single kill, but they do manage to get the 7th position. So at least one consolation point. Seal will also finally fall. That is going to be Killer, the last man to stay alive. And Rez is going to be coming on for I8. Blade getting knocked down while taking a fight. But the final 5 teams, 11 alive here. And 9boy is still just, keeping very quiet, being very still. And of course, Future Station are still in contention. There's still 1 man alive in Future Station, somewhere in the distance, hiding, not showing himself. But Vibes versus I8 XP. If any of you guys are watching this game, just tuning in right now, just keep an eye on this. Vibes versus I8. Whoever wins this gets a chicken dinner. Is there going to be a team coming out on top and maintaining or claiming the 5th position?
Well, they are going to be going up against one another as Johnny does spot some movement in the distance, laying down lead in that direction. Now, of course, Future Station, I know why they named themselves that. They really can look in the future, and they know exactly where to place themselves, as Magnet is going to come under heavy fire. But the fact that he is behind cover is going to be a little bit of respite for now. But Killer does have that killer mentality. He wants that kill blade. But I8, on the other hand, are going to be the big thorn in their side. Now, they do have a smoke cover. Now, I8 is making the move, but looks like 2 of their members are going to be taken down in rapid fire. Killer is going to be firing on all cylinders. Johnny is going to bite the dust. Crypto goes in. Blade is the last man standing up against 6ix9ine Boy, and it's 6ix9ine Boy from A1 Esports that is going to put the final nail in the coffin. I8 play out of this game. Vibes still a 4-man squad.
That's nuts. 6ix9ine Boy, he had no business. They had no idea. And patience, it pays for 6ix9ine Boy. And Vibes are probably looking at a kill feed and being like, wait, what the hell just happened there? What the?
Wow.
Okay, that happened.
Magnus is chilling. He's like, all right, I think I might just make it to the top 3.
He's even tossed his backpack. He's like, all right, I'm just going to make sure we get its placement points. Yo, I8, man, that like 13 kills, I believe. And at the very end, I thought this was a guaranteed top 2 at the very least. And 6ix9ine Boy's like, nope. Well, all right. Magnet. Oh, I think he took a bit of damage here as Adil's going to be rattling a few bullets in the direction of Vibes. So I believe Vibes are now aware of all the 3%. Okay, let's take a look at this, all right? 6ix9ine Boy, replay. He runs around the corner, finds one. Goes prone, gets up, shoots a second, held out a little bit by Vibes from the distance, but hey, a kill is a kill, a knock is a knock, and they stay alive. Adil will be finished off by Jiggle, and now we're down to the 6ix9ine Boy XP in a 1 versus 3. Unlikely, but they at least guarantee themselves a top 2 placing with 8 points to their name, and look at Vibes. Look at Vibes.
Oh, he connects.
No.
He does connect. Jiggle is going to go down, but looks like before the car could run him over, a bullet did find its mark. And there you have it. We are going to have a
19
new winner
kills.
round. Vibes are going to be taking this victory. 19 kills. That is just insane. And boy, oh boy, we did kind of expect, it was going to be an
15?
Oh, it's
never
15
mind.
kills.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you one thing. They did get a lot of those kills in literally the blink of an eye. In just a short moment, they literally went from 4 to 15. What a wonderful game. Again, the moment I said that they can take advantage of the entire North Circle being empty, they did. And I8, man, 6ix9ine Boy, take a bow. I think he just pretty much handed Vibes this victory.
Listen. Look, all right, they got 2nd place, okay? And I think they got like 6 points, 6 kills or something, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 7 kills thereabouts, right? So 12 points plus 6, 18 points. Considering, okay, my math isn't the best, your XP, that's why I do esports broadcasting, but they are right now in the 10th position with 108 points. Right now, I think they've gone beyond REW. They might be in the 7th position. 7th or 8th, well, maybe. That's not a bad showing at all.
Like we said, these games, again, I love the fact, Blade, that everything is so razor thin once again. It's pretty much wide open. You can't really take away anything. If somebody has a bad game, they could actually tumble down. But of course, with that is going to be an end of action in game number 4, which means we only have 2 more games left to decide the fate of the top 6 teams who are going to go on forward. But before that, we're going to have the analyst desk breaking this game down at the other end of this break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby roll.
Hello and welcome to a chaotic hot mess is what this is turning out to be right here on the final day of PMPL South Asia Season 4, where one after the other, one game after the next, it is just absolute bonker performance being showcased from all of these teams.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
Johnny, you want to say something first? I mean,
I just want to say 6ix9ine boy should change his name to the Destroyer of Hopes and Dreams, because that's what he did to I8.
Yes,
And
there were
with
so many
finesse.
hopes and dreams around that one shack, that one little tiny shack, and well, 6ix9ine just comes in and he's like, "Hey, I'm here, catch me if you can," or just
This
and
is mine now.
He was
Give
something
this
like
back to me.
It was actually like catch me if you can. He just drops down, stands up, drops with every fight that there is. And so
Again, I mean,
good.
the momentum for I8 was looking so good, but then again, there
Yeah.
was that one final player from A1 Esports. But before we move in with that, let's have a look at the MVP coming in from this game. And the most valuable player is going to be Blade from I8.
Wow,
Yeah.
7 kills, 827 damage, 4 assists as well.
I mean, I8 was doing so good.
Oh,
They
so
were
good.
doing so good before 6ix9ine boy decided to show up. I mean, I for sure thought this was going to be their game. I mean, I knew it was going to come down to I8 and Vibes in the end, but I thought I8 with the momentum that they had, with the confidence they were showing, they were going to snatch this win, snatch this chicken dinner, and climb up in the rankings.
Yes.
But as I said, 6ix9ine boy.
I mean, Johnny. Yeah, I get it, Johnny. But if you realize one thing, starting from the sidelines of military base to Gatka, every kind of a circle will favor I8 in a lot of times, because there is FS, there's R3D that drops down to those areas like Peripier and obviously Primos. But those teams rotate early. I8 has so much of an area to first of all rotate inside the circle for themselves, and these things actually help the team a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a wonderful performance from I8, from Vibes as well. Let's not forget they were controlling a really highly clustered part of the circle towards the end. I mean, coming in from the northeastern side, it wasn't going to be easy for them, but they handled the pressure quite nicely. And XP said, I mean, getting those kills was so important. 15 kills from this matchup, 30 points for Vibes Esports. An incredible performance. And look at that, 2,492 damage dealt, only 583 received.
Exactly.
Efficiency.
That is ludicrous efficiency right there. On the other front, I mean, talk about efficiency from A1 Esports. They had 8 kills, and 4 of which, of course, were thanks to that final player, 6ix9ine boy, who was able to just deliver mayhem to I8. On the other front, Vibes, a GG play, of course, with that 30 points. They are going to be boosting all the way up to, as Blade did mention, probably on the 7th position.
7th, 8th position, something around that for sure. Depends on, obviously maybe 1 or 2 teams above
the other
them might have
teams.
had.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. But the other teams, they might have as well even be at the 6th. I don't know though, but we'll see. But right now, if we just talk about it, coming down to the highest skills, that's where Blade is. Praveen with 5, Assassin 4, Killer with 4 as well. And on the other side, most utilities used by Jiggle. Well, he's the one creating a good path for his team to actually stay in a highly contested area, and that explains the most utility part.
I mean, definitely. It was quite exposed, and as you said, it was contested as well. So utilities were going to be important for these lads to survive. But, I mean, it was quite surprising with how this game sort of went about. We do see the players of, as Ocean mentioned as well, I8 in the list of the damage dealers, and the players of Vibes also show up. But the point difference is what I want to look at, and 19 points in total for it. Look at that. 13 kills were secured before they got taken out.
I mean, Johnny, we also had this conversation. The teams at 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, one of them will be having a chicken dinner. Well, Vibes was at 6th. They had a chicken dinner, and now they're contesting the 2nd place overall. DRS is going to be a big blow for DRS, to be honest. In the next upcoming map, I guess it's going to be Miramar, and that's where DRS would want to shine back for sure. I mean, this is where the conversation is. Now you can just rule out ZEUS for sure. You can rule out T2K, and obviously they are not here, so they are not accumulating points. And if they want to, they'll have to have back-to-back chicken dinners. Both of those teams will have to have back-to-back chicken dinners with obviously 15, 16 kills if they maybe want to contest. Otherwise, every other team, well, they have stepped up the game.
And that is just to make it into the top 6. So it is definitely going to be a lot of pressure on these teams. But yes, although, as you said, I mean, this is going to be a shock to DRS, but it is going to be a wake-up call that the team needed. And I think in the next match, as you said, DRS is definitely going to do really well. But Deadeyes, guys, 2 points to the team sitting on the first position. As we said, not too worried about anything at this point. Deadeyes, guys, in a really comfortable position. And unless we see back-to-back chicken dinners in the next 2 matches, it is it is looking really good if you are a DE player. Yeah,
only back-to-back chicken dinners can change the fate of maybe a team at second and or teams that are not in top 6, right? We're talking about ZEUS and T2K. Only back-to-back chicken dinners. Otherwise, well, it's mostly done.
Absolutely. It's looking a little bleak for the side of the teams on the second page of the leaderboard. But again, there are two matches remaining. But before we talk about those, it is time to, of course, have a look at Vibes rotations as they progressed along in this game.
Yeah, talking about these lads, right? When we talked about Vibes, there were so many good things obviously happening for the players. First things first, just as we talked, the way they were inside the circle. Look at this. If you see everyone just dropped at their own different areas. You see one player just coming around here. You see a buggy here sometimes. So it's pretty sure they got a buggy. They just started roaming in and they went to the schools area. Then you see a player just dropping around this area as well. You see players just looting different areas for themselves. It's good because these areas are obviously not contested, so everyone can loot good areas, and then they try to get inside a good for a good area inside the circle. Well, they were already inside the circle, so nothing to be to worry about for these lads. But then slowly and steadily they start moving to the next zones.
Exactly, and that is where most of the action did break out for them. This circle onwards, taking control of the high ground is always going to be a priority, allows you to move into the next circle from a much safer position. I mean, if you do in fact wipe out the teams that are closing into your positions before you move in, that is always going to be a box that you will have to make sure that is checked off. But this is where things actually got really interesting, because now we come to those open area situations where we saw a lot of chaos happening, and Vibes pick up a lot of kills.
Yes, and if you see from the last 3 circles, we were just noticing one thing. It's only one player who first things first gets inside the zone always, and I'm pretty sure that's where Jiggle comes in, because you saw his utility usage. He tries to get inside the zone first, then he maybe throws up a few smokes here and there to get a good cover for himself and to let his teammates as well to get that breathing space, which indeed is a really good point, because last 3-4 circles, those are the most important circles in the game.
Yeah. Absolutely, and you want to be able to control them as much as you possibly can. Along with that, of course, having the numbers advantage in your team, having all 4 players alive is going to be that much more of a boost to your performance. With that, let's have a look at the teams that were not able to keep all those 4 players alive as we move on to the OPF19 performance.
I mean, not all 4 players, but some of them moving forward. And as we did talk about this team as well, the team sitting on the first position, Deadeyes, guys, not a start that they wanted to do this match. But A1 Esports this time turning things around quite nicely, like building up the momentum, moving forward, getting those kills for themselves. I mean, had they walked away with a few more players towards the players of I8, maybe things could have been different. I mean, they did get those kills, but I'm talking about the endgame scenarios.
Yeah, I get it, maybe. But then I8, this was such a good rotation for these lads. It always has been, because they try and rotate a bit late for the first 2-3 zones, and after that they try and have a really good fight. Well, this moment here by R3D, as Hassan just did go down, well, the backup was arriving slowly and steadily, and well, so many utilities being used here and there. We've seen so many fights in this one, specifically with the utility usage, and after the grenades just pop up, you can never be sure like who killed whom.
Yeah, I mean, it is always quite intense to figure out, I mean, where the nade is going. Look at that, obviously also getting blown to bits and pieces. But again, I8, as we did talk about this team quite a lot, an incredible performance from this team, just controlling the high ground, making sure they were picking up those clusters as they were moving forward slowly and steadily into the center of the circle. And again, at this point, I8, they had the best position, because if you notice, Vibes is actually closing in from the backlines, and they are part of the position of the circle where most of the teams are present. So it was quite important for IA to get picked off in order for Vibes to actually walk away with the chicken dinner. But this is the moment. This is the moment of the day.
Look at this, dropping down, getting up at the right moment, and he never stopped shooting. There are sometimes people who, if they have dropped down, when they want to get up there, they would just stop shooting just in order to maybe reload a few bullets here and there. But he never stopped shooting till the last bullet, and he got results.
Exactly. Talk about stopping dreams from converting into reality. I mean, that is exactly what 6ix9ine Boy did right there. But moving on forth to the damage graph, this is where, boy, I mean, these 2 teams are just creating their own towers, Vibe and I8, whereas all the others, they're struggling a little to get those points, to get those kill points, to get those fights for themselves.
I mean, it's a Vibes, I8, and I'll give it to A1 Esports as well, because these 3 teams were basically vacuum cleaners in this game, just picking up all these kills for themselves.
But DRS, well, they know what they have lost in the previous game and they did not just take up good fights. So now in the next one, they would want to come back. We know DRS loves to. And you remember the day DRS had a hat trick, they were playing from around the zone a lot from the backlines. That was giving them a good time to think critically and actually just after that they were charging in. Well, those were times of Erangels and Miramars as well when they were having it. And well, we have 2 games remaining, Miramar and Erangel.
Exactly. I mean, they would actually stick out in the blue zone as well for quite an extended time and then try and get into the zone to get those fights working. And as soon as that was being worked from them, games were theirs. And that is something that maybe you can anticipate from the side of the real soldiers. But on the other front, I mean, DE also, they are on a slumber. I mean, since yesterday's last 2 games, all the way till now, in fact. I mean, yes, they have got that lead. But again, I mean, if the teams that are right behind them, right below them, can pick up the pace right here in the final 2 games, it is going to be pretty difficult for DE also. But as was perfectly mentioned by these 2 wonderful dudes, they are going to need to have amazing games. They need to have amazing games and get those chicken dinners along with 15 kills, 16 kills sort of performance. But now, enough of that. Let's have a look at that storyboard as that will make things clear. 180 points is where Deadeyes are at. White moving on to the 2nd position, 166 points to them.
Yes, wow. This is good. This is good. This is really good.
I mean, we wanted masala and we got a lot of masala right now. But let's not forget, I mean, Future Station, they're not far away from the qualification spot. Stalwart on the 6th with 144. Wizzes with Vibes on the 5th with 145. And Future Station is on the 7th with 135 points. So, well, we do have Miramar coming up next. And if I'm not wrong, we saw Future Station in the map chance of Miramar.
Yeah, they were at the top. They were at the top when we talked about the Miramar area. But what if I told you, we might see another 3rd chicken dinner coming up in?
It could be. It could be, mate. On the other front, I do have some stat news to bring up where we are looking at Vibes. That team has 85 kills in total. That is 85 kills right there, so a 13-point difference is all that we're looking at. So if Deadeyes guys,
7 points.
Exactly, and if Deadeyes guys do not pick up their baton now, well, that is going to be a pretty tricky situation for them.
What if I told you, Vibes will have a good game the next one? Not the best, like maybe they have a chicken dinner, but not then exactly rooting on that one. But they'll have a really good game because they know what's at stake. They know 2 games are there, so they would want to just contest for that lead for sure for themselves.
I mean, if you're gonna say that, then I'm gonna tell you to drop your crystal ball hard enough and tell me what is DE gonna do. I want to know what is gonna happen to Deadeyes guys.
Well, let's move on along. Let's bring on the schedule right now as we will be moving on to the map of Miramar, and this is where, when we talk about that map chance, maybe Ocean can muster something up from the crystal ball?
For the map chance, it's always Future Station that shows themselves at the top. I mean, let's have a look at the map chance to have that conversation because Miramar is coming up right now for us. And if we just talk about that map chance, you see, Vibes is there. You see, I8 is there. Well, I8 can do really good as well. You see, a DE is there. But just like you said, Johnny, DE wants to do good. Well, history has been repeating itself right from the start of the day that DE... I want them to do good, but it's history that they don't do good on the final day. Well, if they do good, that's going to be really good. But Vibes and I8, 2 teams that are just below this, like at the 2nd and 3rd position. Oh, this is good.
I mean, you know what happened in the past, they can't change it, but what they can change is who is going to win the trophy.
Imagine
it is them right now. It is them right now, so...
Imagine I8 also has a good game.
Oh yeah, of course. That is what is going to make it that much more awesome. And of course, that masala that we keep on talking about on the desk, that is exactly where the tadka is also going to be put in. And with that, when it comes to predictions, what are you guys going to be choosing? Is it going to be DE? Is it going to be I8? What are you choosing?
Vibes and I8.
Vibes and I8.
I'm going with Future Station.
Ooh, well, that you can be sure of. I mean, in this game as well, right? Magnet was there for the longest time, just holding on that sliver of an HP. But with that, enough banter from our side. Let's move on to the 2nd last game of the finals right here at PMPL South Asia. It is time to queue on to XP Unplay.
Thank you again for that, Blotter. Well, XP, here we go. Penultimate game of the entire tournament.
It's going to be amazing, but I got to point something out. Now, Johnny, had he been born a couple of decades earlier, he would have given Patrick Swayze, Kevin Bacon, and John Travolta a run for the money, if you know what I mean. I mean, he's got the jacket on. He can literally go dirty dancing right now, or could be a bit footloose. Let's see how many in the chat actually get all those references.
That's a lot of references per second there, XP. But a boomer like myself, I appreciate it.
I see you rocking a leather jacket too, so you could join the club as well.
Yeah, well,
you
might as
have
well.
any moves though?
I have zero moves. I'm one of those guys, who sits at a bar, grabbing a beer, just looking pissed off all the time. But I'm not really pissed off. I just have a pissed off face, resting pissed off face. But we're going to be jumping in, ladies and gentlemen. The final Miramar, the second to last game, the penultimate matchup here, and everything on the line. We've seen Vibes catapult themselves to the second position. I8 in the top 3. DRS dropping down to 4th. The Wizzes with Vibes in the 5th position, and Stalwart Esports clinging on onto the 6th spot with 144. Future Station was picked as one of the potential teams to take the chicken dinner here by one of our analysts, and they are trailing by a measly 9 points. So very much doable. A1 Esports though, XP, won a game from them earlier.
Oh yeah.
6-9 boy especially, and now 8th position. Look, 16 points.
Doable.
It's doable, man. Even for RAW, even for T2K, it is doable, but they need to deliver now.
You know, if we talk about RAW especially, I mean, this map has been one of the most successful ones for them. So, you know, if they do good in Miramar, they very well might just break in the top 6. But again, I love the fact that, we do have a race for the top position as well. Because if Deadeyes guys aren't going to get any points in the next couple of games, Vibes, I8, or even DRS could potentially overtake them, overthrow them to be crowned the kings here in Season 4. Boy, oh boy, the race is open. Everything is up for grabs as the teams are going to be dropping down to their favorite spots. And it looks like we might have an early kerfuffle play somewhere around Impala, because I8 are going to be going up against RAW.
I8 in that 3rd place. They, of course, want to ensure they hold on to it. And for RAW, as we just pointed out, 9th place right now. They need to go and get above A1, Future Station, and Stalwart Esports, and they need a minimum of 19 points. That's a minimum. That's still not guaranteed. So this is going to be a very deadly battle already here. But as you pointed out, RAW and Miramar, it seems to be a match made in heaven for these two teams, for this particular team. Looking at the playing path and the zone is going to be favoring each other. Shifu, oh no, he's been spotted. But Joker, however, is going to finish off the player there from I8, and it's going to be the first kill coming in with the shotty. That's a way to start the game.
Well, he's definitely going to have the first laugh in this game, because he is going to have first blood. And now Joker is going to be elated, which of course means I8 are going to be down one member. Now, it does kind of seem like as they were dropping down, I8 suddenly realized, wait a second, we're actually heading to enemy territory. And they kind of spread out play. And well, one of their members was caught pretty much in the middle, and he paid a heavy, heavy price. Now, I8 is still survived by Uzum, Johnny, and a 3rd member, but again, they are going to be too far for any action right now, as you can have a look on your maps. Now, again, Clarity BABLU are going to be heading towards Valle del Mar, as they usually have done in the past, but it's also going to be kind of easy, because they're going to have to loot up real quick, and possibly take that northern route. They might even drive past El Pozo, might even come into the circle at La Cabrera. Anything can happen, but it does look like DRS Gaming have a similar idea, as they pretty much have the northwestern hemisphere of this circle all to themselves. Now, the team that I am possibly most concerned with is going to be 7C, but again, if history teaches us anything, they're going to be out in the blue for about a couple of circles, right?
Yeah, 100%. they do enjoy it, but both those times we saw, it was the zone was kind of towards the western side, right? Towards El Pozo, towards Monte Nuevo. But considering how close this one is for them, I don't expect them to stick around for a prolonged period of time. However, they need to contest with Future Station, I8, and RAW, and potentially even A1 Esports if they opt to take a little bit more of a roundabout way into the zone via Los Leones. We can already see BABLU making a move. They're going to be heading up all the way near Monte Nuevo, maybe El Pozo, and trying to make their way in via the Crater Fields, if I'm not mistaken. And if they get it right, it could work out for them, unless DRS opt to stick around on the periphery of the zone. But DRS has shown so far, XP, that they do like playing a little bit more of a centralized position. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see them go in deeper, maybe towards water treatment plant, somewhere thereabouts.
It could be possible because, again, a lot of these teams, you know, they're going to be waiting for that second circle to set in before they actually commit to one of these long migrations. Now, yeah, DRS, again, you know, they've been doing this time in and time out. They usually go for the center, which has panned out in their favor in the past. But again, when they have that little blood loss, these guys love going on a hunt, and well, they definitely deliver then as well. As of right now, everyone is going to be getting a little comfortable in their positions as the circle is going to start shifting in ever so slowly. This, of course, is the first circle, and everyone's pretty much spread out, you know, as to where they want to be. But Future Station, man, they are spread out pretty far and thin, and looks like Magnet is going to be the first to make it to Hacienda del Patron, or maybe just the hills towards the northeast. Now, again, they do need to team up because T2K were dangerously close to a couple of their members. And again, Miramar is that map that, you know, you see a convoy, you're going to shoot, someone usually does go down.
Do you think Vibes can steal? Yeah, right?
They can.
They can. And Deadeyes guys have been...
The pressure's on play.
Yeah, and I've been hearing a little bit of chatter, you know, in our green rooms and everything. Like, yeah, Deadeyes guys have got this, but Vibes, they are definitely presenting themselves as a challenger for the throne to claim it. And imagine if they do so, XP, in this game. Imagine if they're like tied up at like 180, 182, something like that. The amount of pressure, because sure, top 6 will qualify for the next stage, but winning, it's not just you're going to be crowned the champions of PMPL South Asia Season 4, and you're going to be taking a lot of money back home, XP. There's so much on the line here, so definitely you're not going to be content with just getting second place, especially when you're so very close.
You know, I mean, distance battles over here is not going to be that much of an issue, right? You deplete the enemy, but when you get close to one another, when you're pretty much in each other's grills, so to speak, that is when the adrenaline is going to start kicking in. And now, basically, all these teams are, as far as skills go and, you know, gunpowder goes, they're really evenly balanced, right? Everyone can basically aim a crosshair at a person, pull that trigger button down and, you know, get the job done. But with the adrenaline kicking in and your heart just pounding, that is when mistakes are made, especially when the enemy is right up in your face. So, you know, we could have some confusing moments later on, but for the most part, all these teams, they've been dealing in this a long time, Blaze. So they definitely have their nerves in check, which of course is on display for us every now and then, and that's what basically makes up those epic Oppo moments, which we see later on. So, you know, it is going to be a case of mind over matter, but again, all these teams definitely have the skills to back it up. Now, A1 Esports, man, 8th position play, 128, trailing Future Station and Stalwart Esports, who are at 144. This game could be the deciding game, because if they do good, if they break into the top 6, I don't even want to be in their position, because the mental acuity, the nerves of steel that are going to be needed for that last game, oh boy, it's almost superhuman.
Oh yeah, but that's what separates the men from the boys, right? That's what separates the... Hold up, that's a risky rotation from A1 there, but fortunately for them, the team who were right next to that little highway are not going to be taking any shots, and that is, of course, I8. They're going to be a little quiet. They have lost a member earlier on, so they're going to allow free path for A1 to move on in. But look at the number of teams down south there. So quite a few teams, as Joker, however, will unload a few bullets into the direction. Jax needs to be careful. He is very fortunate. And now Joker XP, he rattled off a few bullets, but look at A1. Like a pack of coyotes just pushing in. He's got his crosshairs trained at the entrance of the door. He's going to rattle off a few bullets, just tickles a couple of members, and he is being hounded down. He's got a teammate nearby to provide some cover. Fiber Joker with a shotgun is going to knock... Actually, never mind. It's Jack's going to find Joker. And now, what can they possibly do, XP? RAW are coming to rescue their teammates, but A1, they're kind of properly well entrenched inside of this building. So a couple of good nades need to find their mark. Joker's still outside. Nade. I think it's a smoke. That's a smoke. It's a smoke. Trying to provide. But look at Nineboy. He's trying to get an angle onto Joker and finish him off. This is going to be a massive rescue mission.
Well, it is going to be a rescue mission. Now, if anybody peeks through those windows up top, blah, 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 well, I was going to say he would have covered it, but he's moved in closer as well. Now, Bashal is going to be the brave one. He is right outside the door. He knows where the enemy is, except 6ix9ine Boy, Sinister, and Jax are going to be on the first floor. They are going to still be chucking grenades. In fact, that grenade is going to go past Sada. And have a look at that. Joker is going to be picked up. Now the zone is going to be closing in, but it's not going to be a problem for these teams as Jax does spot something in the distance. In fact, blah, trying to make a little bit of an entry. He's going to be taken out through the window, and now it's going to be upside down. It's going to be a two-man RAW up against A1 Esports, and looks like they are going to have the upper hand. 6ix9ine Boy is going to be taking a couple of them down. Wait a second, who's alive? I think only one man stands for RAW.
And it's far away in the distance because the player was oh no, still hiding somewhere, and then just wiped out. Okay, that's RAW getting absolutely brutalized by A1 Esports, and A1 Esports looking like they're on some other level here today, XP. I love the way that a couple of shots to them, they're like, yeah, screw you. They push into him, they get the knock. RAW to arrive to help their fallen comrade, and A1 Esports, they don't even allow the res. It was a very good attempt from RAW, by the way, deploying the smokes, going in for the res, using the smokes to cover, but unfortunately, A1 Esports, a squad wipe, keeping all 4 players alive, and a lonely AWM lying in the middle of the desert, probably going to be gathering some rust.
Well, it is a little desert in the middle of the desert, because if anybody gets that big bad gun, they are going to be really happy. But again, A1 Esports, man, props to them, especially the way you did kind of see, they open up those angles through the window. As soon as blah was, we just said that, Joker is going to be picked up, but boy, they did see those heads peeking out the window. He let loose a few shots, and well, the rest was history. A1 Esports, still a 4-man squad with 4 kills to their names. Now, the circle kind of has imploded in on itself. Hacienda del Patron, the house of the boss, is going to be pretty much in the center as a deal. He is trying to scour the terrain around him. He does know that, the compound in front of him could be occupied. I don't know if he has visual confirmation. But again, this is what you got to do. You got to make sure you cross all your T's and you... wait, did I just mess that up? You dot all your I's and you cross all your T's. Come on, I'm good. Forgetting how to English over here. But again, he's making sure, he does all the hard work beforehand before they make a silly mistake. And again, if you have a look at his teammates, they are behind. They do have some semblance of cover. They do have a couple of compounds all to themselves. And what they're doing right now is just making sure the coast is clear. And once they have that confirmation that, all right, this compound is either occupied, they might just go in for the hunt.
They could. Let's see if they do so right now. Just going to be some long-distance pot shots being taken. It's very brave from Wadu. He's exposing, beg your pardon, quite a bit of himself, and especially when he's going to be going up against 2 members who are just poking their heads over that ridge. It is a bit of a fight, maybe not worth taking. He's got teammates nearby, so there's no immediate danger. So high voltage definitely trying to make life a little miserable for BABLU, as 420 Boy needs to be careful. He's tagged a couple of times, but he's going to be getting over the other side of the ridge. So for the time being, the danger will dissolve away for BABLU. For high voltage, at least it killed in a name, so they're going to be okay with that. But still a very quiet game. Apart from A1 just dismantling RAW, as we witnessed just a few minutes back, XP, it's been kind of a very peaceful start to Miramar.
It was peaceful until, of course, Extreme, I do believe. Not Extreme, one of the members did kind of open up with that AK Ratata, and well, like a pack of locusts, they just kind of congregated on that one position, and boy, oh boy, did they hold the ground. But right now, Memo with a Car 98 from distance is going to put a shot in Abely's head, and well, he is going to be taken down. Now, ZEUS are going to be going up against 7C, a fight that we all are kind of anticipating to watch right now, as Icy is going to retaliate in kind, knocking Fair down with that mini 14. But the question is, are the teams going to move in on each other's positions? Because if you have a look, play, they are out of the circle. They are towards the southeast of your maps. Of course, that's going to be your bottom right. You can barely see them as the blue is going to be closing in as well. So again, time is of the essence. Well, about 35 seconds to be precise, after which these teams are going to have to make a move. And it looks like ZEUS have made that first decision, and they could potentially go and gatekeep 7C. Or go for that drop.
We could go for both. Why not both, as the meme says? Or a meme, as some boomers like to call it.
Memes.
We're not that boomer yet, XP. We're getting there, but we're not that boomer yet. As, yeah, let's take a look at a replay here. And this was the knock coming in. Jax, though. Oh, this is what happened. This is how they just mowed them down. They just took the fight outside the house, XP. They're like, all right, we're not getting an angle here, so might as well just run on out and look at this. Just completely dismantling every single member there of the side of RAW. Kind of unfortunate end for them. As ZEUS gonna do 2 things, XP. I think one of them went for the drop, but the rest of them are trying to take this fight to R3D. And ZEUS are pushing uphill to take this particular fight. And ZEUS, now, we saw a bit of a resurgence yesterday from them, XP, yesterday and even day before, where they're like, all right, we might not be making it, but we definitely are a team that you should still be afraid of. Can we see a potential last hurrah from the Mongolian side?
Well, they've done something pretty extraordinary right now. And normally, we would have seen them just, ambush this little hill and try to take the fight to R3D. But they are being a bit careful. They realize, you know what? We have these compounds. We have 2 giant warehouses for cover behind us. And the circle is favoring us. Why take any unnecessary risks? Because, as I said, 7C are going to be hot on their tails. And I think it's the right decision. They are going to try and separate the fight. Because, look at this. They could potentially be caught in a little bit of a sandwich situation between R3D and 7C. And, well, it isn't the sandwich you want to be in. It could be quite hurtful. Because, of course, when you have bullets flying in from every single direction, cover is going to be your main concern. But again, the circle is going to dictate what R3D does, because, R3D, they are going to still be in a slightly exposed position because they're only focusing on one end. As soon as the circle moves, I'm pretty sure they're going to move with it.
Let's see if that is going to be the case. As you pointed out, there's a lot of open terrain here. I'm taking a look at the map, though, and if we can quickly bring up the overlay of the full map here, production. DRS are in an incredible position up north. Look at, like 30% of the map is basically empty apart from the DRS's position over there. They have the water treatment plant. They have an eye out all the way up north as well, but now they need to move on in, and unfortunately for them, XP, they're going to have to either circumnavigate themselves around Seal, or they're going to have to take this fight against the Mongolians.
I'm having a look at R3D right now. Adil and Hassan, they're going to have to kind of just back off a little bit. Anubis' position looks good. They have some compounds, but also that hill where Maxi is, that is going to be where they're going to be laying down the lead from. Now, Memo, we did see him in action just moments ago with that Car 98, getting a few headshots, making it a delight to watch. But right now, he is still trying to ascertain the position of ZEUS Esports. Now, again, the thing is, they are outside the circle, and Hassan OP from R3D is in a good position. Now, he's going to be conveying a lot of information to his team, whether or not, ZEUS are going to be making that little migration towards the north and then come back in. Now, Fair does the right thing. He does want to get to his bike, but of course, he doesn't want to get shot. And, well, looks like that smoke grenade is going to come in handy. He can get on the bike and make a run for it, but Ably right now is going to come under fire from R3D, as it does look like one of their members is going to be down on the ground. We did have a quick exchange between the 2 teams, and both of them have one member down on their knees. Now, the question is, can 7C make the best of this opportunity play?
I think they're just...
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
They're just moving away. They're like, why don't you guys fight it out?
We'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll catch you guys later. Just going to be going in deep. And I feel that is the right call indeed. Now, for ZEUS, though, they need to make a move. Right? They need to make a move. I'm trying to keep an eye out for any vehicles available. I'm sure there's one there. A 7C. Oh! They haven't moved in yet, XP. They're trying to pick off ZEUS Esports if they want to rotate in from the left-hand side, or rather the southern side, if you're looking at it from our perspective on that mini-map. So a knockdown, and it's quite a distance away. That is ZEUS. And look at 7C now. They're congregating together. They're trying to cut off any escape route for ZEUS Esports. And with the blue moving in, the Mongolians, they need to make a little bit of haste. So let's see how that one's going to be playing on. Out as high voltage. Beautiful. A distant spray coming in from Baron. He's looking for the kill, looking to confirm it, just a couple of inches away from those 2 bodies dropped down. But Stalwart Esports, in the meantime, getting eliminated in the 15th position, 0 points to their name, going up against Vibes. And Vibes, XP, 4 kills, and they're looking for more. Vibes are on fire today.
They are definitely vibing as a team, as Baron over here trying to just show us, how to control your recoil. You go prone, and then, well, it's going to be like a laser-guided bullets. But right now, Hassan, again, we did see them. They are going to basically try and pinch ZEUS Esports in, because they do have the circle. Now ZEUS is going to make a move. Hassan is going to open up. That 6x might be just a bit too zoomed in, as it doesn't really do what it was intended to. They could have got a few more bullets had it been just a little bit zoomed out. But still, ZEUS are in a predicament. 7C at one end, as we did predict. R3D at the other, and there you have it. A barrage of grenades is going to be coming in, and it looks like ZEUS are just going to be survived by 2 members for now, which could change any second, as Ably is taken down as well, which means Zeol is the last man standing, and there you have it. He knows his days are numbered, so all he can do is just put up one last-ditch effort. He does have a grenade in his hand, but unfortunately, it's not going to do enough damage. But looks like Fair is going to put the fear in him as ZEUS play once again eliminated from this game pretty early.
Yeah, a little bit of resurgence yesterday, XP, but it's kind of seemed to be going out with a whimper here at the very end of this tournament. It's been a bumpy path for them. They still have one more opportunity, one last hurrah remaining in the final game, which is going to be coming up later on Erangel. Magnet, though, he's taking a bit of damage, and he's going to take down Sandesh. I'm not too sure if it's Sandesh's bullet that tagged him down, but Magnet is a very brave man, not going for the heal. Instead, just rattling off his bullets and knocking down Sandesh. Now, T2K, as they still have everyone alive, but they need to decide what they want to do. They want to stick around. They're going to be trying and gatekeep Future Station here, actually, but they also need to be wary about the fact that there are other people potentially waiting for them. And Evil Eye, just before he goes into cover, a bullet will wing him, and he will be knocked down.
He will be knocked down, but now CEO can actually make a move because it did kind of seem like his teammate is going to find a little bit of a footing in the new circle behind just a little bit of cover. Now elsewhere, 7C are going to be coming into fire. A lot of bullets are going to be exchanged, but CEO is still going to hold his ground as Magnet was coming in for a revive. But what's going to happen is that he gets taken down instead. Now Clutch Baba does have his work cut out because the blue zone is pushing in as well, and soon it is going to be chipping away at their health. But right now, CEO is going to be unleashing hell as they are trying to make their escape into the vehicle, switching his vehicle, switching his weapon. M249 does the job, and there you have it. The car goes boom, and with that, members of Future Station go out as well.
No one survives, XP, at least not in this map. Future Station meeting an early demise at the hands of the M249, and we keep talking about M249 and how brutal it is against vehicles, XP, and they show why. But DE now taking the fight, against multiple teams by the looks of it, as people are dropping left, right, and center. This is with vibes right now. They're going up against A1 Esports, who have been on a bit of a tear. 6 kills to the name. 9boy has been knocked down, but I do believe the res is coming in. It has come in, but it needs to make a move into the safety of the circle, but it's not going to happen. Rules is going to knock him down, and that's 2 players guaranteed dead for A1. Jackson Sinister, though, they have a chance to get some vengeance. 3 members still alive for Wizzes with vibes. Rules are top, and Nade's going to be tossed on in as well. What, oh what, can Jackson Sinister do to try and escape? That's the question. Nades are gonna miss, but they are still trying to harass him with the incendiary. Jax is gonna burn alive and fall to his knees. It's all in Sinister. Rules is also a very lucky man to still be alive. Shoiko still crawling in behind the zone, but A1 Esports are down to a 1-man squad, and I do believe he will be found out as well. Maybe not yet, and it's Sinister though, and he's gonna get a knock. Now a 1 versus 2, but a quick trade takes place, and A1 Esports are no more. They do get 6 points to their name, and the circle will shrink in further. We are down to about 8 teams, and 23 left alive.
Gotta give it up to Rules for just confusing the bejesus out of A1 Esports. They had no idea where he was, literally a fiddler on the roof, the way he was jumping around, and well, got the job done elsewhere. I did kind of see Deadeyes guys. They were a 4-man squad just moments ago, but they were ripped to shreds by Wibbs Esports, who of course are going to be a 2-man squad on your screen. Killer and Jiggle trying to get some much needed cover behind their vehicle. Now Deadeyes guys, it does seem like they do have a grenade that is going to be tossed. Unfortunately, it's going to be in the smoke, and that's not going to do enough damage. But what is doing damage is the bullets flying in extreme this direction, because well, he is going to be knocked down as one of his teammates is going to go in for a revive. Now Jiggle is going to throw a grenade off his own. It's a Molotov correction, as they do know Deadeyes guys on top's position. However, the fact that he's under a shed is going to make all these grenades pretty obscure, as they are going to find some much needed cover behind the rocks. However, Blade, they are still outside the circle, as Deadeyes guys is still going to come under fire. How are they still alive? Because again, he's going to have to make that little run in the open, because I doubt he has any smoke grenades. And there you have it. One last hurrah makes a little last-ditch effort. But with that, Deadeyes guys are going to be out in the 8th position, which means the first place in the overall standings play is still up for grabs. And Vibes, well, they're still firing on all cylinders. As a 2-man squad, they might just overthrow them.
I would love to see that happen. Can you imagine Deadeyes guys? They look like they were guaranteed first all this while. XP and Vibes catching up. Applying bandages will be killer now. Vibes are a 2-man squad, and this is just pure cojones, XP. They're just gonna go out in the middle of a battlefield in the car. They toss the smoke as well preemptively. They found cover for the time being. And Vibes very much alive and kicking, very much in contention, definitely aiming, gunning for the top 1 spot. It's R3D now. Still the only, well, the only other 4-man squad apart from DRS going up against the Nepali side. But in the meantime, Seal can't ignore them. They're down to a 2-man squad. However, they have 5 kills to their names, and Wizzes with Vibes with 1 man still standing, still being quite a thorn. And AJ, he's a snake. He's like a sand viper, not going to be spotted out with that ghillie suit of his amongst all the dry grass. So he could potentially be a thorn in the side of every single player here. But look at the number of teams inside the zone. Everyone's there. Everyone's inside. The question is, when the next shift takes place, who's going to be left outside and who's going to be safe, at least for the time being?
Well, R3D are definitely not safe for the time being, as 2 of the members are being ripped to shreds. That means only 2 are going to be alive carrying that torch forward. Now, Vibes, they did have a good position, but looks like they were caught out, and Killer went down. There you go. Jiggle is going to finally meet his maker as well, which means Vibes are going to be out in the 6th position with good 6 kills to their name, and now their position is going to be taken over by DRS. Now, DRS, again, mind you, all 4 members still alive. It could be the game changer over there, because they do have good cover, as Zay could be spotted in the distance, trying to hide behind the tractor trolley. Of course, his feet could give his position away, but right now, Rules, with such trigger discipline, he wants a little bit of an assurance. He wants to see a bit more of Zake before he lets loose with his UMP at distance. And, well, Zake has no idea how close he came to that, because his teammate in the background is trying to heal himself up, play with some first aids, but sooner or later, the blue is going to claim his life for its own.
Wally's still out of the blue, mind you, and I don't know for how long he's going to stay there, but he is providing, you know, eyes for Zake, who's inside of the zone. So Seal right now, can he? Oh, no, last second. Nice try from Wally, but his team's still in contention, and they are in a very good spot right now. Wally, though, taking quite a bit of damage, and he is going to be finished off as well. So that leaves Zake alone. Look at Rules now pushing on in. He's going to find Legend. Sanesh is there hiding behind the hay bales.
Wow!
And he will be finished off, but at the same time, so will Wizzes with Vibes. And if you blink and you miss, the 2 teams bid us adieu. And now it's down to DRS, Seal, and R3D. Maxi, the lone man surviving for his side. Zake, the lone man surviving for his team. And Nima and Gyaldzin looking to claim chicken dinner for DRS.
What a play coming in over there by Wizzes from Wizzes with Vibes, because it was phenomenal. But of course, Zake, still one of those men who's never going to back off. Did get the final kill, but right now, Maxi is going to make his move. He is going to spot DRS, but unfortunately, DRS is going to come on top, which means now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a 1 versus 2 affair. It is going to be the real soldiers going up against the SEALs, the elites themselves. The question is, which military organization is going to come out on top? Is it going to be the soldiers, or is it going to be that lone man standing behind the tractor who realizes that, you know, yes, I mean, you do have to find time for the good things in life. He does a little bit of a dance behind the tractor. He knows the predicament he's in. And, well, as of right now, it's a waiting game to see where the zone is going to go and who is going to be forced out of their little safe spot.
If DRS need to make a move, they have cover. Like, they can use the other tractor, the smaller one, as in a way where it obscures the vision for Zake. Okay, or no, I think the tractor's there, and DRS, it's a 2-man squad. Like, they can wait it out. It's a battle of patience, XP. It's like, who's going to blink first? Who is going to make a move first? And Zake, everything is relying on DRS making the move, providing Zake a 1 versus 1 individual fight. And if he gets a knock onto either Nima or Gyaldzin, then it's anyone's game.
It could be anyone's game, and it's going to be exciting to see if Seal do walk away the winners play, how it's going to be on the overall leaderboard, because they are definitely going to be catapulting a few rounds and a few positions, I beg your pardon. But right now, that is an optimistic Molotov that has been thrown. It's going to meet its mark. It's just a little bit short, but right now, Nima does have a vehicle, just trying to, you know, confuse the enemy with the sound, as Gyaldzin does lay down some shots down range. Now, I do believe they don't really have an idea where Zake is. This could be kind of difficult, because that first Molotov is going to be way out in the open. Right now, Nima is going to be taking the vehicle. There you go. The position is given away. This is where Gyaldzin is going to come in with some cover fire of their own. Teamwork on display play, but looks like Zake is going to be taken out. The real soldiers, winners in this game.
Yeah, a bit of a lower fragging affair, 6 kills to the name, but hey, chicken dinner is still chicken dinner. I believe they get a total of 21 points, if my math checks out, and that is definitely, indeed, it is going to be 21 points, and that is definitely going to catapult them a little bit above. They're right now in the 3rd position on in the 4th position, 150 points, and with 21 points, XP, I believe they're back to 2nd place or 3rd place, because Vibes also got a number of kills. So it's still, again, neck to neck. It's so very close, XP. And with Deadeyes guys going out that early, first position going into what will be the final game of the PMPL
love
South
it.
Asia Season 4.
I mean-
we don't know who's going to take it.
Play, you can't script this any better. You can't script the fact that, you know, all right, some team is going to be dominating throughout the couple of days of the finals, and suddenly at the end, it's going to just come down to a few points. I mean, just imagine if the winner is decided by a point or by a handful of
I
points.
live for that. I live for that. That is exactly what I live for. We saw it with ZEUS and was it ZEUS or was it or was it Astro Academy against DRS last time as well, right? It was ZEUS and DRS. Yeah, and Erangel with DRS just swimming and just waiting for the last point. So really cool stuff. And I only pray and hope that we find something as exciting to end the thing. But we still have the analyst desk segment. We of course have a break as well. So we'll see you on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the virtual awesomeness right here in the battlegrounds of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. It is the finals, is where we are at. One final game remaining. Vibes doing pretty good. DRS stepping up in the arena. This is turning into quite a contentious moment for that final position, the pole position. But what a game this one.
Another team getting a third chicken dinner.
Yep.
Wow. I mean, and the standings are. I mean, we want Masala, but it has been an incredible day. I mean, the teams, the contention that has been brought by these teams, especially DRS, the way they're moving forward. I mean, it is looking really, really intense with the last game just about to begin in what? 11 minutes, right?
11 minutes indeed. But before we jump into that action, we do have MVP coming in from this game. The most valuable player is going to be Rules from Wizzes with Vibes. And the dude, well, one man who was able to absolutely still the last breath, not wanting to stop.
4 kills, 781 damage. That's pretty decent. We talk about it in almost 24 minutes of survival time, 2 assists as well. But you know, this is not just one lad who just showcases amazing gameplay. Obviously, there were many more if we just, you know, have that conversation overall, because that's where we see Seal's players finally just stepping up. R3D and Seal surviving till, you know, at the second and third position shows that if in the last game these lads decide to go YOLO, well, they might as well end up with a chicken dinner as well. That maybe it makes a difference, maybe it does not, but well, they are stepping up for themselves though in a YOLO strategy.
Yeah, definitely. Exactly, it did work out in this game, and props to the players of R3D as well. They were holding quite a difficult position because they were right next to the players of DRS, but they survived for a decent number of time. They got a decent number of points from them for themselves from this game. And this game, in the very end, I mean, we knew DRS, they had it in the bag. I mean, the only cover position available and 2 players just holding their ground. They were just perfectly waiting for the last few individuals, like the one player from the side of Stalwart Esports and the other one from the side of R3D, to just peek them so that they could get those kills.
The best part for DRS was their entry in the circle. They were so far away from the fights for a long time. You know, I was even talking about it. DRS had such a lovely place inside the zone for themselves that just helped them deliver and deliver and deliver. And well, they did it for themselves this time. If we talk about it, Zaki, Rul, Suyog, Nima. You see Nima just with 3 kills. That's highest kill. That's in the highest kills, and he is like a highest striking player from his team for this match. So this shows, you know, how comfortably DRS wanted to play. Like they had their own comfort zone for themselves. They never wanted the pressure to be on them.
Absolutely, and as we move on forth from the match summary to the match ranking, it was quite a killer affair for so many of the teams this time around in the second last game, and that is of course going to be dictated based on just the kill department right there.
Yeah, 21 points for DRS Gaming. Stalwart Esports moving up to the 9th with the 19th points that they've gotten for themselves. But along with these teams, I mean, R3D in the final match itself, they've showcased that, alright, why they made it this far. I mean, it is an incredible performance they delivered. Finally, though, but I was hoping this would happen in the early days. I was hoping they would perform like this on day one, but still, It's good to see that the team is still fighting for the contention. But as we move forward to the next page, things are getting really interesting because Deadeyes guys team on the top is on top in this game as well. The rest of them, we find them at the bottom. Stalwart, I8, Future Station.
I love how you skipped ZEUS, right? Because they are not performing good overall again, if we just talk about it. Well, BABLU Clarity is there as well. Ruthless, Aggressive Warrior. So this was also one of the teams that we were hoping would keep on delivering, but it kind of faltered down as well here and there. This is the final day pressure that we were just talking about.
Indeed, but along with that, as we move on forth, let's have a look at the rotations that were made from the side of the Real Soldiers. Ocean, take us through the map.
I mean, if we talk about DRS and the way these lads were rotating, I was so happy because look at this where they are and look at this movement by these lads. Just think about it, right? The spread that these guys are just, obviously they drop down, they're trying to find up a vehicle, and now they're moving, they're scouting up the areas. One lad's here, two lads here, and one lad just takes up a vehicle and moves down. But then comes the next to next circle slowly and steadily, and in those circles we'll see them just slowly and steadily trying to find good areas for themselves and water treatment. This is such a good area right now because Johnny, look at this. They had kind of a city, not exactly a city, but an area with a lot of loot. Yet they decide to move to the back lines. Yet they decide to move and stay behind, stay away from the fights for the starting moments. I would say this is a really good decision.
I mean, it is Miramar, right? You will always want to get the necessary loot as much as you need and then move to a high ground as soon as possible.
Look at this
especially
again.
if I mean, there is going to be quite an open area about, surrounding you as well. And then they took their sweet time coming into the second circle as well, because it was, the third one as well, because it was quite important that they did that. Had they moved in a little bit earlier on, maybe a team coming in from the back lines would have reached the high ground area and spotted them out, took a few players down. But if you are moving in late, you can make sure that your backs are going to be clear and you will have quite a comfortable position moving forward as well.
True that. Actually, they had such a good area around zone for themselves, and it did help them a lot. It helped them a lot, so much so that they got those 15 points for themselves there.
Exactly, and that was crucial as well for the side of the Real Soldiers as they are trying to climb up a ladder, but still shy of that Wives points. But alongside that, the fights that did take place have been summarized through the Oppo F19 Pro moment. So let's have a sneak peek at that.
Oh, this S686 just coming up, both the weapons, and in close range we know this weapon is just really useful. Kind of, I would say it's not exactly the underrated weapon, but obviously no one likes to use shotgun in the final moment. So yeah, everyone just if you get it, it's a movement that just helps you if you get it. But A1 Esports, I mean, 6ix9ine boy today has been just popping off a lot with some amazing classes.
I mean, definitely, he has been putting up amazing performances throughout the day, and it is really amazing to see how A1 Esports have been doing as well. But as we were talking about this, I mean, R3D from the start, they had a really nice position. They were doing really well for themselves up until the very end. I mean, the collision that happened, it was an incredible moment for them. But again, it is Miramar. You need to be extremely careful while moving around the map.
Yeah, I mean, that is important, right? With so much open areas, I get it. There are a few ridges here and there, but then, sometimes those ridges can't even save you if it's just going down. And we saw M249 skirmishes. We saw those bolt action skirmishes as well just coming in here and there. And, DE. Yesterday as well, if you guys remember, starting from the map of Sanhok, the nades were something that were pointing down to their misery. And, today as well, it's the nades that are just, that are just taking the players down for DE.
I mean, you said this yesterday. I mean, this team needs to avoid throwables at all costs.
Do.
Yeah, whenever throwables are involved, whenever they're in a situation from where the grenades are going to be coming their way, it seems like Deadeyes guys, their chances to survive, they take a tumble. But in this one, I mean, T2K, they tried their level best, but it was sort of the terrain that was there. Towards the ending stages of the game, that was definitely a challenge for a lot of these individuals to traverse. But DRS, with this chicken dinner, with this win, I want to see what they're going to be looking like as far as the storyboard is going to be concerned.
Exactly, they're still going to be a little shy of that second position, but again, I mean, that's why that is going to be ruling that. But of course, the points are going to be so very close. As we move on through to the damage graph now, well, so many teams are not looking good. I mean, as Varun also mentioned, so did Ocean. From FS to BABLU to ZEUS, I8, Stalwart, not the kind of performance for them on this Miramar.
You know, as much as I would love to talk about these stats, I still want the final game to start up as soon as possible. But we're so true talking about this one, right? Seal is here, R3D is here, DRS. These teams did really good. DRS played smartly. To be honest, they played really smartly for this game. Kudos to this team. And now, think about it, right? Vibes, think about DRS, think about DE. How safely they would want to play the final game for themselves. I mean, there might just be 13, 14 teams trying to go YOLO, and then there will be these 3 teams for sure who would just not want to. Yeah,
I'm liking the fact, like, if you look onto the virtual studio that we're in, right? This
you see TTK,
TTK all across. TTK all across. So maybe
that's Vibes. Hey, that's Vibes actually.
Oh yes, that is Vibes. But wow, what a play!
Well, now they're right. So the audience, all right. So the audience is they're supporting every team. We're like, what is this audience? Come on, that's
and it's. Where's
I don't see.
I saw this guy pick up a Vibes banner.
I don't see D. Where is D?
well, they're all so partial with that. Let's move on to the storyboard before we get hogged down by the crowd right here. But before all of that, when it comes down to the points,
Yes!
Play.
I love it.
Nice. Wow. Yes, this is what we wanted.
Yep.
Vixus, here's your masala. Come and get it.
This is incredible. For the final game, I mean, it's still so doable. For Vibes, it's doable. For DRS, it's doable.
You know, I want to see if any team actually wins, because for Vibes as well, if they have a chicken dinner or something, well, they'll be getting those 15 placement points, and that'll be a 100-point marker. If any team gets a triple digit in placement and or kills from the top 3, something like that, if that happens.
True.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like 7 points for Vibes, then for DRS it's 13 points. It is going to be so close. I don't think. I mean, I would love to see, as Ocean said, a chicken dinner finish in the last match. But even if that does not happen, it is going to be incredible to witness what these teams are going to do. Because remember, Blair and XP pointed out what happened the last time in PMPL South Asia Season 3, right?
Yeah.
The difference was not that much. It was 2 points after the game was over. 2 points, and DRS took the trophy. And it was by surviving, because ZEUS Esports in that last game, they just went nuts. They went berserk and started getting a lot of kills for themselves, just trying to get the first position away. But it was Nima who secured the trophy for his team.
Exactly.
Now, this time, it is 3 teams in contention. So
I mean, last time it was 273 points coming down for the side of DRS with 4 chicken dinners, and 271 for ZEUS with 3 chicken dinners, 115 kills for DRS, 142 kills for ZEUS. That actually showed a different level of aggression, but this time, I mean, obviously this is a 3-day affair. Last time it was a 4-day affair, starting on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Well, I don't know, I'm naming days now, but now this is a 3-day affair with just 1 game remaining.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
But again, as we move on forth, let's also have a look at the schedule, where the final game we are going to be, for the 18th match, jumping back onto Erangel, and in that the map chance, of course, does end up favoring FS quite a lot. FS is on 7th position with 136 points, and 8 points away at 144 points is where Stalwart is. So
as much as,
and again, we're talking about the top 6, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about the top 6 that are going to be moving forth to MENA and SA Championship. So and although on the top of the leaderboard as well, the contestation is very close with 6.7 point difference. Yeah, this is just the kind of final day that you want to be a part of.
Yes, as much as I would love to see, DE step up and maybe have a chicken dinner for themselves, I can assure you one of these 5 teams, the 5 teams that we saw in today's, previous chicken dinners, one of those teams will have a chicken dinner for sure. The previous chicken dinner teams for today.
All right.
Might be DRS, might be DRS again, might be Vibes again, might be another team. You never know.
we'll just hold him for the 2 names he took, Vibes and DRS.
all right. That is all that we're going to set in stone from the side of Ocean. On the other front, when it comes down to the prediction, what are the casters going to be anticipating? Let's move on to them. Let's ask them what team would they be supporting and rooting for this final game.
Well, Blotter, that's a really hard one. I don't think I'm going to be supporting. Yeah, I'm not supporting or rooting for any team in this particular game. I just want everyone to have fun. For those of the teams who are not going to be qualifying, who are not going to be making it XP, at least I want to see them go out with a bang, make things very interesting, maybe drop in some drop locations, which might surprise some of the big guns. Also, the way the analysts painted the picture, the top 1 spot, 7 points, was it 7 points? 7 points separate them, right? From the 7th, is it 7?
It could be 7. I mean, I wasn't really paying attention. It is 7. It is 7.
yeah.
I was just testing you. But again, it is so razor thin. Anything can happen. But also, just to qualify for the next stage, it is still wide open. This is it. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The final game in the PMPL Season 4. And the question is, who's going to walk out on top and who is going to be going through? Because for the last time, we are going to have all these beautiful faces on our screens as they get ready for the match of their lives. And of course, if you have a look at that, DRS, in fact, they are trying to get a little bit of,
divine intervention.
A divine intervention, a few prayers, a few hands folded over there. Let's see if they are going to be back-to-back winners. But there you have it, play. The plane in the sky, one last time over the plains of beautiful Erangel.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we are jumping in to the final one, the final map, the final battleground here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia finals. And oh boy, that's a lot on the line for a lot of these teams. Looking at the final plane path, it's going to be from Kameshki XP heading towards Hospital, meaning the military island is quite a distance away for a couple of teams who we will be talking about, teams like Stalwart Esports and I8, who are currently in the 5th and the 6th place respectively. Now, before I throw it to you, XP, I just want to point out, there we go, the points are right there, perfect. Future Station, 7th position, A1, 8th position. The difference from Stalwart is 8 points. Now, that is assuming Stalwart don't get any points.
Well, that is a grave assumption indeed. Let's see if that's going to be the case because, man, these teams are going to be playing their hearts out. And the question is Stalwart actually going to make it all the way down south to Novo? Because, when you try to get those vehicles, that is when mishaps usually happen. But again, I don't know why. I mean, if I feel nervous right now and my heart is literally pounding, I wonder what all these players are going to be going through because have a look at that T2K. They have decided this time, you know what, they are going to try and play it a bit smart. They're dropping down in severity as compared to the far more military, but as they do that, the circle is going to be on the other end, which means the final game is definitely going to have some drama in store as the entire military island itself is going to be in the play zone. But right now, Smokey is trying his best to get out of harm's way, which he does in the nick of time as Prabeen unleashes on him with not one, but 2 weapons. And well, vibes, man. Aggressive right from the beginning. I think this is has been the game plan in this day. They've literally come out guns ablaze every single round.
7 points, man. They need 7 points. 7 points
so
of chicken
close.
dinner. I know, it's so close, but it could yet be so far if Deadeyes guys decide to wake up and start dominating once again. So that remains to be seen. They have been very quiet here so far on day number 3. Kind of been stagnant on top of the tippity top of the points table, but eventually they need to decide do they want to play for the placement points, do they just want to make a show of it, try and get a few more kills, solidify the position, potentially try and crack the 190 point barrier. Remains to be seen as we have Wizzes with Vibes, another team who are in the top 6 right now, right above I8. They are trailing behind DRS by just 10 points. So even a top 3 placing here could be very big for Wizzes with Vibes. So these 6 teams, XP, for me, DE, Vibes, Wizzes with Vibes, DRS, I8, and Stalwart Esports. These are the 6 teams you want to keep an eye out for. And as I say their names, there they appear in the right-hand corner, ladies and gentlemen. Right-hand side, rather. But Future Station and A1 Esports, do not count them out. A1 Esports are playing like a team possessed today.
I like how Delta X is no longer Delta X, but now he's Delta. I mean, he's definitely going to be making an announcement sooner or later with his weapons, of course, trying to just, get some points for his team to make sure they keep climbing higher. 161 points for his team. Again, a massive game. If Deadeyes guys kind of fail, if Wipes fail, it could propel them to the top. So again, everything is going to be on the line as the circle is going to move in about a minute's time. But right now, DRS Gaming. Now, all eyes are going to be on them as you have a look at a new record that's been broken, ladies and gentlemen. 18,000 points of damage done as a team by Wibbes Esports. And, of course, a majority of that definitely came in today. Man, they were completely... They woke up on the right side of the bed today, Blay.
Yeah, and got to remember, this is over the course of, 17 games?
Mm-hmm.
That's an average of more than 1,000 points of damage every single game, XP. That's some crazy stats right there.
That is crazy indeed. And again, especially when we have the damage graphs that show up after a match, you do kind of see that even if teams, they do get eliminated early on, more often than not, they do put up a fight. I mean, yeah, they might not have the kills, but boy, the damage numbers are off the charts. But again, I love the fact that, it is so close to call, as everyone is now going to be getting ready to make that long, dreaded drive into the circle. Of course, they're going to be really, really careful as they
Bridge,
move
circle,
in.
bridge, circle, bridge, circle.
You
Let's
know
go.
what? I think it might just happen because it is going to be for an amazing dramatic ending if we do have a bridge circle. If we have some people swimming down below, what's going to be more interesting is if it finally ends in the water. So let's see if our chants are going to be coming in handy play. Bridge circle. Ooh, I definitely want that. What about you guys in the chat? Would you want to watch a bridge circle as the grand finale of this entire event? I definitely would.
I would as well. You just get to see some crazy fights and things go very topsy-turvy,
I mean,
right? So
it's basically chaos, and that's what we love, isn't it?
chaos is a beautiful thing at times. Well, Stalwart Esports, though, considering how north the plane path were, they haven't gone towards the usual drop location, towards Nova Rep Noi, but considering the zone right now, I wouldn't be too surprised if Stalwart try and get control of the bridge, XP, and just stay there. Stay there and wait out the next zone. If it's going to be a shift down south, they can easily cross the bridge and will have no trouble whatsoever. And they can get control of Military Island very early on, joining I-8. And if it is going to remain a northern circle, they can just remain where they are. So I feel this is the right call, but they haven't yet traversed the bridge. They seem to be paranoid that I-8 could potentially be waiting for them.
Also, I think, the fact that they set up on the bridge right now is going to expose them from all angles. Because again, if you have a look at the circle play, look at A1 Esports' position, pretty much dead smack center, and Deadeyes guys have traversed down from Rozhok as well. Because, they are getting ready to make sure that they fortify their compounds in and around that farm area. And, they're going to unleash hell from there. For Stalwart Esports, if they are going to be high on the bridge or, exposed, they could get shot if they don't have that 360 vigil. So what I think that they're doing is they're definitely going to have that gas station just north of the bridge under their control. And also that compound just beyond the gas station, the ones with the iconic blue buildings, because, you can definitely have a control of your surroundings from there. So, again, it is going to be a wait game because we are going to have to wait and watch and see what happens because, well, we all know one thing, the zone is going to dictate what the teams are going to do. I want something, I want an insane curveball. I want it to just drastically shift down south.
I live for that, XP. That is exactly the sort of shit I live for. And I would be praising the heavens above if we do get blessed with that particular circle rotation. Right now, though, BABLU. Oh, no. Wolf! U-turn! Get out of there! Oh, no, it's too late. And Wolf will fall. The first casualty of the final game here of PMPL Season 4. And the rest of BABLU, they're like, oh, crap. And they just have to, tuck the tails and run for the hills, or rather drive for the hills. They have to go a different route altogether, XP. That's interesting. Because if you can bring up the map very quickly here, ladies and gentlemen, production. Please. There we go. So you can see BABLU in the northwestern side, right? They were trying to make their way through ruins, and now that they faced off against RAW, they're going to have to try and make their way up from north. Where they could be on a collision course with T2K.
With T2K, and it kind of looks like Wibbs' member Killer is still holding down Water City as a little bit of a fortification, but now he does get his vehicle. It could happen. I think T2K are going to be coming directly towards their spot, unless, of course, they sneak their way in Rozhok before they have a chance to meet BABLU. But right now, Killer is going to come under fire, and it looks like Wizzes with Wibbs are taking the fight straight to the enemy as Wall E was caught off guard and was executed point-blank range as his teammates can only helplessly look on. Now, Delta was the first in the line of defense for his team, but have a look at how Malik is going to be towards the left of our screens. The question is, are they going to try and move in? Because as of right now, they're just going to try and see if they can make up any angles, but the distance is way too much for them to do anything. And over here, blah, 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 with the first blood in his game. And if anybody didn't take him seriously earlier, they're definitely going to be listening to him now. As Rules does spot the enemy, but unfortunately, it's going to hit the metalwork of his vehicle.
Shrapnel can still be dangerous, XP, but for the time being... yeah, you don't want to get blinded then. I mean, I guess you could just get a scope then. But here's an interesting thing. A lot of people are under the assumption that when you're scoped in, you need to close one eye. But actually, if you look at all professional snipers, they have both eyes open. It gives you that extra depth perception, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
sir.
I don't know. I really don't know. But I've seen most of them having both eyes open, as we do see a couple of knocks taking place. RAW coming under fire from ZEUS. A kill has already taken place, and they're pushing into Bishal's position. Now, there are a couple of his teammates nearby, but look at the angle Ably's got. Ably and Godless from above. Bishal is trapped in the corner. So he's going to deploy a couple of smokes and maybe try and make his escape, but it is going to be a brilliant knock into Ably. But are they aware of where Godless is? It looks like Joker is very much aware of that fact.
I'm more concerned about the guy who was right next to them, but forget that because we're going to be focusing on a different fight. AJ is going to be caught out now. They know where he is as Galzin is going to be loading up that grenade. He's cooking it to perfection, but he hasn't thrown it yet. He's going to start all over again. Smokey, meanwhile, is going to be taken down by AJ. Now, all three members of 7C are going to be converging in on that door. That is when they can set up a crossfire. Galzin does exactly that, as now 7C are going to be survived by one man, and Ale is going to go up against AJ, who's going to come out on top. It is a 1v1 play. Now, AJ does have the information. They both are going to fire, but DRS are the real soldiers. And 7C, well, they have been cast down, and they're going to be the first team to fight the dust.
That was such a beautiful crossfire being set up there, XP. And they keep three alive. They keep three alive. The rest are going to be coming on in, but in the meantime, we get back to the initial fight, which is between RAW and ZEUS Esports. Now, ZEUS, they have lost a man here, but I do believe BABLU has been knocked down. So RAW, they need to make some quick moves, and look at Ably making the rotation using that Carp is coming downhill, and Joker's getting shot from both directions. Again, getting caught in the crossfire, leaving Bishal alone in a 1 versus 3, and he's been spotted by Icy. Icy spamming through the smoke, hoping to get lucky, but the blue is encroaching upon the position as well. And I do have to say, XP, that Bishal's position, it's looking very, very grim. And with that, we're going to say goodbye to RAW for the very last time in this tournament. 2 kills to their name, and ZEUS Esports, they get the wipe, albeit they do suffer 1 casualty.
Well, they still are going to be a 3-man squad, and if they keep up the aggression, they're definitely going to make sure that the fans are not going to be going home disappointed, as Danny in that beautiful McLaren is just going to drive past the enemy, giving away information, but the enemy is like, hey, I see something, and of course, gunshots are going to ensue. Now, he is going to try and catch up with his teammate, as Suyog, again, in that little Explorer vehicle of his, is trying to ascertain the best position for his team to basically call home, as the other members are going to be driving around as well. Now, this is a little tricky, Blade. They are going to be setting up now. Have a look at this. Jane does spot the enemy in the distance. In fact, Nima is going to take 3 quick bullets in succession. A 4th one would have definitely brought him down to his knees, but now DRS suddenly realize, well, somebody else knows a position, and they might just hunker down for a little bit of an attack.
Very, very, very lucky. Oh, man. How lucky is Nemo there? He should have been dead to rights. He should have been knocked down. And especially considering the position he was at, XP. If he got knocked down, that would have been a confirmed kill as well for Sandesh. But we do have an AWM.
Please, someone pick it up. One last time. I want to see this gun being used in Season 4. One last time, but it's out in the open, Blay, and...
No one's going for it, man.
Sad.
Looking at his zone, though. Okay. Oh,
wow. Alrighty.
Okay.
Alrighty. There you have it.
All right. Okay. All right.
Calm down, Blake. Calm down, Blake.
Okay,
Calm
listen.
down.
Listen up. Shut up and listen up, all right? What the...
Wow.
Are anyone going to do with that zone?
Oh,
Show me that zone again.
production
Show me that
is
zone
on
again.
point right
I
now.
need to see that zone again, because here's the thing. The only avenue of heading down south...
Oh, this little crossfire, Blay.
This is brilliant, but I look, this is a great replay and everything. I need to talk about a zone, man. I need to talk about a zone, man. Can we see the zone, guys? Production, give me the zone. Come on,
that was
man.
beautiful. That was beautiful. I love it. And I must say right now, production
there we
is
go.
on
There we go.
point
All right.
with the beat.
So everyone's going to be moving in from the eastern side. Everyone's going to be trying, which is empty right now, but it's a mad dash. And if you enter from the left-hand side, what R3D are doing right now, I8 is lying in wait, and oh boy, I8 are going to be licking the chops, and R3D just might be meeting their maker very, very quickly, as I8 should be unloading on them. As A1 Esports, they decide, screw it, we're going to go for a swim.
The only thing wrong with the whole I8 situation was that, they did have the members on either side of the road. However, 2 of them were in the compound, not on the hill above, which means all 3D did get through. There you have it. Without so much as a scratch, they are going to make it through. Ozem was a bit late to lay down some lead, but again, one team has made it through. Let's see if they're going to reposition themselves and wait for another, because any second now, high voltage they are going to be a little careful. They're going to make sure that they stop their vehicles at the midpoint of the bridge and, scout out ahead. But I8's Blade is going to be in a good position. However, I do want to have a scope on. There you have an Extreme realizes, you know what? This is going to be a bit tricky. He's like, let's not take a chance right now, as of course his car is going to spin out and Extreme is going to take a drastic jump in the cold, frigid waters down below. But again, that was a golden opportunity that was missed by I8. However, Blay, Godless went to an airdrop and looted it. Could it be the BFG? Could it be the AWM?
If it is, I'm a happy camper. But the jiggle. Oh no. Vibes. They haven't got a kill yet, XP. They've lost a member already. Now, reminding everyone, Vibes need 8 points. 8 points to get the first place. And Deadeyes guys have 0 points to their name right now.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
I love this. Well, DRS, what the hell are you going to do now? You're screwed.
Well, DRS are going to have to find another way to make it across because they're going to have to swim. But ever so often, Blade, they're going to have to come up for those precious breaths of air.
It's D versus Vibes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for cutting you off.
I needed to be cut off because if Vibes are spotted out, they could actually get these points and Vibes could be left in the dust play. Well, they are going up against Vibes. Oh my goodness.
Yes, exactly. It's DE versus Vibes. If DE take them down, they virtually guarantee themselves first position. And I don't think Vibes are aware of this.
They are in a tough situation.
Look at the zone. Look at the zone. Holy shit.
I mean, get ready for a Normandy invasion on the beaches, ladies and gentlemen, because it is going to be hell let loose. Sooner or later, is on top. It's going to be taking a drastic jump down below, gets out of the vehicle. That vehicle isn't going anywhere. But now, without them even knowing, Blay, Vibes was so close to being wiped out by Deadeyes guys, but Deadeyes guys are in the similar position, and now they could be open to teams like A1 Esports if they make it to land before them. But remember, R3D are waiting on the other side, and well, ZEUS have come into play as well, and Shifu takes shrapnel directly to the face.
If they get wiped out here, XP, Deadeyes guys only have 1 kill to the name. That means they're leading by 8 points. That's it. And Vibes, we know how dangerous they can be, even if they're down to a 2 or a 3-man squad.
This is amazing.
This is just pure butt clench, yo. Pure butt clench. And Icy, is he aware? I think he's very paranoid. He knows there's someone nearby. He's going to drop one down, but Icy's taking a lot of damage. And he's not quite able to get the knock. Is he, though? Has he got the knock? Yeah, I think he's got the knock. No.
Shifu's down below.
He drops down, and he's actually on land, so he could take a few shots in the direction of any of the ZEUS players if they want to head on down towards that cliff. But ZEUS are deciding to go for a safer route, and XP, look at the number of bodies, look at the number of teams and players in the water. Holy Jesus!
There you have it. Everyone is going to be in the waters now. They are going to be paddling without much life support because sooner or later they are going to be gunned down. Just go back to 1945, 1944 in fact. It is going to be D-Day as R3D are going to be playing the despicable Germans. However, it looks like an allied assault on the beach is inevitable. But the question is, how are they going to make it out? It's going to be teamwork play. They're all going to have to come out at the same time and suppress R3D.
The too many.
Right now,
the too many to shoot at, XP.
They too many to shoot at, but the amount of kills that they can actually rack up. Wow.
I counted 15. They're probably more. They're probably more because I didn't count T2K who are coming in on the eastern side. Oh, they need to be careful. The T2K, they might have just made landfall. I do believe they have, but they might be going up against, I think it's DRS. This is ridiculous. This is the final game.
All teams are just lining up on the beach saying, come to me, little fishies, come to me. That is all they're going to be praying as Wadu does take a hit. But of course, he is going to submerge himself deeper. All right, Play, I've got a question for you. How do we commentate about this? I mean, we are going to talk about shooting fish in a barrel. That's literally what's happening.
Listen, the only way to commentate this is just scream, just yell, and just go, what's going on? Look at this.
Wow.
I mean, nuts.
We did kind of won this in the last circle, but we are not complaining right now because, again, even if one of them makes it through, it's going to be a tremendous feat. But, T2K could be in a nasty position to lay down some lead from the side, as is DRS. But, again, the moment their feet touch the ground, they are going to have to squeeze those triggers and just spew lead in all directions. It is going to be a Hail Mary of a beach landing.
It's basically kill everyone and let God sort them out as Shifu has been lost.
Do you think all chats are on right now?
I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I hope so. It'll be just pandemonium, pure chaos, and also in the water because the zone is still in the water, XP. But fine, it's gonna shift. It's gonna be towards the land. There we go. Now they need to make a move. Now they need to crawl their way onto land. And guess who's waiting on the land, XP? It's Stalwart Esports and Wizzes with Vibes. They are in a fantastic position, but they don't need to do anything. Right now, it's all about R3D and how many kills they can get, how many days they can ruin for all these other teams. R3D out of contention. And there we go, Hassan. He's going to unload on one member. It is going to be Sandesh down on his knees and finished off by Hassan. That's one kill, one notch on his gun. He spots a couple more players as well.
They're coming!
They need to fall back, and they're all going to make landfall simultaneously. That means Hassan has to fall on back and play a little bit more of a safer position. Vibes is still much more deeper in the water, and high voltage, if they make landfall first, XP, Vibes are screwed. And for DE, they have only one member alive.
Alrighty, any second now, ladies and gentlemen, people are going to be touching ground, and the moment it does happen, bullets are going to be flying, but Wadu is going to be the first on the ground. In fact, he is going to get some help from Deadeyes, guys. I8's Crypto is taken down, which is going to give them a little bit of ground over there, but Extreme is going to react quicker. Now they're going to have to shoot in every single direction as Shoykov is going to be spotted out. He gets taken down. Hassan is going to be laying down lead, but he's got to be careful because the Evil Eye is going to be spotted out. But the moment they submerge, they surface from the water, they are going to be shot at. Hassan, he's going to find cover, but he does want those kills, play. He wants those kills.
He's getting shot at from multiple players, and Hassan, he gets too eager, and Praveen gets a knock on the Sinister Killer's down though, and Praveen is the last man alive for his team. It looks like it is. It's down to Praveen to do everything for his team as A1 are facing a brunt of cloud from the blue. He's gonna take the shots, he's gonna get the knock, and he's trying to do everything by his lonesome. He's the last man standing for his team. A1's gonna fall. A1 just got wiped out.
Everyone's
got
dead!
eliminated as well. And what is even going on? Is T2KF somehow, XP, they've made landfall, and it is the last man standing. Suyog is tossing it. Everything is gone, and it looks like Vibe have been eliminated in the 4th position. DE out in 3 points. XP, I do believe we have confirmed the champion over here, but still you want to know who's going to win the final chicken dinner. Can R3D, who are right now I believe at the bottom of the table, can they just ruin everyone's day and steal the final chicken dinner away?
Well, right now we have two massive fights breaking out. Wizzes with Vibes are holding their own against I8, who are pushing up on their position. A couple of the members have been already knocked out. Now Ozame is going to be spotted out. Bullets are going to fly, but he gets behind cover in the nick of time as Johnny now has his work cut out. This grenade could be devastating if Malik is going to throw it on point. It could be devastating, but Blade is going to be away from harm. But Johnny comes under heavy fire. Malik is going to go, but have a look at Reaperbot. He is going to be on the right flank. In fact, from behind, it does look like Johnny could meet his maker, but he is being really careful. They don't want to overextend, but have a look at that. They have major control of the circle. Delta is way on the other side. Of course, that grenade comes in finally from Reaperbot, and well, Johnny is going to find himself down on his bloodied knees, which means I8 is the last man standing. Well, not for long. There you have it. A Grenadier is going to be crowned as Wizzes with Vibes have wiped out I8. And on the other front play, looks like Delta is having a fight with Stalwart Esports.
Delta, well, let's see what he's got though. Wizzes with Vibes in a great position. Okay!
Wow!
All right, Delta! With the nade, he finds two. Two birds with one very, very powerful stone, and Stalwart Esports now down to a one-man squad, and they don't have a single kill to the name yet. P hiding, and Rules is just going to run over them. Absolutely no mercy being shown. He's going to go around for one more circle, looking for another kill with his buggy. Is he? Maybe not this time around. I don't know what he's up to right now, just driving around like a madman. He might be looking to finish off Scry, and for Stalwart Esports, they're being very, very quiet. Pika, the moment he announces his position, he is going to be found out. But now R3D, they arrive to the party. 3 of them alive. He sees Rules as well, but his position must be given with the sounds made by the M4 of his.
Well, the position is definitely given away. However, they do have that little cover, but Maxi is going to be spotted out by Delta from distance as he is going to lay down some more lead in that fallen body over there. But in fact, Delta gets taken down by Adil. Now, we had pretty much given up on Adil, but he was a snake in the grass, and man, he stung at the right time. But unfortunately, he gets taken down as well, which means the God of Death, Anubis, is going to be the last man standing for his team. Can he do something out of the extraordinary and pull a miracle through? But right now, he is getting surrounded, and against all odds, play ZEUS still in this game are trying to creep their way closer into the circle. What's up?
Yo. If if Wizzes get about 30 points, they
They
can win.
I was thinking that they need
They
those
can win.
kills. They need those kills, Blake.
They need those kills, and that's why they're going for it. Okay. Let's keep a count here real quickly, all right? 8 points.
They need 7 more.
If they need a chicken dinner as well. It's not just about the 8 points, all right? They need about they're not enough players remaining, but still it's going to be very close. The second position is going to be great as well. Only 3 kills to find, but they need to ensure that they are the ones who get these 3 kills. ZEUS, though, they're out of contention, XP, but it's ZEUS Esports. One final hurrah. That's what we asked of them. Maybe they can provide it.
Well, it looks like Delta could be the game changer. He does throw a grenade in Anubis' direction. A Molotov, in fact. In fact, it's on the other side of the vehicle as Anubis is going to creep in. I love this little bird's eye view as everyone is flinging whatever they have in their backpacks at the enemy, be it smoke, be it shrapnel, be it fire. As Delta is going to try and make his move now. Anubis has to make a little bit of an adjustment because of the blue zone. In fact, he spots him out. Delta is going to be spotted out. Of course, those hit markers giving his position away, and now the sound is going to be coming in. Beautiful Molotov by Anubis. It might just push rules a bit back. However, it failed to hit its mark, which means Delta could still be in this game, but this grenade could be the deciding factor. It is, as Delta is brought down to his knees once again with rules barely surviving. And there you have it. Anubis, still the last man, does not back away from a fight. Spots out the enemy as well, but is just a second too late to pull the trigger.
ZEUS needs to make a move right now. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to finish off rules, and suddenly the tables have flipped. It's now a 2 versus 2 versus 1, and Anubis trying to just spoil everyone's party over here. Wizzes with vibes now realize that they don't have the man advantage, no way whatsoever. Because Godless, you can see him, he's proning, he's getting up, proning, getting up. He knows where Anubis is. He has an idea, an inkling as to where he is, but they don't know exactly where ReaperBot and Malik are. Now, the smoke is a dead giveaway. It's the fact that there could potentially be one player there, but Malik, Crosshair trained on towards Godless's position. Everyone's in the zone though, XP. And apart from a couple of trees for cover, there's absolutely nothing else. Everyone's going to be lying prone and waiting for the other to make a move.
Godless doing the right thing, sipping on some energy drinks, making sure he is well boosted for this fight up against Malik. Now, Malik technically is going to spot him just a little bit earlier. However, he's going to have to get up to shoot down. Now, when that happens, if Godless is quick on the trigger, it could be devastating for the Wizards. But it is still in their advantage. Now, I do see that one guy creeping in the distance. Now, he could be a game changer play. As again, everybody knows where the enemy is. Malik is going to make sure he is going to keep his focus on this end. Now, he doesn't know that Godless is in front of him, but he does know that someone is lurking in the tall grass down below. But Anubis play. Now, again, everybody knows where everybody is. If ReaperBot gives a little bit of his position away, he could be shot in from the side. But again, it's going to be a waiting game as the circle is going to decide which one of these 5 boys on our screens is going to have to move first. But look at Malik, man. That is steely demeanor. He is concentrating hard as Godless is just trying to scrabble out. But wait a second, something has been flung in the grenade, and ReaperBot almost knocked down to his knees.
Look at Malik. Malik knows though. He spots out Godless. He's able to somehow calculate trajectory, and that's a quick and easy knock. He's going to go for the finish as well, and that's going to be Godless bidding us goodbye. ReaperBot able to heal himself in the meantime, and once again, the man advantage back for Wizzes with vibes. They need all these kills. A second place position is definitely within the realms of possibility. In fact, they might just have got it if they can get the chicken dinner. Now, Abley hasn't made a move yet. Abley's been very, very quiet, and so has Anubis. Anubis just near that tree. And the next zone, well, Abley spotted out, finished off a 1 versus 2. Wizzes with vibes, 10 kills to their name. They're looking for the 11th. They won the chicken dinner XP. They won the 26-point game, which could really shoot them up all the way to the 2nd position. Anubis will born alive, still somehow stays alive with a sliver of HP, but ReaperBot's coming in for the finish and a jumping UMP spray. And Wizzes with vibes will snatch that final chicken dinner. What a play from them, XP. And that was probably the best map we have had so far across the entirety of PMPL South Asia Season 4.
No one's going to be disappointed. The analyst desk is going to be elated. Fixes and Necro are going to be happy with that last circle. All of you watching at home are going to be happy. But Blay, Wizzes with vibes, just walked away with 26 points. Is it going to be enough to dethrone Deadeyes, guys? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out. But what a finale. We couldn't have asked for anything better. I think the gods of PUBG finally listened to us play.
And, well, I have an announcement to make. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions.
You're not going to believe this.
South Asia, Wizzes with vibes.
They did it!
In the final goddamn game.
Wow.
They steal it away from Deadeyes, guys. The champions deserved brilliant play, brilliant map. What a performance, XP. I did not see that coming. I don't think anyone saw that coming.
Well, just like the fireworks behind, they really lit the place up in these last few games, getting the job done with precision, staying strong as a squad, vibing right till the end. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your winners for PMPL Season 4, Wizzes with Vibes. Boy, oh boy, take a bow. They did it in style.
Oh man, I'm still recovering. I'm still recovering. I don't know how they did it.
I think one thing though.
How did they get it?
You know, they did. They were still on the main island. You know, when everybody was swimming in the water, they got through. They made sure, you know what, forget the free kills right now. They went and secured the final circle. And like you said, they were on a hunt. They knew they were so close to victory. And well, they have snatched victory away from Deadeyes, guys. I wonder by how many points though, because again, I love the fact that it was so close to call. But again, boy, what a game. What an end to this season, man.
Yeah, I listen, I could not have asked for more. That was just...
Everything was on point.
Everything was on point, and we wanted to see a shake-up at the very end. And Deadeyes, guys, man, they were leading for so very long, but at the very end on the final day, they faltered.
We thought it's going to be down between Deadeyes guys and Vibes at the end, especially when they were swimming through.
Or even A1, or even A1 Esports, right?
Play. The moment when Deadeyes guys look at the replay and they realize, you know, down below they had Vibes, they had all these teams.
DRS.
Oh, they must be kicking themselves in the back right about now.
Dude, this is insane, because I'm looking at the standings right before the finals. It was Deadeyes guys in the first place, second was Vibes, third was DRS Gaming, and then in a distant fourth was Wizzes with Vibes, and I'm like, okay, you know, there's no way. I wasn't even considering it until I happened to glance at the points table. I'm like, hold up, hold up, they might get a chicken dinner.
We had this discussion as they were falling out the plane that, you know, they need to have a massive game, but also it was important, you know, for anyone to be crowned king, right? Somebody needs to topple over. Deadeyes guys, man, had they got maybe a couple of more kills, they could have walked away the winners, but again, it is all going to be coming down. All the math work, we love leaving it to the analyst desk, and we're just going to point out the games we played. What an amazing season this has been, and I love the fact that so many teams have literally stepped up to the mantle, and they've kind of showcased why they deserve to be here on this stage.
Yeah, I want to really touch upon that. Like, we've been harping on how ZEUS Esports has failed, how the Mongolian scenes have kind of like faltered a little bit, but I really feel like it has been the resurgence of South Asia, and it has been fantastic. This has been the best season we've seen so far in the PUBG Mobile Pro League, at least in South Asia. But that's it from our end here, XP. Once again, thank you for joining me, for dealing with my shenanigans as well.
My pleasure.
That was a fantastic month of PUBG Mobile action. We hope to see you guys again very soon. But before that, of course, we have the analyst desk to break down what the just happened. I don't know. You guys take it away. We're out of here.
I love production at the Beast right now.
Wow, what a play, what a day this has turned out to be right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4. The finale has come to an end, but nobody could have predicted. Wizzes with Vibes, taking it out with ease, and $10,000 with this.
Oh. They were sitting at 161 points before this match.
They were not even in top 3. They were not even in top 3. Now, this is where I will definitely bring up the word supercalifragilisticexpialidocious gameplay being showcased from Wizzes with Vibes. The way you want to debut yourself, the way you want to let the world know that here we are. Well, they put a stamp on it. With that, let's move on and have a look at the storyboard. Storyboard. Unbelievable.
What? No!
That is insane.
What?
All right, so this
luck
actually
for
calls
Deadeyes.
for Ocean's expertise now.
A team that has chicken dinner, they win. That's how it is.
Yeah.
So obviously, previously it used to be right the team with the maximum kills. If there's a tie, they used to win. But now after that, you know, it was a team that just gets that immediate chicken dinner and all. So right now, look at this. They just got this game and they won like a boss.
Ocean,
Alright,
you have to use the words I use made for Deadeyes guys right now.
Super. Exactly.
No, it is yo. This is a yo moment for Deadeyes guys. This is not the way they anticipated their journey to end.
Well, we talked about the last. It's always the last freaking day.
And it's always the last game. We've been wanted a close finish,
I mean,
right? We
all right,
wanted
so
a close
guys,
finish.
guys, I wish I could just analyze the zone for one last time, just because so what we saw Vibes and DE with a glimpse of ZEUS and DRS from the previous season, with the one team just going in the water and the other team just trying to scout them out. We saw that thing happening. We saw a circle with almost a water shift as well. We saw that thing happening just like the last time. We saw teams rotating around the zone, around the bridge, and other teams trying to gatekeep them. We saw that thing happening in the last game, last season as well. A lot of things.
Ocean, we got to forget about all that. Come to the last situation. I mean, you're really early on in the game. Come to those final fights with Wizzes Vibes, ZEUS Esports, and R3D.
Yes!
Had ZEUS Esports taken out R3D, the result would have been different. It took every single kill from the side of Wizzes Vibes to get this.
This is such a good time to be a PUBG Mobile fan, to be honest. An esports fan at this point.
Along with that, I would also like to congratulate the top 6 teams. We do have Stalwart Esports on that 6th spot, still maintaining that position for themselves. I8 on the 5th, along with DRS Gaming, Wizzes Esports, Deadeyes guys, and the winners, the champions, Wizzes with Vibes, because these 6 teams are going to move on forth to MENA and SA Championship.
Wow.
And I have to say, I completely agree with our casters as they pointed out. I mean, we've been talking about the Mongolian team stay performance not being the same. Well, it wasn't just that. It was the South Asian teams, the teams from Nepal and Pakistan stepping it up quite nicely. They have improved so much. And as we were talking about, we wanted a close finish. Well, again, this literally couldn't be any closer. It's the same points.
I mean, it is. This is the closest. This is identical.
Wow.
Oh no.
Deadeyes guys, they are not going to be happy with that. Just one kill. If only they would have had that one kill to get themselves that lead.
One more point somewhere.
Also, my favorite moment in the game is when R3D were trying to hold the shoreline, and all of a sudden you see this zombie horde come from the waterline. Hassan just got confused, like, where do I shoot?
There was T2K on the other side. We saw a lot of players here. And just imagine, DE, alright, Blotter, I'll give you this. DE, they need not have to have that one point in this game. They had the entirety of the game starting from yesterday's last 2 games.
Yes,
1 point is...
And in certain sense, what your perfect crystal ball ends up saying ends up happening, dude. I mean, honestly, your spoilers are ludicrously awesome, because this team, you had pointed it out and mentioned it out as well again and again, that when it comes to the final day, they do not end up performing that well.
Perfect debut.
Yep. Perfect debut indeed. Wizzes with
Perfect
Vibes.
debut.
All right. This is where I would want to see, the other casters' reaction from the other regions that there are, to be honest. Like, what would be their reactions?
Also, I have to say, I mean, Wizzes Vibes, they did well. Congratulations to the team. Let's not forget R3D. Props to this team as well. They've had a pretty wonderful day. They've improved within the day itself. And this last game, again, I have to say, that favorite moment is always going to remain the same. It's going to be that beach shoreline situation that happened.
Oh, no.
At times, those YOLO approaches end up working, and it definitely did work for R3D.
I'm analyzing this game for sure. I'm analyzing this game. What happened there with me?
This was, again, I mean, it was all thanks to the circle itself. But, of course, with that, we do have a champions for Season 4 right here for PMPL South Asia, and that's going to be Wizzes with Vibes. So, without further ado, let's move on and have an interview with this team right now. Congratulations to you lads. You guys come in for the first time to showcase the world what you bring into the table, and what a destructive performance you guys have had. How are you feeling right now? Just one thing. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, Malik. How are you guys feeling? How are you guys feeling with the performance?
We are feeling very great. Like, I can't express.
No words to describe. Of course, no words to describe. Just incredible debut being from this team.
I mean, my question was simple. So, Malik, that is the perfect response right there. But again, it took us a while to realize that you guys had the first position. Did you guys figure it out? Like, after this match, you got all those kills and got the chicken dinner. Did you guys figure it out? Like, you were sitting on the first and are the champions?
Yeah, we counted the points, and we counted the points, and it was equal, and we don't know who's gonna win. So, and we asked to the Discord server admin, and we got our result, and we are like
$10,000 in the bank.
All right,
$10,000
what's
in
the
the
first
bank.
thing you guys are gonna do after this interview ends? What's the first thing you guys are gonna do? Are you guys gonna party or scream or like call your parents? What's the first thing you guys are doing?
We're gonna celebrate like wild.
A full night of
Like what? That's nice.
Definitely a perfect play, a perfect season to you guys. Again, it was perfect that you guys were able to participate and showcase that Wizzes with Vibes is here with a bang, and to the entirety of the regions all across. You guys are creating history right now. So once again, congratulations. A lot of celebration is, of course, going to be waited from your side as the journey progresses on. This is just the start. But to close the interview, what do you guys have to say to your fans?
Keep supporting us. That's it.
You can use your local language.
Anything in Nepali, anything in Nepali,
Yes.
that would be good.
Okay. सबैजना सपोर्ट गरिदिराख्नुहोस् हामीलाई. हामी यसरी नै अगाडि बढ्दै जान्छौँ र थ्याङ्क यू अल.
Well, thank you once again. Thank you. What a team. What a play that was. Nobody could have predicted this to be the result. I mean, we all right here on the desk could not have anticipated that. But I am so elated with this performance from you guys.
Thank you so
Keep
much.
up the good work. Best of luck as you move on from this journey onwards.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that, of course, is Wizzes with Vibes right there. Our champions for PMPL South Asia Season 4. An incredible turn of events that... Oh, wow. Wow.
You saw,
I mean,
actually, in the interview, you heard a few phone calls as well. It was like, you know, it was already going on. So it's
yeah, I mean, we were talking about chaos in the game, right? The chaos has carried forward to the post game as well, because I think the alteration, as Ocean mentioned, I mean, it happened last year itself that the kill system was sort of switched up a little bit, and the placements were given a more priority in terms of the tie, and that is why, I mean, Wizzes Vibes, the champions right now. Very happy, and I guess Ocean celebrations are definitely going to be underway.
Oh, they are definitely. Like, there's no other thoughts for them. Like, the way these lads have told us as well. Every one of them just playing the entirety of the matches for themselves. That shows a synergy. If we talk about each and every lad, Delta, Reaper, Malik, Rules, we've seen these lads, you know, popping in. If we talk about the previous Super Weekends as well, you know, the Super Weekends that they were, Malik, you know how many times this lad has survived solo to get his team to the second position and to go for those heal battles. Reaper, there were 1 or 2 days when he was just popping up really good. Rules, just a really aggressive player. And then there's Delta as well, just, you know, being the perfect backbone with those survival times and even in the finals as well. So these lads have done such a brilliant job for themselves with 21, 24, 23, 17 kills. They have done such a good job, and well, what a debut.
I mean, XP mentioned it, right? Delta X changed his name to Delta.
Yeah.
And that definitely
His
brought
scream.
up that momentum. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you need a war cry, right? You need a war cry before you jump into a match like this, and that was it.
Wow. Incredible journey throughout the 4 weeks that we've been part of. But, of course, the money giving away is still not yet done, because we still have the MVP leaders to talk about, and the dude who's going to be walking away with the $1,000. $1,000 in the bank is going to be top 2.
Wow.
He made it, Ocean. Ocean, you were talking about it, dude, and he has come on top of on top.
And he heard what Ocean had to say, because
Exactly.
from that match, the last match we saw the MVP ranking, he hasn't gotten a kill, but his damage and survival time has gone up.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say. His skill numbers are still not, you know, with contestation 2 on top, but his damage stats 6,000 plus. I mean, that's ludicrous coming down there.
That is definitely quite ludicrous, as you said. I mean, it was an incredible run from top and on top, and Deadeyes guys, they put up an amazing performance as well, but barely missing out on that extra moolah. I
mean,
yeah.
That's true, but I want to say something to you, Blotter. You know, once we are done with this MVP conversation, I want to say something. Just remind me once we are done with this conversation. I have a really weird stat in my mind, though, but that'll happen after the MVP.
All right, well, we are going to be moving on to the head-to-head coming in the top players, of course. So maybe perhaps that would be the moment that you might want to share, Ocean?
33-26. That's, you know, that's the difference that we see right now. Look at the way this lad was performing. We were talking about the minute survival time difference.
It's
Come
5
on.
seconds. 5 seconds.
And the maximum difference of 40% weightage comes from the damage dealt.
Yeah,
This survival time is something, because that damage dealt with these skills, he needed just 1 extra second of survival time and he got it. Had On Top Sir had 20 minutes and 7 seconds of survival time, he would have still been the MVP. I mean, that's just so good.
What a season, and what a finale to the season. Wizzes with vibes, taking a chicken dinner, exact same points as Deadeyes, but they get the final chicken dinner, thus nail the $10,000 as the prize. Now, as you move on to the MVP, you're talking about that 2 second difference, 5 second. Wow. Just the perfect PUBG Mobile Pro League season, this one.
And remember the first game when Wizzes got second position because they were charging in on T2K, but they could not accomplish that? Well, I would say they did everything good in the last game. Just think about it. That first game, they were almost at the second position with a few points remaining because they charged in the open. That we were calling like it was a very big blunder. It was a big mistake. Well, now they have it for themselves.
And
it worked out in the end.
Oh, yeah, I'm done.
Incredible. Incredible. Varun, again, dude, this entire journey for Season 4, would you agree, has been absolutely ludicrous from the start till the end? As we move on to, of course, let's have a look at the day summary as well.
I mean, I agree with you completely. It was absolutely insane this season. First of all, I mean, starting things off in the league stage, we saw the fall of the Titans, the biggest teams falling down, and then young blood, the new names, the new rosters, the new banners that we were seeing doing really well. Transitioned to the finals, again, the same thing going on. The Titans fighting really hard to keep up with the changes that were made by the veterans and the newcomers alike. And in the end, it is a banner, Wizzes Vibes. It is a team that is representing themselves for the first time on a stage this massive, that walk away with the trophy and the crown. And in what fashion as well. An incredible, incredible journey. But it's not over.
No, this is just the start.
Over.
This is just the start. We are definitely going to be hearing a lot from this team of Wizzes with Vibes. Of course, as we did mention earlier, top 6 teams are going to be moving on to MENA and SA Championship, where we are going to be introduced to this team as well as the others in the top 6. Of course, DRS is going to be there. But moving on forth, let's have a look at the final summary for the 3 days that were the finals.
Oh, ZEUS again, just a one-day affair for them. This is where, we draw the line. No doubt they were in the last game there, but hey, it was a lot too late for them. If we talk about it, DE, well, their impact on the first day and first half of the second day, that's where it all just ended. That's where the charm kind of ended. Wizzes with Vibes, slow and steady does win the race. Yep.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, because I remember, as we talk to the lads right now, they had to get the confirmation, but we had the opportunity to witness the post-game with our lovely casters in this massive virtual arena. And I'm looking at the winner chicken dinner pop up, and I see the Jumbotron in the backlines, and I'm like, wait, what? And my mind is blown completely. I'm like, all right, this just shakes things up to a whole another level. And it was, as Ocean said, slow and steady performance, the consistent performance of Wizzes with Vibes that brings the team to the first position, brings them the $10,000, the trophy, and also takes them to the MENA and SA Championship.
Indeed, they definitely do. With that, as we move on from one start to the next, let's have a look at the MVP survival times once again, as this is where the correct start are going to be showcased. Previously, it was a bit off, but the survival, well, it is still going to be 8 minutes and 10 seconds. And previously we were talking about the entirety of the average survival, but overall it's still the same, and he still does walk away with $1,000. So a GG play to top 2A. He heard Ocean, and that definitely worked out in the dude's favor.
I mean, hey, maths is
the number cruncher.
Maths is a beautiful language.
Oh yes, it is a language. So true.
Otherwise, he would have been thinking, all right, got to get more kills. This much is the damage. This guy just does all the calculations. You follow his instructions and, well, efficiently just get the $1,000 for you.
I mean, we are analysts for a reason, right, Johnny?
Maths is a universal language, there's no denying it. And when you've got this dude with his crystal ball sitting right in here between us, it is that much more of an incredible journey that you can anticipate from the
34-34 to 64-64, the way 84, all of that working all along throughout the entire saga of PMPL South Asia Season 4 has been just abysmally awesome is what I would say. But with that, we do reach the end of our Season 4. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making it all happen. Once again, a big thanks to our fans and viewers as well for tuning in. Do not forget to, of course, follow us on our social medias. We, of course, do have the YouTube channel that you are tuning in. Of course, along with that, there's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram that you can go ahead and support. And along with all of this, keep in mind that PUBG Mobile South Asia page, right? That is going to be crucial. You need to go there because the giveaways are still not yet done. On the 24th of October, there are going to be many more giveaways that are going to be spread across on that particular channel itself. So do not forget to go ahead and subscribe and click that bell icon as well. And with that, thanks to these dudes. I mean, it has been an awesome journey, and I have definitely loved sharing the desk with all of you as well. But with that, any final closing thoughts from you lads?
I'm stealing his crystal ball before the next trophy.
It's all here. It's all
It's
here.
all.
It's
It's
all
all.
here.
I'm stealing his mind
Well,
before
well.
the next event then.
With that, viewers, thank you once again so very much for tuning in. We are going to be back again, and we'll see you in the MENA and SA Championship. Until then, take care. Sayonara.